I see happening on the streets of Atlanta is not Atlanta. This is not a protest. This is not in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. This is chaos.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ryan Kruger reporting live tonight at Centennial Olympic Park. I'm joined by my co-anchors Jeff Hullinger and Faith Abube from our 11 Alive studios in Midtown Atlanta tonight as protesters take to the streets of Atlanta for a second night in a row.
Yeah, and in order to bring you full coverage of everything that's going on tonight, we have reporters all over the city right now. They're in place and they're ready to bring you every new development. We're also monitoring the situation from above. We have cameras in the sky to give you all angles of what we're seeing.
Right now, protests are already underway. This is the governor's mansion right now. As you can see, the split screens that we have in downtown Atlanta and at Sugarloaf Mills, that's in Gwinnett County, along I-85. We're going to have live reports from those places in a moment. But first tonight, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms holding a news conference at any moment now at the Atlanta Police Headquarters. Andy Parati standing by live, and he has the very latest for us. Andy?
Hi, Jeff. Just like you mentioned, Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms is expected to arrive any moment to provide us some insight of what happened last night, talking about the aftermath, and also some insight of what we can expect in the city's response tonight. Yesterday, though, we had an idea of what she's likely going to address, and she broke it down into a few things yesterday. First, she said that people do have a right to protest peacefully. She encouraged people to protest. She expressed outrage over George Floyd's death and Ahmaud Arbery's. She said she wanted people to be out on the street, definitely protesting those murders, those alleged murders. But she condemned the passionate, and she passionately pleaded for people to go home. Let's listen a little bit more of what she had to say last night.
You're not protesting anything running out with brown liquor in your hands, breaking windows in this city. T.I. and Killer Mike own half the West Side. So when you burn down this city, you're burning down our community.
Now, last night she did invite a number of civil rights leaders who echoed similar concerns tonight. APD says that they're going to have about 20 agencies with them tonight, and as well as the National Guard, 1,500 deployed by Governor Kemp. We're going to send it back to you. We're hearing that the mayor is going to be arriving any moment.
All right, thank you, Andy. We're going to stay here in downtown Atlanta next. There is a large group of protesters. They're actually behind me right now. The plan is to march from from the CNN Center near Centennial Olympic Park to the Martin Luther King Center, and we want to join up with our Hope Ford, who is along the route. Hope, what are you seeing out there?
Well, Ryan, so far there are a couple of people who are actually already here because there's been a little bit of confusion about this particular protest. Originally, everyone was supposed to meet right around where you are at the CNN Center. They were supposed to gather there, but the organizer of this protest, Jaylen Brown, he kind of changed it last minute and said that everyone should meet here at the MLK Memorial site between 5:30 and 6:30 for that assembly time. So that's why you're seeing some of the people who are already here, and that's why you're seeing some of the people who are at the CNN Center right now. So right now we're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen, seeing if these folks are going to go over there and join them, or if they're going to wait for the people at the CNN Center to come over here right now. And so far everything's been pretty quiet and pretty peaceful. You know, everyone has their signs out here. You know, every once in a while they say a couple of things and chant peaceful things. So we're just kind of waiting to see what happens with this particular protest, since there has been a little bit of communication as far as the startup point. But of course, we're going to monitor the situation here and see what happens from there.
Yeah, and Hope, you and I were both out here last night. You were here right at the very beginning of these protests. Really did start as a peaceful protest, and it wasn't until a few hours later that really things took a very chaotic turn. What are you hearing about what might be happening tonight?
So far, you know, from what things that we're seeing on social media and things that we're hearing from, even when we were out there with near you just a few minutes ago, still hearing that, especially with the organization of this protest from Jaylen Brown, that they really want to have a peaceful protest. And that was the message last night as well. That protest last night from 4 to 7, things were extremely peaceful. And then, you know, the tensions started to rise after that, after the official protest was over. So we're hearing right now that as far as this protest goes, it's the same thing. They want to keep things as peaceful as possible. They want to get their message across. And so we're going to wait to see, and you know, what happens as it unfolds tonight.
Yeah, and from our perspective here, not far from the CNN Center, we are starting to hear some of those chants shout out, some vulgarities. So that is what we are seeing here. We'll send it back to Faith at the 11 Alive studios.
Yeah, guys, we've also heard of another protest that's happening in front of the governor's mansion. We have 11 Alive's John Sherrick there right now reporting on the ground, and we want to go over to him right now. And John, if you can hear what happened in the last 24 hours, what's the mood there right now?
It's a mood of jubilation, I would guess you'd say, because everyone has gathered together and finding strength in their unity. And you can probably see a little bit of the crowd here on the sidewalk, packed on this sidewalk along West Paces Ferry at the driveway entrance to the governor's mansion. And you can see at least a dozen Atlanta police officers there in the middle of the street, just watching them as the demonstrators watch the police officers. And we shot some video a little bit ago to give you a better idea of what the crowd was looking like as people were beginning to gather, and people are still beginning to gather. They are chanting no justice, no peace. They are chanting say their names, Ahmaud Arbery, and George Floyd, and other names of people who have been killed in violence involving police officers. So what is happening here is they are staying on the sidewalk. There is a heavy security presence of Atlanta police officers, Georgia State Patrol troopers, and National Guard troops are here with Humvees. And we can see, perhaps if you can go live now, you might be able to see off to the side, a couple of buses here for possible arrestees in case they are needed. The governor and his family are not here, but the demonstrators are, and we're not sure exactly how long they're going to remain here. We don't know their plans and what's going to happen when they are done, but so far they're staying on the sidewalk and chanting and doing their demonstration as they'd hoped they would be able to do. Faith, back to you.
All right, John, thank you so much. Now, earlier today, Gwinnett County Police told us they were seeing protesters at Sugarloaf Mills, But you see there, we have a live chopper shot for you. There are people who are gathering in that area. We were told earlier that management shut down the mall and no one was allowed on the property. But clearly, there are dozens of people who are there right now. You see police in the shot as well, just protecting the property there. And so far, it looks like things were pretty calm, but who knows what's going to happen in the next few hours. But again, management told us there was no one who was allowed on that property at Sugarloaf Mills in Gwinnett County. But we can see right now there are a few dozen people who are there right now, along with police officers. So we'll continue monitoring that situation for you. And we'll bring you all the developments as soon as anything happens over there. All right, so up until last night, Atlanta was praised for having peaceful civil rights demonstrations. Former Atlanta Mayor and UN Ambassador Andrew Young knows that very well. And the civil rights icon fought alongside many, many activists in the 1960s for racial equality. 11 Alive's Nick Sturdivant spoke to him today to get his thoughts on protests in Atlanta last night.
But because there's a really tragic, sick, evil incident in Minneapolis, doesn't mean that we have a right to destroy Atlanta.
Andrew Young has worn many hats over the years: pastor, diplomat, and voting rights advocate. He walked side by side with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. during the civil rights movement. On Saturday, he reflected not only on his work with the movement, but protests from Friday night.
We've grown so fast that people have not understood how we got to be this way. And I think the mayor did a very good job of trying to explain it. And T.I. and Killer Mike grew up in this community. In the days when we had an organized civil rights movement, Dr. King himself would go around to the bars and the pool halls. You know, people were just hanging out, naturally frustrated, invite them to be a part. but say if you can't be a part of a nonviolent demonstration, please don't do anything to disrupt it.
Young says Friday night's protest started out as a beautiful demonstration, but says the message eventually got lost. Ray Cox, barber at Vintage Barbershop in downtown Atlanta, agrees.
I think the message did get lost. I think that a lot of people came out for the purpose of just demonstrating, and then along the way, that was all forgot about.
Cox says his shop, which is on Forsyth Street, was spared from damage. Nearby businesses not as fortunate.
Come protest if you want, but do it in peace.
Young has this message for future protests.
Plan your beginning, have some place to make your protest, organize the ending, sing "We Shall Overcome," and go home.
It was tough to see all of the destruction that was out here last night. Protesters threw bricks through the windows at the College Football Hall of Fame, shattered the windows of restaurants as well as local shopping centers. But we also saw something really incredible today. A lot of volunteers, a lot of them didn't even know each other, felt compelled to help and come clean up that mess. Our Mara Sirianni spoke with some of them.
Here at Centennial Olympic Park, it's hard to tell that anything even happened. Volunteers and people who live nearby tell me they couldn't just stand by without doing anything to help. Spray paint on signs around Centennial Olympic Park Saturday afternoon are some of the only signs of destruction.
We live right near the museum towers, and we just wanted to come out and clean.
Late Friday, the city was placed under a state of emergency as the initial peaceful protest got out of hand. Now volunteers from all across the city are coming out to help sweep up glass and scrub walls. Some agree the protests were undoubtedly warranted, but they could have gone without the vandalism.
I mean, we see a lot of shattered glass, a lot of looting happen, obviously, and they just kind of threw it. They weren't even taking it. They were just throwing it and destroying it.
I mean, it's just a lot of destruction, but it mostly just feels like a lot of pent-up anger that got released last night, which I think is valid and necessary, which it had to happen. I think it's important for people to get out what they were feeling, and overall, I think, you know, it's not the result that I wanted from Atlanta.
Some of those cleaning up say they hope the effort is not a lost cause and that Saturday night in Atlanta remains peaceful.
We definitely agree with everyone who did the protesting, but it's also our park too. And as T.I. said it, our city's sacred. You tear it down, but you also have to rebuild too.
All right, as we go to break, we want to take a look right now at Sugarloaf Mills. This is in Gwinnett County. We also want to give you an update here as to what's going on with Camp Creek, as Nick Sturdivant is in the Camp Creek area right now. He's in East Point, where the protests have once again begun to gear up. Nick?
And Jeff, let me clarify, this is not a protest. We spoke with Mwali Davis, an attorney here in Metro Atlanta. He basically told me that he heard about reports of young people and other people coming to potentially loot this area, and what they decided to do is stand in front of this target, and their goal is not to protect the target, but to protect the community. A lot of the young people from doing anything, as he said, stupid or crazy, and not to repeat what happened last night. There's a heavy police presence right now. Everything is pretty much under control. And again, their goal is to protect the community, to protect the young people. From here, they will go to downtown. They're also going to go to any other areas that may be a potential place for looting and other riots or protests. But again, they don't want the same thing to happen that happened last night.
All right, Nick, thank you. And again, we're going to go to break right now, but we want to give you a quick overview as we take a look at this is Sugarloaf Mills, which used to be called Discovery Mills. It's off I-85. It officially is in Lawrenceville in Gwinnett County. It's located at 5900 Sugarloaf Parkway. Probably the Bass Superstore is best known there, but we're taking a look high above at the protesters and some of the police response. We are also receiving word here now from the mayor that there will be a curfew in effect beginning at 9 p.m. tonight in Atlanta. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms right now has begun a news conference from police headquarters, and again the headline, as she has just begun to talk about how circumstances are shaping up. We're going to hear from her momentarily, But again, a curfew will be in effect tonight, beginning at 9 o'clock for all of Atlanta. The view that you're looking right now is not Atlanta. It is not Fulton County. It is Gwinnett County. And again, this is Sugarloaf Mills, where there certainly has been some chatter on social media, and police have been responding. That is Gwinnett Police and their jurisdiction there. All right, we will take a break. We continue on this Saturday right after this.
Yesterday was supposed to be a now normal day in Atlanta. I spent most of my afternoon offering testimony to a congressional committee that was led by Chairman Jim Clyburn. And at the end of the testimony from mayors across this country, he read a poem by Langston Hughes. And he said this poem often rested in his heart while he was a student protesting during the civil rights movement. What happens to a dream deferred? Does it dry up like a raisin in the sun, or fester like a sore and then run? Does it stink like rotten meat, or crust and sugar over like a syrupy sweet? Maybe it just sags like a heavy load, or does it explode? What we saw in Atlanta last night, and what we are seeing in cities across America, is an explosion. And what should not be lost in this explosion is what this anger and frustration is about for so many across America. Our communities are sick, and they are tired, and they are now dying. I often think of what the day's news and events mean to my children and try and imagine what it is to see it through their lens. But I had a conversation with my mother this week that was a very sobering conversation. My mother, who grew up in Atlanta in the segregated South, said to me a couple of days ago, "This doesn't feel like we've gone back to 1965 in America. This feels like something before 1965 in America." This is what it feels like. It feels this way for men and boys, black women and girls. It feels this way for grandmothers and grandfathers in America. And there are many people standing with me today. Many are part of our public safety team here. When they take off these uniforms, they are black men and women in America. So I don't want you for 1 minute to think we don't get it and we don't understand and we don't hurt. Because this is us. I said last night, and I will say it again, what we saw last night was not a protest, it was chaos. What got my mother past 1965 in America was an organized movement that recognized there were systematic issues in this country that needed to be changed. There was no organization to what we saw last night. Many of the protesters who began as peaceful protesters, and I thank all of you all who did that last night. Many of whom I doubt voted for me last time and I doubt will vote for me the next time, came here last night and said that was not us. We may not always agree, but we didn't do that to our city last night. So that we can figure out and sort out who cares about peaceful change in this city and who is here to destroy our city. I am taking the very unusual and extreme step of instituting a curfew in our city this evening from 9 p.m. to sunrise. This is not to infringe upon anyone's rights. You all have rights, and we respect each of your rights. But we cannot let happen what happened in our city last night and what we are witnessing happening across America this evening. So I ask you to please, if at all possible, find yourselves in a safe place in your home this evening. Please know where your children are this evening. We do not want to have to arrest your children. We don't want to have to detain anyone. But we will maintain order in the streets of Atlanta this evening. That being said, I want to thank the men and women who have come in from jurisdictions across this state to assist us in this effort, also our leadership team, and also to Governor Brian Kemp and the resources we have been provided by the state to help us maintain order. We recognize that there are still so many issues and challenges that need to be addressed, and they will not be resolved today. But again, it cannot be lost on why people are angry and what we've witnessed time and time again in this country. So I want to recognize those feelings and let you know we understand those feelings, but there will have to be a peaceful way in which we can resolve and discuss and continue to work through and push through the systematic issues that plague us as a country. So with that, I am going to are you speaking? Okay. I'm going to turn it over to our public safety personnel to speak and give more information on where we are this evening, and then we will open up for questions. And also thank you to Councilmember Joyce Shepard, Bishop Murphy, Reverend Thomas, Reverend Rice, and all of the others who are standing with us today.
Good evening. My name is Erica Shields. I'm Chief of Police for the Atlanta Police Department. Yesterday, we knew that we anticipated that we would have a protest of some sort in light of the goings-on in Minneapolis. And just to be clear, no one in law enforcement who is of sound mind supports the behavior. That was a murder. It was a murder that was filmed and in broad daylight, and it didn't matter to the cop. And what I'd say to you, it didn't just not matter to the cop, it didn't matter to that human being. And that goes to the greater issue at hand that my mayor is alluding to. Our posture in Atlanta is one of tolerance. It's the birthplace of civil rights. We have a very strong, affluent, and well-respected African-American community. And we take pride and view it as our responsibility to hear them. After the murder in Minneapolis, we knew there was going to be much anger, fear, raw emotion. Our posture with protests is one of tolerance. We accommodate the folks. We know we're going to get yelled at. We know we're going to get spit on. We know there's going to be a lot of anger to us. But that goes with our job, and it's okay. And we will accommodate those protests for days on end so people can be heard. They have a right to be heard. That was our posture as we went into last night's event. And initially, things were fairly routine. It became apparent a couple, 2-3 hours in, that there were people within the protest who were not here to protest. They were here to destroy Atlanta. The behavior was not to make a position statement. It was one of just violence, extreme violence. The problem is, by the time we recognized that we had this sector, they were embedded in with all of these other hundreds of individuals. So how do you extract a couple hundred people out of 1,000 without injuring the other 800? When people are throwing knives, have Molotov cocktails, throwing rocks, gunshots are going off. At that point, we had to back off from the posture of making arrests and shutting down the protest. We had to go to a position of holding the line and getting enough resources in that we could recover safely. It became apparent to me pretty quickly that my officers were in extreme harm. And we knew we were sitting on a powder keg. And our goal was to just stay on that lid until we could get some help. One of the best things about the state of Georgia is that we have an incredible law enforcement community. They all step up, federal, state, local, and help us out. I didn't even have to ask people to send police. They showed up. But it took a long time to get the necessary equipment, the necessary personnel to do this safely. It had gotten that violent. When we knew that we could start dispersing the crowd safely to the people who had come to protest and were still lingering to watch, safely to the officers, then it became a forward-moving process. We started to gain successes in the COP area, by which time the group had splintered off, a large number of them, and gone up to the north end of our city, Buckhead. By now, it had become very apparent to us that this was a highly calculated terrorist organization. And I don't say that loosely. When you come in and your goal is to inflict harm, damage, property damage, without any regard to human life, you are a terrorist. Thankfully, we were in alignment, in agreement, and we had the support of Governor Kemp, who brought in the National Guard. We needed them. The level of violence had reached that point. These were not Atlantans. We knew they were not Atlantans. They were lost when they were in the protest. They didn't know how to march to the state capitol. That's a clue. And their behaviors was so unfamiliar territory for us. The protesters who organized protests in Atlanta, we know them. They don't always agree with us. Sometimes they'll be the first ones to go out publicly against us. They didn't know these people. They didn't want these people, because at this point they were not fighting for anyone's civil rights. They were here to destroy Atlanta. With the help of all of our partners, and we were able to close out the evening safely. I really was afraid I was going to have an officer shot and killed. As we come back into today, we have an absolute zero tolerance policy, zero. There will be no lawlessness. It's not about protesting anymore. It's about saving our city. This is not who Atlanta is. And these folks who have come here thinking they're going to pull this crap are mistaken. Yes, you caught us off balance once. It's not going to happen twice. The curfew is useful for us for the simple reason we have a lot of folks who are out just lingering and mingling, and it creates high numbers of individuals, and it makes it difficult for us to distinguish who's just wanting to film the events of the evening, who's just wanting to protest, and who wants to throw knives and shoot guns at innocent people. The curfew allows us to say, please, just go in, let us deal with the people who came here with ill intent. And so I'm grateful. I'm very grateful for the curfew for that reason, that it allows us to focus on the problem. But this will not be tolerated. And anyone that thinks that this is something that the mayor and I subscribe to is clueless. Clueless. But we had to handle last night in the manner that provided the safest route out for our employees. And that was not going head to head with these folks who are just so violent. So I feel that we're in a good space, and quite frankly, I'm ready to just lock people up. And there you go. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Rodney Bryant, the Interim Director of Corrections. My duties for these events is to do public safety coordination throughout this event. We are utilizing the National Guard, Georgia State Patrol, and our Metro law enforcement partners. The strategies and the tactics that we'll use is, as Chief Shields stated, is that we will have no tolerance for any illegal actions or events throughout tonight. Once the officers give people commands and directions on what they need to do, we want them to carry them out and do so quickly and safely. But immediately after that, when we find that we are having resistance, we will go ahead and start making arrests. That's throughout the city. We have an understanding that there is a level of proper and legal protest, but once it gets outside those parameters, our duties as law enforcement officers is to go ahead and effect those arrests to make sure that the people of Atlanta remain safe and comfortable inside this city. And so we will carry out our duties as quickly as possible tonight. As the chief and the mayor have stated, we cannot tolerate the level of activities that we had last night. And so we will not. We encourage people to adhere to the curfew that the mayor has stated at 9 o'clock to clear the streets. Because after that, we recognize that if you're out in these streets beyond that time, it's for ill intent. And we will have to address you in such a manner. So please, we're encouraging you to make sure that you clear the streets after 9 o'clock. If you're out in the streets currently, adhere to the orders of the police officers so that they can make sure that you remain safe throughout today. As the chief stated, the partners that we are bringing in are to assist us. The National Guard is here to protect the assets of the city, and law enforcement is here to do exactly what they are prescribed to do, and that is to protect keep the peace of this city. And that's where we will remain throughout tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Randall Slaughter, Fire Chief. Let me start by saying I am extremely proud of the work of the men and women of the Atlanta Fire and Rescue Department on last night. We had a very long night, and we anticipate we'll have another long night tonight. I want to also thank all of the fire chiefs who were gracious enough to send resources in. I requested resources through the Georgia Mutual Aid Group, and we actually received units from 6 different municipalities, so I'm very grateful for that. I have been in conversations with fire chiefs across the country, and some of them expressed that they had over 30 fires on last night. We had 8, 2 structure fires related to the protests. So it was bad, but it was not as bad as it could get tonight. We're planning and preparing for the worst. I think we're ready. We're at full staffing, and so we're ready, and we're going to have a good night tonight. My primary concern as fire chief is the safety of our responders. Last night, some of our fire units came under attack. We had 8 vehicles damaged, and so tonight we formulated a plan where the units will be escorted into fires with law enforcement support. So we're ready, and we're also going to support the incident command system. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is William Murphy. I'm the bishop and the lead pastor of the Dream Center Church of Atlanta. Today, I wanted to just stand and provide our support from the faith community to our mayor, to our chief of police, and to this Atlanta community at large. Tomorrow is an incredibly important day for the church as we celebrate what's called Pentecost Sunday. Peter, as he was addressing the church after the release of the Spirit, said to them, repent. What that means is you need to change your mind. And so we stand today with our mayor, with our chief, with this city to say to those of you who have come to this city, you need to change your mind. That there's a different direction that we need to take this in. Peter went on to say that this promise of the Spirit is for you and your children. So I echo the words of our mayor tonight. Know where your children are. Be responsible for your house. Set your house in order because there's a promise coming to your house, and we want to restore faith and hope to the city of Atlanta. This is an incredible place, an incredible place. I moved here 20 years ago, an incredible place to raise our children, to raise our families. And in the words of one of our artists here, he says, welcome to Atlanta, where the players play. I want to say welcome to Atlanta, where the prayers pray. Madam Mayor, we're praying for you. Chief, we're praying for you. We're praying for our city. And in the words of William Murphy, hold your head up. Things are going to get better.
Thank you. And with that, we'll open up for any questions that you have.
Mayor, can you talk a little bit about some of the rumors going around about looting happening at Lennox, other parts of Buckhead, and Camp Creek is currently right now trending on Twitter, and people are getting prepared for what they are expecting to be looting tonight. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I'll take a stab at it, and then I'll let one of our leaders step in on this. We're seeing the same things that you're seeing on social media, and so we are monitoring social media and being prepared with our resources and our people in place accordingly. And I want to go back to something Chief Shields said. Chief Shields mentioned being very fortunate that we didn't lose any public safety personnel last night. I'm also grateful we didn't lose any protesters last night. Last night was as volatile as it gets. And even in our briefing earlier today, Chief Slaughter shared that we found Molotov cocktails that had not exploded in many businesses today. So for as bad as this looked on television, this was 10 times worse last night. And we hadn't even uttered the name of Ahmaud Arbery or George Floyd or let me go down the list. Breonna Taylor, we could go down the list. We've not even uttered those names today. Not to mention COVID-19. If you were out protesting last night, you probably need to go get a COVID test this week because there's still a pandemic in America that's killing black and brown people at higher numbers. Right.
So the chief called it a calculated terrorist group. Do you know the name of this group? Or these outsiders? Or?
These are anarchists, many of them were. And this is what we're seeing across America. I can give you my personal political thoughts on this. I think this is political interference in many ways. I think this is disruption. We've seen this before. We saw it in 2016, that there were attempts to disrupt racial issues in America. Now, we lit the match in America, so we've certainly opened the door with where we are today, with what's happened over the past few weeks. But I think there are many who are taking advantage of the opportunity that's been given to them.
Chief Shields, are you worried that your men and women would be outnumbered? Is that one of the reasons why you're taking all these extra steps and the curfew?
No. I think that the curfew is useful in this for the reasons I stated, and that is it allows us to better zero in on those individuals who are out to commit criminal activity. And, you know, the protests were fine. I mean, we're used to it. I don't mind working it. And you actually learn a lot if you listen to the people protesting. It's a good connection tool. The problem is when you can't, on the surface, distinguish who is there to protest and who is out there to commit violence. And so this really just helps us better zero in on those individuals who are here to wreak havoc. And those are the individuals that I want to put my hands on. I don't want to, I have no desire, or the department has no desire to just lock up people, but I'm telling you, these folks are not Atlantans, and they have come here with a very deliberate purpose, and that is to tear this city apart in different ways. And it just makes it easier for us to see who is out there if we don't have other people milling with them, if you don't have people driving around in cars, filming things. So it makes it visually more manageable.
Chief Shields, can we ask you about, do you know of any specific group names that you guys are looking for? Or if somebody's out there maybe trying to protest today, we're getting reports of these protests, what should they be looking for to say maybe this is not somebody I want to be walking with?
No, I think the mayor nailed it. It's anarchist. You don't need a formal name for it. They have an end game that they're focused on, but now the label of who they are and who they're associated with, it's the behaviors that are consistent and you can track across various cities. And what I'll say is most of our protesters, at some form or level, they know each other, are familiar with one another, and even if they come as outsiders, there's a similarity. This is different. This is markedly different.
Can you talk to us about the specific intelligence that your folks are looking into that you believe that some sort of threat is imminent?
I don't think that a threat is imminent. I think that the behaviors exhibited by those individuals last night are indicative of the lengths they will go to wreak havoc. And we have an obligation to step forward, match them in their game, and beat them.
Chief, do you mind talking a little bit more about the curfew? Can you just give some specifics of it?
Sure.
Because for people who are like, does this mean I can't go out for a walk tonight and I'll get picked up? What is it exactly?
So let me say to you, we have no desire just to mess with people and say, hey, there's a curfew, you need to be inside. I think that we have, I'll let the law department speak to the particulars of it. For us, I think it's very straightforward. Where we are seeing issues, it helps us determine who is engaged in nefarious behavior. But are we looking to go on a side street and pick up somebody because they're walking to the store to get a bag of chips? No, that's not who we are. It's not who I don't want to be a part of any police department that polices that way. But I think the issue is such that we'll know it when we see it.
And let me be clear on the curfew. With the example the chief gave, if there's somebody who's walking to the store, they'll get a warning. Hey, there's a 9 o'clock curfew in case you hadn't heard. Please go home. This is about some other stuff that we have going on in the city. What's your question?
In Minneapolis, they had one on Thursday night, and it didn't work. What's to say this is going to work tonight?
We'll know tonight. I mean, we're announcing it 3 hours before, so we don't know if it's going to work or not. But I don't know where my 4 children are at 9 o'clock tonight, and that's what my hope is. There were a lot of well-intentioned people out last night. There were people who came to be a part of a movement. They came out to be heard and organized in the protests in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. and the civil rights movement in this country and in this city. And even with all of the organized protests of the civil rights movement, they were just that. They were organized protests. There were some days they were planning to go out, and then they stood back because it wasn't the appropriate day to go. So there was a method to what you saw. I don't know whose memory you're honoring when you're running down the street with a Gucci bag. That's not about black people dying in America. That's about us killing ourselves when we do things like that. So this curfew is to say, please be at home by 9 o'clock tonight so that we can restore our city. And thank you to the men and women and children who went out today and began cleaning up our city. God bless you all. That's Atlanta.
I guess if I could ask the chief also, possibly. Chief, in Minneapolis, the curfew didn't work. Why is it going to work here? What do you have in your toolbox or what you're implementing tonight that says it's going to work here?
Well, you've just answered it. It's a tool. It's just but one tool, the curfew is. But it's by no means an absolute. I mean, so I think I think it'll help us and simplify in some of the areas and how we execute, but it's just a tool. It's not a solve-all by any stretch of the imagination. So it's another layer that we're able to add on to help us with what we're trying to accomplish.
Chief, the individuals that were arrested yesterday, last night,
Mm-hmm.
were they mostly from the Atlanta area or from out of
You know, I haven't, it's been such a whirlwind that we really just didn't get to compiling all the data till this morning, and I've not had a time to drill down through it. I've been in communication with the FBI and the GBI because we want to look very closely at those individuals we arrested. And I've not had, I glanced at some of it when it was coming in last night, and what I was seeing was out of state, but I haven't looked at enough of it to comment on it accurately. But we will certainly provide that once we're sure that we have it compiled properly.
Was there a moment last night where you realized that this was an escalation, was more than a protest? What was the moment for you when you realized this was more than just a protest at that time?
I sensed it when I was watching it, and I walked into the crowd because what I could sense was the officers were not accustomed to having the protesters breach them and challenge them in the manner they were. And so there was that feeling of how do we push them back, and it was too soon. It was getting escalated too quickly. And we needed to just stop and breathe and get a feel for the landscape. And so I think that was my first indication that the tenor was different. And then an hour into it, I don't know how long I was in there, when I saw a couple of the behaviors that were going on. And to the mayor's point, we are very fortunate a protester wasn't injured or killed, because what they did is on multiple occasions they started stampedes. And people just panicked and ran. And it was really, I was very grateful that we didn't have younger children. Sometimes at our protests we have kids, and I was glad we didn't there. But once I was in the middle of it and I was seeing some of the behaviors that were being exhibited, it became very clear that this was a different group of individuals we were dealing with. Thank you.
I'll just say this. There was also a very visible component to it. This is Atlanta. And Chief Shields made the point we met earlier. There's a racial component usually to protests in Atlanta. It's usually 90% African American, 10% white. This was 50-50 last night. It struck me when I looked at the screen. I noticed it immediately, and I know I'm not the only one who did. This is not to make assumptions about who lives in Atlanta. This is just in comparison to the protests that we have had in the past and what they look like and on top of what they feel like.
Mayor Bonds, were you able, we heard you last night, you were incredibly emotional. Were you able to go out today and survey the damage and just what went through your head when you were looking at your city?
You know, I actually, I had to watch it again. I didn't remember I didn't know what I said last night. And that was very much from my heart last night. You know, I've been in Atlanta my entire life, with the exception of a couple of years as a kid and going away to college. So Atlanta is always going to look and feel like Atlanta to me, even on its worst day. Because on the worst day in this city, I know there's a better day that's coming. And that's what it felt like to me. And when I saw the people out today cleaning up our city and our crews were out there, that felt like Atlanta to me. And what I wanted more than anything was for us to get back to the conversation that we were having, that this was all about. This shouldn't have been about us talking about police cars burning and buildings being vandalized. This is about lives being lost. And we've said it before, we don't have a perfect police department. Even with our last shooting in Atlanta, we immediately took our officers off of the federal task force because they wouldn't allow our officers to wear body cams so that we could have footage of what happened with our officers. This is a decision that Chief Shields and I talked about, and Chief Shields came back and said it's the right thing for us to do. That's what happens in Atlanta. And so what it felt like to me today was we are the city that cities across this country only wish that they could be. Which is why last night I said we're better than this as a city, and we're still better than this as a country.
Thank you, everybody.
All right.
All right, we have been listening for the last 45 minutes from downtown Atlanta. We have been listening to the mayor and the chief of police talk about the events of last night and talking about what is on tap for this evening. We are looking at pictures right now from downtown Atlanta, and you are seeing arrests being made on the streets of downtown. Atlanta police, you see, have surrounded an individual there in the blue T-shirt. Now they are escorting him as they will put him under arrest, as he is under arrest now, and will take him to jail. So what we are looking at right now, we do not have a sense of, this looks like outside of Centennial Olympic Park. I believe it is Marietta Street, right? Is that where it is? I believe that it is.
Mm-hmm.
So we are seeing a crowd of faith that has gathered through here right now. And again, this curfew is in effect tonight. That will be kicking in a little more than 2 hours and will be in effect until sunrise. So it certainly will change the dynamic of whatever the expectation may be for the events from some of these protesters who may have some plans for downtown Atlanta this evening.
Yeah, you know, we were watching the developments going on in downtown Atlanta as we were watching the mayor also talk about what the plan is for tonight. And just a few moments ago, we just saw people running towards the camera away from Marietta Street, and we were wondering what was going on. And the next thing we saw several police officers who put people in zip ties, and I think they're now under arrest or being detained in some way or fashion, and now everything seems to be calm and people are moving back towards the Marietta Street area. We have a crew down there. We'll check in with them a little later on. But as you can see already, we've already had protests starting all across Atlanta this evening. We've had one in front of the governor's mansion that's still going on. We have John Sherrick over there monitoring that situation on the ground. We have people who've gathered in the downtown area. You're seeing a live picture here in the Centennial Olympic Park area. And we also have Hope Ford, who is in the Sweet Auburn area, where a lot of people have gathered there. Just like we saw yesterday, protesters who came there early said that they wanted a peaceful night. They wanted to just demonstrate peacefully and talk about how they feel and call for justice for a lot of people who've been killed at the hands of police. But things appear to be getting a little tense in the Sweet Auburn area. I don't know if we have Hope Ford just yet. Okay, so I'm being told we don't have Hope Ford just yet, but we have our Ryan Kruger, who's at Centennial Olympic Park. And Ryan, do you have a little bit more of a sense of what happened why people were running towards the camera just a while ago?
That we just had. So the protesters had all marched away. I'm assuming they were going to face it in about 5 minutes.
We're having some technical issues with Ryan Kruger right now. We will attempt to get back to him shortly. We'll try and get that taken care of. But as you take a look at this location, this looks very familiar, Faith, from what we saw approximately 24 hours ago. Not as many people, but a similar location, probably about 600 or 700 yards north from where the CNN sign had been defaced last night, and where we saw 9 patrol cars that were damaged by protesters very early in the evening as the violence began to escalate. Some of the interesting notes from the news conference that we have heard over the course of the last 45 minutes, a very, very different tone from the chief of police, Erica Shields, who said that she was ready to lock people up. We'll have more on what she had to say and the professional individuals that both the mayor and the chief of police talked about that were involved, that were embedded with these protesters last night, that, as both of them said, were here to exact destruction on the city of Atlanta. Let's go back out to Ryan Kruger right now, who is got his microphone working again. And Ryan, let's give it to you right now.
All right, yeah, sorry about those technical issues there. Okay, so maybe about 5 minutes ago, we saw a large group of the protesters return here to Centennial Olympic Park. They were gathering right here at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park Drive and Marietta. Not entirely clear exactly what was happening. I could see that some water bottles were being thrown, but not sure what was going on after that. And then suddenly, a large group of them started running our way. You probably saw that, running directly towards the camera. Meanwhile, I mean, we are stationed a good 30 feet away from where most of them are standing, and they all just started rushing toward the area. Soon after, we saw it was that one particular individual that you saw being taken into custody. An APD officer used his taser and tased him, and it was actually taking place right over here at this tree that you're seeing. Not entirely sure what happened leading up to that. We did not see that. All that we saw was that during the running, and it was that one particular protester that they were going after. Everyone else that was standing around them, they're all still here. None of them are in custody, but they put that particular individual in custody and led him away to jail. I saw one other person also being arrested. They were being arrested in the middle of the street. I didn't see what events led up to that, what circumstances were around that, but that is what happened. And it's, you know, you kind of heard Chief Shields talking about it during that press conference when they were concerned about how when people just started running and there was almost a stampede, and that's what you're seeing. Even when you are 20, 50 feet away, you'll notice is that the big crowd, when something goes on, whether that be some sort of intervention with the police or whatever that may be, a lot of them start running, and that's when you do worry about people possibly getting hurt. So there was that one individual, not entirely sure what happened, what led up to that escalation, but we did watch him get tased basically right in front of us and then get arrested.
All right, Ryan, give me a sense, if you would, at the number of protesters that you see. You were in that general vicinity last night about this time, and give me a sense of the crowd last night versus the crowd that you're currently seeing at 7 o'clock on a Saturday.
Tonight's crowd is significantly smaller. Last night we definitely had a few thousand. Today I would estimate we probably have a few hundred. Now we do know that there are also other protests in other parts of the city, and even in fact we're hearing reports about protests even outside of Atlanta. So maybe that could be the cause of why we are not seeing as many people. But yeah, right now there are significantly fewer people here tonight as there were last night. However, there is definitely, at least right now, kind of that animosity, that a lot of anxiety that we are feeling right here, of a lot of people very upset. What we are noticing is that unlike last night where the protesters were basically in the middle of the street, I'm seeing right now is that is not happening. In fact, police are standing right in the middle. In fact, I actually just noticed this. We're going to zoom in. Charles, if you'll notice, this just happened. We're going to zoom in and see all of the officers. Those look like the bicycle police officers, others as well, that have now taken over the intersection of Marietta and Centennial Olympic Park. They are not letting anybody on the street. Unlike what we saw last night, as soon as someone steps in the street, police are immediately telling them that they have to move and get onto the sidewalk. But it does appear that APD is now forming a line right there at the intersection of Centennial Olympic Park Drive and Marietta. Jeff and Faith.
Yeah, you know, Ryan, I think what you're illustrating right now really is a visual reinforcement of what we heard from Chief Shields. And I don't know if you were able to hear any of it or not, Ryan, but she had a much different tone. She said that she is ready to lock people up tonight, was talking about embedded agitators that were in the midst of this. So here we go now. Now they're running, and we certainly have seen this sort of stampede action over the last night as well. All right, let's take a look and see what's transpiring here.
Yeah, we're all right. Okay, so we are back now. Not entirely clear what led up to that. You will notice that every once in a while. I'm going to try to keep my head on a swivel here, so forgive me for not looking into the camera, but you are noticing that a lot of people, something happens. It's not entirely clear what. The crowd gets scared and they start running away. And I didn't see any police move in right there to make any arrests, but that's kind of what happens when you see those large crowds running, and it can be pretty scary whenever that happens. You know, we're trying to keep our distance from them, both for our safety from the protests and also because we are still in the middle of a pandemic after all. So we are trying to keep our safety, but even then, you can only be so far away because the crowd definitely does come right to you.
All right, Ryan, very good. Again, I want to, in case people are just joining us right now, I think it's very important to talk about the issue of how the pitch and tone has changed from Atlanta Police tonight. Chief Shields saying this was a highly calculated terrorist act. They didn't know where the state capitol was located. They were here to destroy Atlanta. They were embedded in the protesters. Hundreds of them came. It will not be tolerated, and I was afraid an officer would be killed, but I'm ready to lock people up. That is what Chief Shields said tonight.
Yeah, and she also talked about how they're working with 20 different agencies across the metro area to make sure there is peace tonight, and then they have a control and handle on what's happening tonight. We want to head over to Andy Parati, who's at the police headquarters in Atlanta right now with Chief Shields. And Andy, talk a little bit more about the tone that police are trying to put forth this evening.
Hi, Faith. Yes, that tone certainly changed from yesterday to today to a lot more stronger wording to individuals out there that are planning to take part in these protests or riots, if you will. Joining me now is Chief Erica Shields with the Atlanta Police Department. thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit more about what the plan is tonight.
It's essentially a zero-tolerance plan. It became abundantly clear that last evening the folks who were out there, initially we had some really solid and I think effective protesting going on, but then it became just acts of violence, and it just put the city and the employees who are out there and the protesters, quite honestly, the ones who are well-intentioned, in such a dangerous space that we just cannot afford to have any missteps or any inactivity tonight, and so it is absolutely zero tolerance.
We just heard that arrests are already being made in on Marietta Street. Are you surprised that it has started this early?
No, and I think that, I think we're going to have our hands full, but the reality of it is the behaviors of last night, although it was probably only by a select few, a relatively select few, is absolutely unacceptable, and there is a zero tolerance policy moving forward.
Some strong wording saying that this was a highly calculated terrorist organization. Explain why you feel so confident that it is not necessarily just Atlantans, but maybe people potentially outside of Atlanta taking part.
Right. I don't have any concerns about the folks in Atlanta who, protest and feel strongly, and I think that I encourage them to protest. It's a healthy thing to do, and they have a right to do it. There was clearly individuals last night that were not Atlantans. They were not here to protest anything. They were here to commit violence. That was their agenda. And their tactics clearly aligned with something that was more terroristic in nature than just a random assault. And it was very thoughtful, it was very purposeful, and it's not something we are going to tolerate.
The governor's deployed 1,500 guardsmen. How are they going to be working with you, and do you know if they have the training to deal with large crowds?
Sure, yes, and we're very appreciative of that. The governor has been incredibly supportive, he and his staff. Many of your guards folks are actually police, and they're called up for duty, so many of them are already law enforcement officers throughout the state. I don't have any concerns about working with them. What we do is we embed some of our people with them so that there's familiarity with the locations, with the charges that will go on people. But no, they're highly trained, and I'm very, and I know the mayor is appreciative of Governor Kemp stepping up and saying, "What do you need?"
Yeah, I know you're super busy. I got to let you go, but right now, what's going through your mind? What's your biggest concern tonight?
My concern is always first and foremost the safety, whether it's the safety of our residents, the employees, the people out working the front lines. This is when I see that their safety is on the line, then things have changed.
What are they telling you? How are they feeling right now?
I've got a great team. I have a great team, and they know we have a job to do, and they're just coming in and doing it. I'm fortunate.
Chief, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good luck tonight. We really appreciate your thoughts, and our sentiments are with you. We hope no one is harmed, folks in law enforcement and otherwise. Thank you very much. Yep.
Thank you.
You got it. Take care. Well, there you go, folks. The Chief of Police giving us her perspective of how she's going to be dealing with this challenging evening. One of the things that I heard the mayor talk about in relation to staff in her department is that a big majority, or at least a large number of individuals that are in uniform are African American. And the mayor said that when they get off of work and take off that uniform, they're black people in America dealing with all of the same things that the protesters and individuals are frustrated with. So that really stuck with me. Jeff?
Well, both Chief Shields and the mayor talking about issues of chronic racism in the United States and how it is ongoing, how, Mayor Bottoms talked about her mother, said that she sometimes feels that it's worse than the 1960s, that we have slipped behind that area of the civil rights movement. So, there was a lot of talk tonight, a lot of talk about where we are in America on the issue of race, and a lot of talk about where we are in Atlanta and the United States as far as violence over the past 24 to 30 hours.
And you know, Chief Shields was talking about how there were outsiders who came into the city of Atlanta and caused a lot of problems last night. We know from APD that 71 people were arrested last night. We're working to try to figure out how many of those people who were arrested for the violence last night came from out of town. APD also told us 20 of their vehicles were damaged last night, and 2 of them a total loss. They caught on fire in the middle of the street last night. We saw the chaos unfold here on 11 Alive, and of course we hope that none of that happens again tonight. We also heard Atlanta police had 3 police officers who were injured. They had minor injuries, and they're doing very well tonight, and we hope again that we don't see another scuffle with protesters again today. We're just going to wrap it up here, and producers, what do we want to do next? Okay, so we want to head back out to downtown Atlanta. We have Ryan Kruger, who's at Centennial Olympic Park, and you've been watching the developments there. A few minutes ago, we saw people running towards the camera. They did that several times as we were talking to you. Police are on bicycle. They are now in the middle of the street, Marietta Street, blocking people from going into the middle of the street. Can you explain why that is?
Not clear why that is. I can say definitively that this is a significantly different look from law enforcement tonight versus last night. That does go in with what Chief Shields was talking about, that they do plan to make a lot of arrests tonight, and you can see that right now. We've already seen arrests on camera, but definitely much more action from police tonight compared to last night. Just a couple of minutes ago, while you all were wrapping up with Andy, we saw several different armored vehicles. They were actually the Clayton County Sheriff's Office SWAT team. Saw 3 armored vehicles pull up, as well as a handful of cruisers that drove in, and they turned onto Marietta Street, and I'm not entirely sure where they are. Last night they were parking a little bit farther up on Centennial Olympic Park Drive, closer to the CNN Center, but I actually cannot see that area right now because of where all the people are located. The other big difference between tonight's protest and last night's protest is that last night's predominantly took place right in front of the CNN Center, at least for a very long time. Tonight, that is not happening at all. They are not letting anyone up there, so that is why we are seeing all of these crowds right now at this intersection of Centennial Olympic Park Drive and Marietta Street. A significantly smaller crowd compared to last night. Now, we do know that there are other protests in other parts of the city, so the numbers might all even out in the long run, but tonight's crowd at this location is smaller than last night's crowd. But we've already seen an indication from police that they will be a lot more aggressive tonight. They will be making a lot more arrests tonight, and we do have a lot of people marching here. We're going to move out of the way and figure out. This does just appear to be their march. Maybe about an hour ago, they marched to the, presumably to the Martin Luther King Visitor Center, which is about a mile away from where I'm standing right now. And I'm not sure if that is where they are marching right now at this point in time.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
They are chanting "No justice, no peace" as they are on their march out. And so that was a small, all things considered, a small fraction of the protesters. A good amount are still here in this area. And yeah, again, APD has basically shut off the intersection of Marietta and Centennial. Their police officers on bikes have shut down that intersection, and no one is getting into it, and no one is going past them at that area. Jeff and Faith.
And Ryan, we see people standing around there, gathering there. Are any speakers up there saying anything to the crowd, or are people just standing there and chanting?
Really just standing and chanting, and actually right now there's not even any chant, and we do apologize for the vulgarity that we just heard there. Unfortunately, that will happen tonight. We're going to try to do our best to stop it. But to answer your question, as far as no, there are nobody giving speeches out here. In fact, actually right now I don't even hear anything. It's people standing around. They'll kind of go alternate. Sometimes they'll start chants, and sometimes they'll have extended periods where they'll be silent.
And again, if you're just joining us this evening, protests have started all across the metro area this evening. We're in Gwinnett County. We have one there. We have another one in front of the governor's mansion. We want to head over to our Jeff Hullinger, who's talking to the governor this evening.
All right, Faith, thank you. On the line with us right now is Governor Brian Kemp. Governor Kemp, thanks for being with us. Can you hear me right now? We are trying to set up the governor so that he can hear us. Governor Kemp, can you hear me right now? Jeff Hullinger? All right, we are having a little bit of a technical issue trying to retrieve him. So we will go to the state capitol right now. Our Hope Ford is standing by and gives us an update on the protest movement there. All right, we're going to try the governor again, so we'll give it one more shot here. Governor, Jeff Hullinger here. Can you hear us?
Hey, Jeff, good evening.
Hey, good evening, Governor. Thanks for being with us. We really appreciate your time right now. If you could give us an update as to the state involvement toward the protection of Atlanta. 1,500 guardsmen now have been called up, and we have seen their presence. Where will they be placed tonight?
Well, we don't want to give away all the locations of where our resources are, but I can tell you that we have a strong guard force out. Some of them have been captured on TV cameras as Humvees are rolling around the city, but they're strategically located, working in conjunction with the State Patrol as well as the Atlanta Police Department. We've been, as you know, working with them all day yesterday and throughout the day today to have a great plan for tonight so that we can be very tactical and strategic to allow the peaceful protest for those like myself that want justice for George Floyd and Ahmaud Arbery and other folks, but also to make sure that we don't allow people that, quite frankly, I think some that may not be from here, some that are, that have a different agenda than that. We're not going to allow that to happen tonight. We've got State Patrol, Department of Corrections, Department of Juvenile Justice, Department of Natural Resources, Homeland Security, and other folks embedded here at the State Operations Center where I am to make sure that that doesn't happen tonight.
Is there the possibility that you could call even more force, that the numbers of those involved could be more than 1,500 by night's end or into the end of the weekend?
Well, I have a lot of resources available to me. Certainly we have a lot more National Guard than that. As you know, many of them have been deployed and are actively working on the COVID-19 response, testing in nursing homes and doing infectious disease control, cleaning in nursing homes, and really trying to protect the most vulnerable population that we have out there, which is our elderly, medically fragile, and those that are in really challenging neighborhoods that have been affected by COVID-19. But we'll use every resource available if needed.
And you have heard by now that there is a large protest outside of the mansion on Paces Ferry as well.
Yeah, there is, and we've been preparing for that all day today. I know the City of Atlanta Police Department's there in conjunction with the State Patrol and other tactical teams. So I think that's going well. You know, most of those folks have been following the law, staying on the sidewalk and having a peaceful protest. Unfortunately, there were those that decided that they wanted to start throwing bricks at a police car, and that is a bad decision because they're on the way to jail right now.
Well, we're seeing a much different tact than we saw 24 hours ago when Atlanta Police Chief Shields was immersed in the middle of the protesters, but her pitch and tone was considerably different, as was Mayor Bottoms about 45 minutes ago, saying essentially that there is a zero tolerance. There's going to be a curfew that will be implemented at 9 o'clock until sunrise in Atlanta. And both talked about these outside forces in the hundreds that had come here not to protest, but had come here to exact destruction on the city of Atlanta and to cause as much, building harm as they possibly can, and certainly threaten police as well.
Well, they have an alternative agenda. And I thought the mayor's comments and Chief Shields' comments were spot on. I'm 100% supportive of that, as are the GSP and the National Guard and all the folks that are embedded with us here. We actually have a person from the Atlanta Police Department that's embedded at the State Operations Center, so we can have just flawless communications with them tonight. We have one of our folks in the city State Operations Center to do just the same for them, so we're prepared for tonight. And there is zero tolerance. I'm 100% supportive of their position. on that, and I think that's very appropriate because these people that are here causing this damage that was caused last night, Jeff, they have a different agenda. They have a different agenda than those that want to let their voice be heard about justice for George Floyd and others. And that's unfortunate because that is not the history. It's not the fabric of the city of Atlanta or the state of Georgia. And I think the mayor and I understand that message needs to be sent, that we stand in solidarity for those that want to let their voice be heard and demand justice for those that deserve it. But we're also not going to allow people to have a different agenda come here and destroy the lives or the livelihoods of our fellow Georgians.
Governor, for those people watching right now that, to be honest with you, are frightened, and I have received, I can't tell you how many emails and how much correspondence on social media of people asking if they're safe, and you know, it certainly touches your heart when you see people that are greatly concerned about that. Can you talk to those viewers right now that are watching, wondering if they are safe in Atlanta tonight?
Well, I would tell those individuals that they can rest assured that I will throw, and I know that the mayor and Chief Shields will do the same, every resource available tonight to make sure that we're responding to those that have these alternative agendas that are going to be lawless, and we will take them to jail, and we will do everything in our power to keep you and your family safe. You have my commitment on that.
Governor Kemp joining us tonight. Thank you again. 1,500 National Guardsmen out in force tonight in an effort to keep Atlanta, Fulton County safe. Thank you for your time, sir. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on.
You bet. Faith?
All right, right now we're in the 7 o'clock hour, but just a reminder for you, starting at 9 p.m., Atlanta, the city of Atlanta will be under a curfew. People are being encouraged to go indoors. The mayor's office as well as the police department are doing this in order to control the crowds and make sure there's not a repeat of what happened yesterday. But already we're seeing crowds gathering all across Atlanta this evening. We want to head over to the Capitol right now, where we have our Hope Ford. They are following a group, and Hope, if you can hear me, is this the same group we saw earlier at Sweet Auburn, or have you moved to a different area where there's another group?
No, so this was earlier. We were at the MLK Memorial site, and that's where a peaceful protest was being planned by Jaylen Brown, who's a Boston Celtics player originally from this area. And so they got together there, and then they decided, you know, we need to walk, we need to march. That's what we're here for. And so they started walking, and they just ended up not too far from the Capitol, and they've kind of gathered right here. They were led by an escort by Atlanta Police. And, you know, Jaylen, he was very, firm in his stance that this is a peaceful protest. He said at one point, you know, there's going to be people that are going to try to join this march. There's going to be people that are going to try to infiltrate us. Those were his words. You know, he said, pay attention to your surroundings. He doesn't want anyone getting into the group and egging anyone on or changing the meaning of this protest. And so, you know, they've been walking, and, you know, he was leading a chant saying, you know, remember why we're here. Remember why we're here. We're not just here to talk just about George Floyd. We're also here to talk about Ahmaud Arbery. We're here to talk about Breonna Taylor. We're here to talk about, you know, all the lives that have been lost. That's what we're here to talk about. And he was very firm in his message and saying we don't want that to be lost on anything. And just a few minutes ago, I did hear a couple of people in there, you know, they were having this discussion saying, this is our home, this is our city. You know, if we burn it to the ground, if we break windows, if we're destroying our businesses, then we're just destroying a part of our own community. And earlier, the same group they were having a really passionate debate, because there was one side who was, you know, preaching there needs to be a peaceful protest. And on the other side there, you know, there was that debate of, you know, people that were saying, well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Because I feel like I've done everything. I feel like I've tried the peaceful approach. And if there's no justice, then there can be no peace. So that's kind of been, you know, just a little debate between some of the people there. And that's what they're continuing to do as they continue this march along. They're in that crowd right now. They're still having those discussions. But again, so far, this has grown a little bit as people have joined them. We're not sure exactly if they're going to go any more into the downtown area or if they're going to go back to MLK. Again, this was kind of a spur-of-the-moment thing where Jaylen said, you know what, we need to walk. I don't know where we're going, but we're going. And so far, they've ended up here at the Capitol.
You know, some of the issues we noticed yesterday was the fact that there were so many groups, so many different groups coming together, that it was hard to figure out who was the leader of the protest, right? Who to talk to, who would talk some sense into people who were causing issues there. Have you noticed anything differently with the groups today?
With this particular group, and you know, I was out there yesterday, and there were two large protests that came together into one large protest, and when that protest officially ended, that's when it started breaking up into little groups, and that's when some of the people kind of started infiltrating, to use a word from Jaylen Brown. That's when people started coming in and kind of egging on some of the people out here. But here right now, Jaylen has said, you know, this is the way we're going to lead this protest. If you're going to join us right now, then it's going to be peaceful, and we're going to march, and we're going to have a discussion. And if not, then we don't want you part of this group right now. So I'm just going to step out of their way to give them some room as they're heading back. You can see right there with the megaphone. If we can kind of point over there, Dan, with the megaphone right there. That's Jaylen. And then they're you know, walking back in that direction right now. Again, Atlanta Police, they have been escorting them. They've been shutting down the roads to allow them, you know, to continue on with their march. But to finish answering your question, this protest right here, this group of people, you know, they are really following the lead of Jaylen right now.
You know, we heard over and over again from Chief Shields as well as Mayor Bottoms that a lot of the people who are out there are well-intentioned and that they understand the pain they're feeling, and that they too understand that they need to be out there speaking their minds and you know, demonstrating in a peaceful way. But they also understand that there are people who are coming from out of town, infiltrating these groups and causing a lot of problems. How are the protesters themselves handling that? Are they noticing these people who are not supposed to be part of the group causing issues, and are they reacting to these people?
This particular group right now, no, they've kind of been welcoming to everyone that has been coming onto them. Again, Jaylen did say earlier, pay attention to your surroundings and make sure that, you know, he doesn't want people coming in and egging them on and inciting anything that's going to take away from the message of what he wants to send, that they want to have a discussion, they want to protest, and they have a right to protest, and that's what they're going to do. So that's what, you know, the message that he was saying earlier before they started marching. But for right now, from what we're seeing, it kind of just appears to be accepting of everyone right now. Really, they can't tell if there are any outsiders. And again, from what we can see, this was a peaceful march and a peaceful protest, and nobody was really egging anyone on. Again, they were just having, you know, passionate debates about, I'm frustrated, I don't know what to do, I feel like there's no justice and there's no peace. But then there's that other side that we're saying we need to have a peaceful resolution to all of this.
Do they know that there's a 9 p.m. curfew?
I'm not sure if they were. They were kind of all standing out there, you know, around 6 o'clock, and they were kind of gathering over a few minutes afterwards before they started marching in this direction. If they're on social media, they might have seen it by now. See that there is a 9 p.m. curfew. They haven't said really what their plans were, other than to just kind of walk and kind of have that discussion.
And we've seen several of them walk past you. We're going to let you.
And it looks like right now they're actually going up to the steps. Yeah, several of them are walking up to the steps of the Capitol right now, so we're going to get a little bit not too close to them to give them some space.
All right, Hope, thank you so much. Be safe out there. All right.
We are going to, Faith, now go a little further north of where Hope is standing, and we will check in now with Ryan Kruger, who has been positioned near Centennial Olympic Park, very close to the Waffle House and the Ferris wheel, not very far from that, and a short distance away from Marietta Street, where we have seen a number of the protesters tonight assemble, certainly not in mass as we saw last night, but nonetheless a sizable crowd, Ryan.
Yeah, so Jeff, what we're seeing is actually right now, you see all of these officers that are here in their full-fledged riot gear, with their shields, with their face masks, with all of their body armor, now forming a line. Just a couple minutes ago, we saw them marching through the street to try to clear out all of the protesters from the middle of the street. We did see them take a few people into custody there. We saw them take a few people into custody while you were speaking with the governor. And some of the protesters are trying to get them to move and to start making a march, or some of the protesters are trying to gather everyone and start marching somewhere else. But that does not seem to be taking a hold. Everybody seems to be wanting to stay right here in this area. Right now, it does not appear, it's not clear when the people get arrested, what exactly is happening there. We have seen water bottles thrown, presumably at the police, not entirely clear. So we've seen things like that. But right now, it is, again, another standoff with all of these officers in their full-fledged riot gear they formed a strong line right there at the intersection of Centennial and Marietta. And it appears every time that they start to kind of move in, maybe it's to try to clear the road, that's whenever everyone starts running. And that's when it gets pretty hectic, but it's only for a few seconds, and then everybody kind of goes back to where they are, and it's this game of cat and mouse, it seems like. The protesters will get a little bit close to the police will start to move them back. Protesters will run off, an arrest or two might be made, and then everybody kind of goes back to where they are. But this is a significantly more aggressive police tactic tonight versus last night. Even seeing significantly more police officers here right now, just filling the middle of the streets. You can even see they're different in their attire. Almost every one of them has that riot helmet on. Most of them do have shields. Right now, they've broken out into chants, the protesters have, of no justice, no peace. And the standoff continues with officers here at this intersection. Jeff and Faith.
All right, we continue to hear and see the protesters and Atlanta police. And as Ryan has indicated, and certainly if you have followed this over the last day and night, it's a different tact you're seeing from Atlanta police. You remember you're seeing a lot of mingling, so to speak, between the protesters and police, but they were, being targeted with knives, with gunshots, as Chief Shields said during the news conference approximately an hour ago, that they were having all kinds of objects, rocks being tossed at them, and it is certainly a different tact tonight. Again, I want to ask you about this, Ryan, and I keep sort of. Oh, we're going to go to Ron. Okay, Ron, as you have watched this, Ron Jones with us right now, as you have seen these events unfold tonight, what's been your take on what you have seen? And it has looked very different.
Oh, I tell you what, night and day compared to last night. And as you recall, Jeff, last night it seems like the officers were trying to establish a relationship with some of the protesters, even though some of them were throwing bottles and objects at them. They were a lot more passive, a lot more patient, but this time it looks a little bit more, militaristic, as if they're placing formations, the skirmish lines. Everyone is fully dressed in body armor, shields, helmets. They have their batons, as if they are ready to take on the protesters or any type of violence that may come their way tonight. I don't think they're going to be as patient as they were last night. I think that they're going to take them right on. And, listening to Governor Brian Kemp, I was listening to his tweet within the past hour, and he's saying that they're not going to tolerate what happened last night. And just based upon what I'm seeing right now, the formation of these officers, as you can see on this particular street, they have a line, right? It's like a U-shaped line, and then you have officers in the middle of that line. And those officers in the middle are the ones that are going to be grabbing any type of violent protesters, putting those zip ties on them, taking them off to the wagon, to the arrest wagon, then taking them off to county jail or wherever they're going to take them to process them. But they are ready for, it appears to be, Jeff, that they are ready for a different type of response than they had last night.
We are talking with Ron Jones, our anchor here at 11 Alive and former police officer with the Oakland Police Department for 8.5 years. Prior to that, served in Korea with the U.S. Army, a man who has spent a large portion of his adult life in and around law enforcement, and his unique perspective has given us a view that, quite frankly, you're not going to find anywhere else, and we appreciate, Ron, what you see. I was really struck, Ron, listening to the news conference, and Chief Shields and the mayor both have this view that, 24 hours ago they were talking about the protest, and they were talking about Minneapolis and the murder of the individual of Mr. Floyd by the now former police officer. But it's different this time, as they were talking about terroristic people that were embedded into these protesters that were game changers for everything that happened overnight.
And I noticed that I noticed that in Occupy Oakland many years ago, is that a lot of the folks who came there to create that violence, to create that disturbance, they weren't even from that town. We're taking a live look right now. It seems like there's several officers who are trying to arrest someone, probably trying to put a zip tie on them. If it's taken that many officers to make that happen, then they apparently feel like that person is resisting arrest. But once again, it seems like sometimes when you have some of these national events that folks come from all different parts of the country just to partake in that. And so that's what we had found in Oakland during Occupy, during those protests. A majority of the people didn't live there, and some of the small business owners are really upset. As you can see, looks like a young man has been zip tied. They're taking him away. But a lot of those protesters weren't even from that city, and that's what made a lot of the small business owners so upset. It's like, why are you coming to my city and destroying it, setting it ablaze, and you don't even live here, and you're affecting my family who have had businesses here for decades to come. This is how we put food on the table, and you're doing this. So I can understand why a lot of folks maybe here in Atlanta may feel the same way. We want you to protest. I mean, Killer Mike, he put it out right last night, right, Jeff? He says, it's better to plot, plan, strategize, organize, and mobilize, and get out there and take it to the polls. Take it to the polls, not to people and property. And but that's what we see a lot of times in these protests, outsiders who are coming in.
Yeah,
And Jeff, it appears that there's several people who have already been arrested.
Yeah, Mayor Bottoms also saying that she described it as political interference into the protest of the killing of Mr. Floyd, that these were anarchists. It was as volatile as it gets, she said, and also went on to say that it was 10 times worse than what you saw on television, that it was a horrible situation as it was unfolding. And Chief Shields also was saying she was just, very happy that no one was killed, not only one of her police officers, but one of the protesters as well, that it had escalated to that point last night, not only in downtown Atlanta, but then on to Buckhead, on to Lenox Square Mall, on to Phipps, on to what we have affectionately over the generations called the Disco Kroger off of Piedmont, which was looted and burned last night, along with an assortment of other businesses, music stores, jewelry stores, destruction wherever it could be wrought.
And it looks like, I believe the National Guard, obviously they're going to be moving in. You see some ambulances there as well, just in case someone gets injured. Hopefully no one ever gets injured. But these guys and gals out here in uniform, they're not touchy-feely like, maybe they were last night. These folks mean business. They're ready to take on any type of violence. They're saying that, hey, if you're out here to protest peacefully, then that's okay. But if you do anything that's going to be unlawful, we're going to handle our business and we're going to take care of you.
Ron, how does it work?
It's a different tone tonight, Jeff.
How does it work when you're making mass arrests like this and you're in law enforcement? They load them up on a bus, and it becomes a very difficult sort of environment where you've got to deal with a lot of people in a very volatile kind of situation.
It's pretty orchestrated, so I'm sure that they were planning this last night and probably the night before any of this broke out. Normally what they do, and I'm not quite sure if they're doing this right now, normally what they do, if they're making a mass arrest, they're not running everybody down to the county jail. Usually they'll cuff them like they did there, or put their zip ties on them, sit them on the ground, process them there, try to identify them, and then maybe move them to another location, another building, undisclosed building, and get some more information, fingerprint them, be able to confirm their identity, and then move on from there. But they are ready for this mass arrest. So I don't believe that they're going to be crowding the Fulton County Jail with dozens and dozens of people tonight. They're going to process them at another location, and then from there, I guess they would have to determine what they do with them from there.
And Ron, this is Faith here. I just wanted to ask you, I know there are several groups that are popping up all over the metro area. Atlanta police say they now have 20 different agencies that are helping them across the area to handle all the different groups. But talk about how you balance all of that in addition to making sure people are obeying the 9 p.m. curfew, also attending to the groups that you are in front of, and also protecting businesses.
Watch what's happening here, Faith. Yesterday, protesters were throwing bottles at police. I guess Ryan's on the scene. Ryan? Okay, so you see what's happening here, Jeff? Compared to last night when they were taking the rocks and the bottles, the police officers, they're not waiting. They're not waiting at all. As soon as they are under attack, they immediately go after those violent protesters, putting the zip ties on them, getting them up and out of there. And I think that is a message that they're probably trying to send to all the violent protesters that tonight we are not going to tolerate this. You can see the one officer there, he has all that white that's strapped to his belt. Those are zip ties. Easy to just pull it off the belt, put the person on the ground, face down on the ground, get their arms behind them, put their wrists together, zip tie them, take them out, move on to the next protester. And that's what they're trying to do. Now, if I am one of these violent protesters, obviously, which I obviously would not be, that would be a sobering statement to me. Now, Ryan Kruger is live on the scene right now. Ryan, what can you tell us on the ground?
All right, so we've seen several hundred more people show up within the last few minutes. Here you go right now. You're seeing a person being arrested right in front of us. Each time they do, it seems like one or two officers takes down the person in particular. Several more come, and they start surrounding them to make sure that more people don't get in. So it's not clear entirely what these particular people are doing, but we're seeing all sorts of arrests just all up and down the street right now. It's a very organized tactic from police. They move in formation. A handful of them will go in. They'll pick whoever the intended target is for whoever will be arrested. Yeah, you're seeing it right now. There's three or four of them dragging one, taking the protester to the ground, and then a handful of the other officers will get behind them to get between them and the rest of the crowd. But this is turning very, very hectic, very fast. I can't even count how many people are in custody right now. It's several. I mean, we've watched easily a few dozen people get arrested in just a short amount of time that we've been out here tonight, Ron.
My home basement to you out there in downtown Atlanta. However, let me ask you this, Ryan. The folks that they're going after, does it appear that they're going after people who are throwing objects at the officers and immediately they get in there and they get that person and they extract them from the crowd? How are they targeting who goes to jail or who gets arrested?
Yeah, that's hard to say. I know that some of them definitely have been, it appears, throwing things. I can't say that is what every single person who has been taken into custody has doing. Okay, listen, we need to move back up here because this is really turning into a really volatile situation. So I'm going to send it back to you. We're going to need to shut down our camera and get out of here for a second.
All right, we are continuing to watch
All right, so
this.
let's talk about what is... Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ron.
I'm sorry, Jeff. Go ahead, buddy.
All yours.
No, I was just going to say, just based upon what we're seeing right now, and jump in here too, Jeff, this is a total stark contrast compared to last night. They are wasting no time based upon what we're seeing. The officers have their shields, they have their helmets, they have their batons, and they immediately move in. And normally what happens is one of the officers there, or some of the officers, are identifying who the violators, the alleged violators may be. The arrest team moves in, and they don't just come in with one officer or two officers. They come in there with force. because they want to be able to overwhelm the person that they're trying to arrest, get them zip-tied, and then bring them back to process them later. Jeff?
Ron, is the expectation, do you think this sort of tact or this sort of policing will be used at the other points where protesters have gathered tonight, meaning certainly out in Gwinnett County as well as the governor's mansion?
You know, I don't know. I mean, it depends upon the amount of officers that are actually out there participating in this, because I thought about that too, Jeff. So let's say something breaks out in Gwinnett County or something breaks out in Cobb County, where you're probably not going to have as many officers there, so their tactics are going to have to change. But I suspect, and I don't quite know, but I suspect that more than likely they're going to have like a strike force, that they can move the officers into an area where there's potentially looting that may be taking place, deal with the situation, and then move to another location like a firefighter would, putting out fires. And I believe, Jeff, this was a live look at the state capitol. I'm not quite sure where this is.
We are looking at the governor's mansion right now, and Faith,
yeah, we have John Sherrick over there at the governor's mansion. We see some activity there. Some of the protesters were sitting in front of the governor's mansion there. We want to head over to John Sherrick to see exactly what's been happening there. John, can you hear me?
Yes, Faith and Jeff.
So this was supposed to be a... Can you still hear me?
And if you can hear me okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'll continue to talk just in case you can.
We can hear you.
They're on West Paces Ferry at Glen Arden in front of the governor's mansion, and they are refusing to move. State Patrol troopers just arrived, tried to get them to clear out. They would not. They just now told the demonstrators that you need to move. This is your last warning. And we're now going to find out if they're going to move or what's going to happen. So we are waiting.
So police haven't
to
really...
see if they will disperse or if the State Patrol will try to make them move.
Have they indicated how they would make them move? Because I see dozens and dozens of people sitting there in the middle of the street.
Right, and there's a man with a loudspeaker now leading them and chanting. Maybe the State Patrol is going to let them complete this round of their chanting before maybe giving their final warning to get them to move.
And John, I see in the background there, you see some National Guardsmen, and then you see the State Patrol. What have been their roles as you've been sitting there, as you've been covering this? What's been the role of the two different agencies there?
Well, the National Guard is here just lining the grounds of the governor's mansion. And the State Patrol is here to try to clear West Paces Ferry. And Atlanta Police in riot gear are lining the exterior grounds of the governor's mansion. And so now the protesters continue their chanting. And this man right here with the State Patrol is waiting patiently for them to decide what they're going to do, because he wants them to move.
And so other than sitting there in the middle of the street, have they done anything else? I know we hear them chanting and talking, but have they
they stayed on the sidewalk for most of the time. They stayed on the sidewalk for most of the time, and then a group of them moved out onto West Paces Ferry, and police let them do that, shut down West Paces Ferry to keep them safe. And there was sort of a standoff, a face-off between Atlanta Police in riot gear and the protesters who were standing in West Paces Ferry. And then the protesters started to move to this end of the governor's mansion grounds at this other driveway here, where the State Patrol just now raced up to tell them to move. Now, I'm trying to hear the person with the loudspeaker. Hands up, she's saying. Sir, is this going to go on for a while?
Who's this? What do you do? Oh, you're media? Okay. So what we need to do is clear
What's your next step?
Self-determination of black people.
Tonight, right now, what's your next step?
Self-determination of each and every person.
Are you going to leave as the State Patrol wants you to?
This is a leader-full movement. So the self-determination.
Do you anticipate that they're going to leave? What's your name?
My name is Jonathan Likes, Black Youth Project 100, LiberationHouse.org.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sergeant, what's going to happen next?
To this side of the street. So that we
All right, the crowd is getting instructions from the people with the bullhorns to move off to the side of the street to perhaps avoid a confrontation with the State Patrol and Atlanta Police in riot gear.
And John,
so that seems to be what is going to happen next.
We just watched the protesters get up. Did you see the State Patrol change position at all, or are they moving forward, or are they standing back?
No, the State Patrol was just standing here patiently after telling them they had to move, and now the people with the bullhorns are telling them to move back. So they're telling the crowd to move back, and it appears that people in the crowd are doing just that, moving back. Let's see if they move to the side.
And once they move back, can you give us a sense of where you are in terms of the direction they're moving in right now?
Yeah, we're just right in front of the Governor's Mansion on West Paces and Glen Arden Drive.
All right, John, we'll let you monitor that situation. And
Faith, those images are really similar to what we saw after Ferguson, when there was a mass protest on West Paces and Arden there in front of the Governor's Mansion, and the Atlanta Police at that time had one of their mobile command centers, which had rolled into the area, and Mayor Kasim Reed showed up and certainly had a lot to say to protesters, and that was the end of that. They began to break up, and it dissipated. So we will see if there is a similar sense of dissipation among these protesters here in the minutes ahead. We will go back out there to see if we can indeed take a look and see what is happening. Now, I want to remind you that we have been taking a look at 3 different locations in front of the Governor's Mansion, also down at Centennial Olympic Park, and in Lawrenceville along I-85 in Gwinnett County, Sugarloaf Mills, which is a shopping area, and our Nick Sturdivant is standing by right now. Nick?
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, we're on Duluth Highway, a lot calmer than earlier, a lot different from when we first got here, and definitely a lot less chaotic from what you've seen over there at the Governor's Mansion. Behind me, you still see police here on the scene. They have riot gear on. They're just standing there at this point. And to my right, there are still some people there that are kind of stragglers that are here. There were protesters earlier. But again, a lot different from earlier. We had a view from up high from the chopper. When we first got here, as we were coming down Duluth Highway, we saw that the protesters hit that curve out of the shopping center and make their way towards the Shell station, eventually to the Dollar Tree. And at one point there was a blockade, a face-off with police. We got here, we didn't notice anybody being arrested or being detained. Things got a little tense. Protesters were shouting, "No justice, no peace." But again, we didn't notice anybody in handcuffs or in zip ties or anything. But again, a lot calmer, a lot different. The scene is much different from what you're seeing, what you saw earlier from the Governor's Mansion. But again, you see that view from earlier. I counted dozens of people here outside of Sugarloaf Mills Mall in Lawrenceville. I don't have an exact count, but you can see right there in the video how many people here. A lot of young people here protesting. But again, everybody has, for the most part, dispersed. You still have some people that are hanging out. You still have police here. There's still a police presence, and there's still some streets around Sugarloaf Mills Mall that are still closed off. But we're going to continue to check out things here. But right now, again, as I mentioned, I've been saying over and over, it's pretty calm here.
Nick, are there barricades around the shopping area? And in that area is very hard to cordon off because you have so many entrance points, whether it's from the freeway or you can come the back way. I mean, there's a myriad of ways that you can get to Sugarloaf Mills. A very, very difficult place, I would think, for law enforcement because of the number of ways that many people can access it from different points on the compass.
Well, Jeff, we didn't notice a physical blockade. We noticed police sort of blocking off streets. What we saw was when we first got here, down the street here on Duluth Highway, you see those flashing lights. That's where they have it blocked off. That's one point. And when you drive up towards the mall area, you see more police. And then further and further, we kind of made a lap around trying to get to where the protesters were because everything was sort of blocked off. And that's how it is now. It's even blocked off here at this apartment complex. So police, it seems like they have it strategically set up where they have different locations surrounding the mall blocked off. But I didn't see any physical barriers set up. You just see police just set up in different areas along the mall. And again, as you mentioned, Sugarloaf Mills Mall, a huge area. So a difficult time for police when they're trying to sort of guard off the area from protesters.
Nick Sturdivant, thank you. Appreciate the update from Gwinnett County, Lawrenceville, Sugarloaf Mills off I-85. A bit of a hike from Centennial Olympic Park and certainly from the governor's mansion as well. Ron Jones back with us again. Ron, we are now looking at about an hour and 5 minutes away from curfew. How does that play into this? How do you think that will change the dynamic of the protest in all three of these locations?
Well, I think that the moment that you enact a curfew, it gives the officers a tool. Now they have a tool. Now they have a reason. You know, last night, of course, they continued to protest well into the night, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Folks just kind of running around all over downtown. But when you enact a curfew, now that gives the officers probable cause. It gives them a tool, gives them a reason to actually go after any of the protesters who may still be hanging around. So by the mayor doing that, I think it was a good decision based upon what she is trying to accomplish and what the governor is trying to accomplish in Atlanta, and that is to prevent anyone from getting hurt, the protection of people, and the protection of property. And as I'm looking at downtown right now here, Jeff, you can see just the amount of police officers there, and even over there at the governor's mansion, see how things have changed. I know we're flipping back and forth, but in front of the governor's mansion, we just had regular police officers, so to speak, or state troopers in front. Now you have troopers that went in front of those vehicles, those Georgia State Patrol cars in full gear, right? If we end up going back to that scene. The same thing downtown. They are ready to take on the violent protesters. And as John was talking, we had this split screen. We did notice, and I know you noticed this too, Jeff and Faith, that some of the protesters were, that the protesters were actually throwing objects at the police officers, and that's going to give them probable cause to move in quickly.
And Ron, I know Chief Shields talked about this a little earlier this evening. She said that they were caught off balance last night. They weren't expecting things to escalate to the level that it did last night. So today they're more prepared. There's a zero tolerance policy going into tonight. And in addition to their officers who they've deployed all over the Atlanta area, they're also working with 20 different agencies, local and federal agencies, that have come in to help the situation tonight, in addition to that curfew, using that to control the crowd and make sure people go back home so things don't escalate into violence tonight. But they also talk about how they want to prevent the looting from last night, right? So they have officers who were stationed at various vulnerable businesses, as they call them, in retail centers. We saw the Sugarloaf Mills location where Nick Sturdivant was. They also said they're looking into the Atlantic Station area. They have people at the Camp Creek Marketplace, Lenox Square. We saw a situation get a little ugly there yesterday, especially Phipps Plaza. They also have officers stationed at Pond City Market, the West End Mall. So it seems like they're spread out more today. And we're also seeing groups of people who are also spread out, as opposed to last night, where we saw a large group just in front of the CNN Center.
Yeah, you know, I think, Faith, last night, which was a whole lot different, is they were outmanned. They were outmanned by the protesters. They're in front of the CNN Center. They had all that under control. The violence broke out there, and I believe that they were able to deal with that. But then when it spread over to the Lenox, over to Lenox Square Mall, and it spread to different parts of Fulton County, when they were hitting restaurants in the area, Phipps, doing all of that, it was hard for them to contain. So obviously they said that, listen, we need mutual aid. We need some partners in law enforcement. So that's when they got all their different partners together last night, come up with a strategy to deal with it today. Look at the amount of police officers down there compared to the way it was last night, and they're bringing in what appears to be even more reinforcement to send a message to any violent protesters that we're ready to take you on. But I tell you what, Faith and Jeff, I think it's going to be really difficult tonight as it gets darker, at all these different separate locations, even all these places that they're trying to protect, because there's going to be places that are going to be uncovered. There's going to be buildings and facilities that those officers are going to have to react to, and that's where the problems could begin.
All right, we are about an hour away from curfew, and it is beginning to get dark, and that is always a major component of these kinds of protests, and certainly it was a component of last night when it escalated, at least toward the violent side, once the sun went down. We are at 3 places right now. We are at Centennial Olympic Park downtown. We are in Gwinnett County at Sugarloaf Mills, and we are outside the governor's mansion. John Schierick at the governor's mansion, Nick Sturtevant in Gwinnett County, and Ryan Kruger has been downtown along with Hope Ford. We saw the crowd kneeling a few minutes ago at the governor's mansion in front of the Georgia State Patrol, and then flanked on the other side by the Georgia National Guard. But the crowd was kneeling. They then got up and began chanting, and we are waiting to see where this crowd has decided to go. They seem to be on the move the last time that we checked in with them, and we will be talking with John Schierick, Faith, in a couple of minutes.
And before we head over to our Andy Parati, who's at the police headquarters, actually we want to hear from Chief Shields. Earlier today, there was a news conference with the Atlanta mayor along with some public safety officials. They talked about what happened yesterday and what the tone is for today. The strategy is for today as well. We had at least 3 Atlanta police officers who suffered minor injuries yesterday. One of them was pushed down during a scuffle, according to APD, and officers were subjected to objects being thrown at them. They had water bottles being thrown at them. They had bullets being fired at them. Thankfully, no one was hit. They had eggs, rocks, fireworks, and knives being thrown at them. So today, the tone is different. APD is going in with a different strategy. We heard a lot about that from Chief Shields, and we want to take a listen to some of what she had to say earlier today.
Joining me now is Chief Erica Shields with the Atlanta Police Department. Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us a little bit more about what the plan is tonight.
It's essentially a zero-tolerance plan. It became abundantly clear that last evening the folks who were out there, initially we had some really solid and I think effective protesting going on, but then it became just acts of violence, and it just put the city and the employees who are out there and the protesters, quite honestly, the ones who are well-intentioned, in such a dangerous space that we just cannot afford to have any missteps or any inactivity tonight. And so it is absolutely zero tolerance.
We just heard that arrests are already being made in on Marietta Street. Are you surprised that it has started this early?
No, and I think that, I think we're going to have our hands full, but the reality of it is the behaviors of last night, although it was probably only by a select few, a relatively select few, is absolutely unacceptable, and there is a zero tolerance policy moving forward.
Some strong wording saying that this was a highly calculated terrorist organization. Explain why you feel so confident that it is not necessarily just Atlantans, but maybe people potentially outside of Atlanta taking part.
Right. I don't have any concerns about the folks in Atlanta who, protest and feel strongly, and I think that I encourage them to protest. It's a healthy thing to do, and they have a right to do it. There was clearly individuals last night that were not Atlantans. They were not here to protest anything. They were here to commit violence. That was their agenda. And their tactics clearly aligned with something that was more terroristic in nature than just a random assault. And it was very thoughtful, it was very purposeful, and it's not something we are going to tolerate.
The governor's deployed 1,500 guardsmen. How are they going to be working with you, and do you know if they have the training to deal with large crowds?
Sure, yes, and we're very appreciative of that. The governor has been incredibly supportive, he and his staff. Many of your guards folks are actually police, and they're called up for duty, so many of them are already law enforcement officers throughout the state. I don't have any concerns about working with them. What we do is we embed some of our people with them so that there's familiarity with the locations, with the charges that will go on people. But no, they're highly trained, and I'm very, very, and I know the mayor is appreciative of Governor Kemp stepping up and saying, what do you need?
Yeah, I know you're super busy. I got to let you go, but right now, what's going through your mind? What's your biggest concern tonight?
My concern is always first and foremost the safety, whether it's the safety of our residents, the employees, the people out working the front lines. This is when I see that their safety is on the line, then things have changed.
What are they telling you? How are they feeling right now?
I've got a great team. I have a great team, and they know we have a job to do, and they're just coming in and doing it. I'm fortunate.
And that was our Andy Parati with Chief of Police here in Atlanta, Chief Erica Shields. All right, so we have several pockets of protests happening all across the metro area this evening, primarily in the Atlanta area. Right now, we're getting news from MARTA telling us that they're suspending their train services, ending it tonight until further notice, and also their streetcar service is suspended immediately because of course, of the situation that's going on right now in the downtown area. We have our Hope Ford, who's at the Capitol, or at least she was last there. She's with a group that's been moving around quite a bit. And Hope, if you can hear me, I hear you are at MLK right now.
Particular protest right now kind of turned into a march for a minute. It started here at the MLK Center, and then it went to the Capitol, and now it has just ended. They just arrived back here a few minutes ago. And this protest is being led by Jaylen Brown. He's a Baltic Celtics player. He drove 15 hours from Boston to be here in his hometown tonight so that he could lead this peaceful protest. And the fact that they're all standing there right now at the Center for Nonviolent Social Change is not lost on this group, because they've said many times today, that they are not going to stand for any violence today in this particular protest. They're not going to stand for anything other than having a peaceful protest. And if they've been having some passionate debates back and forth, but they're saying that they're not going to stand for anything other than that. And I just heard Jaylen say a few minutes ago, he said, we have to change that narrative. We continuously, see on social media, we see young black men getting arrested. We see young black men getting murdered. And he said, I'm not going to be a victim to that mentality. And he said, we need to change that mentality of being a victim to all of this. So again, they just all arrived back here. This group has been, they've been extremely peaceful. They've been they've gotten into some passionate debates about, some on one side say, we're frustrated and we don't know what to do. We've tried the peaceful route, and, they've continued with that conversation that they still want it to be peaceful. It's okay to express your frustration, but it still needs to be done in a constructive way. So they just got back here a few minutes ago. We're kind of just monitoring and seeing if they're going to break up here in a few, or if they're going to continue up there right now at the MLK Memorial site.
So this seems like a very well organized group here. Is that what's making the difference here as opposed to what we saw yesterday?
Oh, absolutely. With this group right now, Jaylen said on social media, which is how he organized this protest. He said on Twitter, meet me for a peaceful protest this place at this time. And the second he got here, he got on the bullhorn, and he's just continued to say, this is a peaceful protest. If you see, anyone who's an outsider who wants to join, who wants to, antagonize or infiltrate us, we're not going to let that happen. And so he's maintained that throughout the entire thing. When they were marching earlier, he said, remember why we're here. Remember why we're here. And they're continuously, when they were making some stops, they continue to repeat that message, and they're listening to people. They're listening to anyone who, in the crowd who's, again, saying that they're frustrated or saying that they've tried the peaceful route. They're listening, and and they're having a debate and they're having a conversation. So that's really the debate here, is that they're making sure that everyone who has any type of feeling right now is seen and they're heard, and that they're continuing to have that dialogue between each other. And you see the Georgia Department of Corrections vehicles rolling up right in the middle of that shot right now. And it seems like they're all turning around to pay attention to it. I'm not really sure what's happening. We're going to try to move over a little bit,
right,
just so you guys can see the crowd instead of just these buses that just pulled up here right now. So just bear with us just 1 second. We're just going to take a little move over.
And Hope, I just have a question for you as you're walking a little closer or moving over so you can see the crowd better. Do they have officers who are following them from place to place, or have they largely been alone, just doing whatever they came there for?
Oh, yes. The APD, they did escort them in the police vehicles. They escorted them from here. They were stopping traffic and, blocking traffic, making sure that they were safe, and so that they can have their protest and their march in peace without having to deal with any traffic there or anybody coming in there. So they did have a police presence here. That police presence, I don't see them right now. They may have parted ways now that they've made it back to their original destination. Right now, there have been a couple of employees who are with the MLK site who have come out and said that, we just want to make sure that they're staying respectful. They were kind of, just making sure that nothing was going to happen, obviously, to this particular site, because it does mean so much to this city. Right. So there are a couple of people out here from who are trying to make sure of that right now.
And I know you said things have been largely peaceful there. In the downtown area near Centennial Park, we saw several people who've been arrested or detained in some shape or form. Has anything like that happened where you are now?
Oh, no, not at all. I know earlier when I was down there, I did see some of those officers who had those zip ties out with them. There were no officers walking around here with any zip ties at all. They were specifically here to just guide this crowd along and to make sure that they could have their space and that they could, do what they needed to do, and they could do it in a safe way. So there have not been any officers walking around here or even near the crowd at all. So a completely different scene from what you're seeing from what you're seeing in the downtown area, and a completely different scene from what we started to see later in the evening yesterday.
All right, Hope, thank you so much. And Jeff, this is the image that a lot of the protesters wanted to be shown on TV yesterday. They came there wanting these protests to be peaceful, and then it escalated into something ugly that Atlanta hasn't seen before.
Well, that's something that we heard from the police chief, Erica Shields. We heard it with Andy as well. Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms at the news conference now about 90 minutes ago. They both talked about that, about how it had been taken away, that there had been a political interference with what was a social event, trying to share their unhappiness, their anger, their outrage about the killing in Minneapolis a few days ago. Let's check in now with John Sherrick. John Sherrick is outside of the governor's mansion on West Paces Ferry, and the last time that we saw these protesters and we saw John, they were sitting, then they got up, began to chant, and now we are seeing with they are clutched together and their arms are locked as they are facing the governor's mansion right now. John?
For the better part of the past 3 hours, Jeff and Faith, this has been a peaceful protest in front of the governor's mansion, and it looks like it might be coming to an end, and it might be coming to an end peacefully. Right now, some Muslim members of this group are saying prayers in the direction of the Atlanta police officers who are in riot gear with batons, and the crowd is here waiting for this part of the demonstration to play out. And Atlanta police and the State Patrol and the Georgia National Guard have been patient with these protesters as they have occupied West Paces Ferry in front of the governor's mansion. You saw a few minutes ago how the State Patrol came in and said, you have to leave, you have to disperse, you have to clear West Paces Ferry. What they did was back up and went to another driveway entrance to the governor's mansion, and stayed here and continued to chant. We just now heard somebody with a bullhorn, they won't call themselves leaders of the group, but somebody with a bullhorn saying, we are negotiating now with police to let us back to our cars so that we can leave. I don't know what sort of negotiations would have to take place for that to happen, but that's the way he phrased it. So it looks like they are getting ready to leave and leave peacefully, but it's just a matter of time now as Atlanta police wait for them to do what they're going to do and perhaps leave without incident. So that's the situation. The Georgia National Guard troops continue to line the perimeter of the governor's mansion. Atlanta police continue to line the perimeter of the governor's mansion on the outside of the fences in their riot gear. And the crowd now clapping and cheering.
John, have you had any sense? Have you had any sense from law enforcement about a time frame on this, as to how long they will allow West Paces Ferry to be blocked by the protesters? Have they been told by the authorities when they must get out, when they must move, or when they may be moved upon?
Jeff, we don't have any idea. You heard Chief Shields a while ago saying that she's ready to make arrests this time. But we've also seen many protests at the governor's mansion for many different issues, where demonstrators have gathered on the sidewalk, and in the passion of their demonstration, they fill out onto West Paces Ferry. And police are always patient with them. They shut down traffic to protect the protesters. They tell the protesters to move. They tell them again to move. The protesters say they're going to move. And it's just a very slow process. Nobody wants a confrontation, I am sure. But, you know, these police officers are not acting on their own. They are acting under orders from City Hall and from the police chief's office. These National Guard troops are under orders from whoever is in command of them in this operation. So, yes, I'm sure they are being told to stand back, stand off, be patient. And now it looks like the crowd is starting to move in the direction of Peachtree, meaning away from the governor's mansion.
John, what has the interaction...
This may be the end of it, Jeff and Faith.
What has the interaction been between the protesters and the authorities with law enforcement? Has it been more civil than what we saw last night when officers were the targets of knives and BB guns and rocks?
Jeff, the protesters have been chanting no justice, no peace. They've been chanting about justice for Ahmaud, justice for George, justice for Breonna, and for all others who have been shot in confrontations with police. And these riot police are trained to stand stoically and not react, no matter what protesters in these situations might throw at them verbally. And that is what they have done. They've stood their ground. Visibly, clearly, showing force, that they will be willing to use force if necessary. And the demonstrators understand that. I don't think the demonstrators want a confrontation, but at least now 3 buses are here to take people away in case there are any arrests at all. But so far, and we can see down the street, it looks like they may be wrapping up their demonstration, but we're going to have to move back into position a little bit more to see exactly what the situation is right now. But it does seem to be dispersing slowly, and Jeff, the crowd is much smaller now than it was at its peak a couple of hours ago, when a lot of the crowd stepped out onto West Paces, and the police were telling them to move back, and they weren't. A lot of people who were here to demonstrate left, and we are left now with the people you see who are perhaps deciding to leave.
And we are closing in on the curfew. We are 43 minutes away from the curfew that will take effect in Atlanta. As dictated by Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, it will be in effect until sunrise. John Sherrick, thank you for your reporting outside of the governor's mansion on West Paces Ferry. We will check in with you in a while. Faith?
And in the last 24 hours, we've heard from a lot of prominent people in the community urging protesters to be peaceful. And tonight we're hearing from John Lewis, and as you know, who's a civil rights leader. He's also a congressman for Georgia's 5th Congressional District. And he sent out this tweet just within the last hour, and it's on your screen right now. It says, "I know your pain, your rage, your sense of despair and hopelessness. Justice has indeed been denied for far too long. Rioting, looting, and burning is not the way organize, demonstrate, sit in, stand up, vote, be constructive, not destructive. That's the message tonight from Representative John Lewis to the protesters who are out there tonight. And again, Atlanta is under a 9 p.m. curfew. That curfew will start at 9 p.m. tonight and end at sunrise tomorrow morning.
And you know, Faith, a lot of prayers going in the direction of Congressman Lewis as he battles pancreatic cancer, which has been revealed earlier this year. And he has certainly had his own battle, his own personal pain to deal with through this. And all of us who admire him so, who have known him for so many years, who look at his work and what he has meant to the American 20th century and into the new millennium, you know, we all pray for his recovery and for only the best for him.
Right, and especially for what he means for, you know, fighting for civil rights. Oh, and so if anyone knows anything about this, he does. All right, so we want to head out now to Hope Ford, who is at the MLK Memorial here in Atlanta. Things have been very peaceful there. We were just talking to you a while ago. This group, you've moved with them to several locations. You went to the Capitol and then came back to the location where you started there. What's happening now? Are they starting to leave?
So they are still continuing up there right now. You know, they're continuing to talk to each other. And what is very interesting is you're talking about the curfew that is approaching. Jaylen Brown, the Boston Celtic, who is from Atlanta, who is leading this protest, you know, he just said, I want y'all to disperse, go home, and be safe. You know, that was, you know, kind of the message that he ended with before, you know, other people started to get up and talk here. So they are, you know, aware that that there is a curfew there. Again, saying that I want you to disperse, you know, go home and be safe. And I just want to tell you some of the conversations that I've kind of been hearing happening up there. You know, they've been saying things like, you know, I hear you, I apologize, I'm frustrated, it's okay. They're having, you know, passionate debates. They're having passionate conversations about the correct way that change needs to come about, and they're listening to each other. And, you know, they're all standing there. There's not a lot of chants going on, actually, but a lot of conversations are coming out of that group right there. And I'm just kind of trying to listen in right now. Yeah, it sounds like they're kind of still talking. They may be getting ready to disperse here in a few minutes, but this is what has been happening since probably about 6:30. They've come up here, and it does look like they're getting ready to disperse right now. So they came here at 6:30, and you know, they went to the Capitol, they came back, and this, you know, and now they're leaving. So that's pretty much been the whole protest and whole march has been just like this, very quiet, very calm. You know, a passionate debate here and there, and then, you know, they continue on with what they have to do.
And Hope, you have a really unique perspective because you were there at Centennial Olympic Park for several hours yesterday. You were following the protest there. You were there when things were peaceful, and you were there when things deteriorated into violence there. Talk a little bit about your experience just covering this and the contrast between what you saw yesterday and what we're seeing today.
What we're seeing right now is what we saw at the beginning of the protest yesterday. Yes, it was much larger, and there were, I've been talking about those different opinions that have been happening and those different conversations. There were a lot more of those, and there was a lot more chanting. But for the most part, that was peaceful. This has probably been the most peaceful that I have seen any protest over the past 24 hours. And it's been a small group. And again, one of the differences here is there hasn't been a whole lot of chanting. There's been more conversations from people. You know, they're really talking to each other. And it's a stark contrast because, we're not too far away from downtown where, people are being arrested right now. And if you were just here and if you were just to see this, you wouldn't even know of any of the other things that were happening in the city right now or any of the things that happened last night. And that's how drastically different this is compared to what's happened, what we've seen, those last images from last night and some of what we're seeing in downtown right now.
And thank you so much, Hope. We've seen several pockets of protests all across the metro area this evening. The one where Hope is at the MLK Memorial. We've seen another one in front of the governor's mansion. There's another one at Sugarloaf Mill. And they've all been peaceful tonight, but we're also seeing people being arrested in the downtown area, specifically the Centennial Olympic Park area. But we also want to remind you of why people are out there tonight, the message that they want to get across. And the reason why they're out there tonight is because they're calling for justice as it relates to police killings, and they want justice for a lot of people who've been killed at the hands of police. And we just read a tweet from Representative John Lewis just a while ago talking about how he understands what they're going through. And I just want to read a little bit more because it was part of a longer statement that he released on his website this evening. And he said in that statement, in part, "Despite real progress, I can't help but think of young Emmett Till today as I watch video after video of unarmed Black Americans being killed and falsely accused. My heart breaks for these men and women, their families, and the country that let them down again. My fellow Americans, this is a special moment in our history. Just as people of all faiths and no faiths and all backgrounds, creeds, and color banded together decades ago to fight for equality and justice in a peaceful, orderly, nonviolent fashion, we must do so again." And he ends the statement by saying, "Our work won't be easy. Nothing worth having ever is. But I strongly believe, as Dr. King once said, that while the arc of the moral universe is long, it does bend toward justice." That was a statement from Representative John Lewis here. All right, we want to head over to Ron. Ron, you're monitoring the situation of the protest that's happening in the downtown area. Ron, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely, Faith. Have been and watching along with you guys there. And as you can see, the police are poised. The state troopers, all the law enforcement partners, they are poised. It's totally different from what we saw last night. And it just seems like it's a fuse to the curfew, so to speak, if I can even use that analogy, because last night it was more of a community policing posture. You saw a lot of the officers out there amongst the protesters mixing it up. We saw a lot of social media posts, videos of officers actually engaging some of those protesters, trying to calm them down. And then it was like a match was lit, and it was lit right there in front of the CNN Center. That was like ground zero where it all started. That's where all the violence started. And Andy Parati, he's live down there right now. So Andy, what is it like tonight compared to last night?
Hey Ron, I don't know if you can hear me, but we are in the corner of Centennial Park and Marietta, and there's dozens and dozens of law enforcement officers behind me. To give you some perspective where we are, CNN is right over here. That's where you saw a mass demonstration yesterday, and CNN damaged. And to my left, your right, is the Centennial Park. There's a number of people here yelling, talking about the police and justice. As you can see, the presence here and the tactical gear is completely different from what I remember seeing yesterday. They are not taking any chances this time. The chief telling me earlier that they did not want any injuries, any fatalities, and based on this right here, they are not taking any chances. If you can see farther away, essentially there is a crowd of people that is just surrounding these officers as they're trying to block entrance into this area leading into CNN. There is a huge crowd of people above them looking down in the parking garage. They're all looking down. You know, we're about 30 minutes away until curfew, and there is no, there's no sort of sense that people are going to be leaving. You could probably hear some language now. We apologize for that, talking about the President of the United States. And there are plenty of people with signs expressing their outrage over the shooting deaths and the Mr. George Floyd in Minneapolis. But largely, despite the signs, despite the chants, it is very peaceful at the moment, which is a good sign. This is what Mayor Bottoms wanted. She said, protest, but protest with a purpose. And as at least right here, where we are at this very moment, that's what you're experiencing. Now, to give you some perspective of where we are, again, there's the Ferris wheel. You got a sign right in front of the Ferris wheel basically saying, stay home. The mayor, one of the things that she said that really kind of resonated with me is that she says that if you have children, ask where they are. she had a change of tone, and so did the chief had a change of tone, as you know, when we interviewed her, saying that essentially she's looking forward to locking people up. Very strong language, calling the individuals that decide to more than protest, to turn to violence, to essentially calling them a organized terrorist organization. So they're now getting closer to the police officers. Police officers are standing ground, not moving. I don't know how they can have the patience when they're sometimes right in front of these officers' faces yelling things at them. It just shows to me of their professionalism and how they're able to stand their ground, listen to them, allow these individuals to be heard, but not move and not engage. Something that not a lot of people can do, and you got to give them some respect in their ability to do that.
Andy, I know Ron? Chief Shield.
You know what? You know, Andy.
Go ahead, Ron.
I was just going to say, Andy, part of that. Yeah, I was just going to say, Faith, real quick, part of the tactic of the police department to be able to maintain control is to control their own emotions. They have to control their own emotions. If they get emotionally sucked into whatever the crowd is saying to them, now they're out of control and they become even more vulnerable. So what they have to do is maintain emotional control, and we can see it there. But Andy, I have a quick question for you. I know the mayor says that it is zero tolerance tonight, that they're going to go after any violent protesters. However, have you heard anyone amongst the police department give any warning, saying that the curfew is about to take place in 30 minutes to disperse? Have you heard any of that?
That's actually a great question. We arrived literally about 15 minutes ago, and just setting up the camera, so we've only been around this crowd for just a few minutes. We have not heard any warnings saying that the curfew is about to end. We have not heard, or the curfew is about to begin, rather, in about 30 minutes. So we have not heard any warning saying, hey, disperse, you only have 30 minutes and the curfew started. The mayor said that she does not want to arrest anyone. She says that if you're out and you're past 9 o'clock and you're grabbing a bag of chips at the store, she doesn't want to arrest you. You're going to get a warning. We'll see if that happens here. We'll see if there's a warning, and we'll see exactly what happens when 9 o'clock hits. Ron, Faith.
All right, we're not that far away. Jeff here, Andy, thank you. And for one perspective of this crowd that has assembled with police now in a long line facing them, we have heard Andy for the past 10 minutes or so talking about what he is seeing. Now, Ryan Kruger is also in that area, and his vantage point is a little bit different from what Andy's was. And let's get a sense of that as he joins us now.
Yeah, so Jeff, the National Guard moved in maybe about half an hour ago, and when they did, you'll see they lined all throughout Centennial Olympic Park. Now, they have actually, earlier today, they closed down all of the gates to Centennial Olympic Park to not let anybody in, and it seemed that as soon as the National Guard moved in, the crowd started to disperse. It started to thin out. There were fewer at the very front, which is where Andy is standing, and started to come down, and you see several of them that are antagonizing. This particular group I'm looking at here, they've been screaming at these National Guardsmen for probably the last 25, 30 minutes. We've not seen any kind of movement from the National Guard. A lot of them are here with their shields and with their masks, but not all of them. Some of them, there's one over there. He does have a helmet on, does not have a mask, and has his hands behind his back and has been standing there for about 20 minutes just being barked at nonstop the entire time. Things have calmed down considerably. You know, about half an hour ago we had to move the camera because it was really starting to get out of hand. There were several arrests. Have not seen any since then. I can say that there was a point in time when people would be throwing water bottles and you heard other members in the crowd saying, hey, stop that, because they knew that when things started getting thrown at them, whereas yesterday things were being thrown at police, and there were they waited to make any kind of arrest. Tonight, pretty much as soon as anything starts getting thrown, the police have moved in. So we have noticed that has started to stop in the last half hour or so. Whenever people were throwing stuff, other members of the group started to police themselves and tell them, hey, cut that out, because they don't want to get arrested themselves.
So Ryan, I think the big challenge here,
I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, stay safe. If you have to leave us here, just go ahead and depart, and we'll take it from here. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, I think, what will be very interesting to witness is about 27 minutes away, and that is the curfew. How exactly is the curfew defined in the eyes of law enforcement? Now, Andy Perotti said a couple of minutes ago that the mayor said that she didn't want to have people arrested if they were going out. But nonetheless, what does that look like as 9 o'clock approaches?
Yeah, and we can see that they have started to line up, because they have up there at Marietta and Centennial, where Andy is standing, you have that whole area lined with law enforcement. Here, directly next to them, you have National Guard lining up. So they're starting to kind of box in a lot of the protesters. They can certainly still get out, that is for sure, but they are starting to surround them on all sides. I was just speaking to a guy just a couple minutes ago. We were just chatting about what it was like, and I said, kind of like what you mentioned, I said it will be interesting to see what happens come 9 o'clock with the curfew, and he didn't even know there was a curfew. There has not been any kind of announcement been made here over a loudspeaker or things along those lines. Obviously, it did spread all throughout social media, but if you're not checking that right now, it's entirely possible you don't know. At least some people did, and when I mentioned that to that gentleman, he said, I think that's probably my cue to go ahead and get out of here. So we will see. It's entirely possible here in the next maybe 10 minutes we might start to get some warnings over a loudspeaker. Possibly they will move in, but we will have to see what that looks like. I do think in the next 20 minutes here, as we get closer and closer to 9 o'clock, that is a possibility where we might start to see more arrests move in. We will. I think that's a time frame we're really going to need to watch closely and kind of keep our head on a swivel here, because any time that the riot line moves forward, most of the crowd starts running the opposite direction, and that is an instance where people can really get hurt, because there are so many people, hundreds of people, running at the same time. And so certainly very concerned about that whenever that happens. But again, no warnings that I've heard, and I've been out here all night, so no warnings that I've heard from police as far as a curfew.
So Ryan, I think an interesting thing to look for are those buses that are used in mass arrests. Do you see any of those buses nearby in anticipation of arresting the protesters?
I do not. But, last night I didn't see them either until they came up and started arresting them. So it is entirely possible that they are, I know for a fact that they are here. They are just not in the location. At one point in time last night, it was about 2:30 in the morning, after they made a handful of more arrests, they actually said to them, that we need, I heard over the radio, they said, you're going to have to forgive me, there's a man deciding to play his drum here. But we heard police say, we're actually going to need another wagon to come here.
All right, Ryan Kruger, thank you. We appreciate it in downtown Atlanta. Again, we are 24 minutes away from curfew, and you see the police in a long line to the left and the protesters that have gathered in front of them directly. And we will see certainly how this plays out in the minutes ahead.
It's interesting to see Andy's report and compare it to the report that Ryan Kruger just gave us just in the last few moments. We have reporters all over the metro area just monitoring these situations. There are several pockets of protests that are happening, and we want to be able to give you full coverage of what's going on, give you different angles. And so we were able to also put some cameras in the sky. Our drone video we have here showing you what's happening in the downtown area. To be clear, this is not live video. We shot this in the 6 o'clock hour. You see there are bicycle officers who have lined the streets there. This is near Centennial Olympic Park. They are blocking Marietta Street and making sure that protesters can't get past them. And then we switched the camera to a view where you see the protesters walking together in one direction, walking away from McCormick's. And it's unclear where they're going right now, but you see they're holding signs, they're walking peacefully. There doesn't seem to be any disruptions going on at this point. There are vehicles that are stopped in the middle of the road, obviously because some of these protesters were spilling into the roadway, and so they want to make sure everyone is safe. But again, this is video our investigator Brendan Keefe shot just a few hours ago in the 6 o'clock hour, showing a lot of protesters in the downtown area. Not as large of a group as we saw yesterday around this hour, but still a significant number of people who are there protesting and making sure their voices are heard. Jeff.
And you know, Faith, I think the other thing certainly to keep an eye on is, and as we saw sunset approach yesterday, so many of the protesters would fan out. They would leave that location. They would make their way toward Buckhead, as we would learn later in the evening. But there has been certainly protesters that we've seen in Gwinnett County. We've been with Nick Sturdivant over the last half hour or so out at Sugarloaf, and it has been something to watch. There have also been a number of emails from the Avalon area, which is up Georgia 400, that there has been some law enforcement in that area up there, which is off 400, that would be in Forsyth County. So the question is, do these protesters fan out, do they spread out, of which we saw last night, and that's when most of the violence occurred.
And speaking of violence, what we're seeing in the downtown area is in stark contrast to what we're seeing in other parts. We're seeing a lot of people being arrested in the downtown area, but if you move over just a little bit to the MLK Memorial, Hope Ford was reporting just a few minutes ago that things remained peaceful in that area. There's another group of protesters that's there, and no issues there whatsoever. Officers escorted them as they moved from place to place, but things remained calm and peaceful, and they were able to get their message across. We also heard from John Sherrick, who is in front of the governor's mansion. We had a big crowd there sitting in the middle of the road, but things remained largely peaceful, and they started to disperse just as we finished talking to John Sherrick. Same for Sugarloaf Parkway, where another group of protesters were earlier this evening.
We also talked with Governor Kemp a short period ago, and he talked about the 1,500 National Guardsmen.
Right.
As you recall, last night, the belief was that only 500 would be needed. They have grown that 3 times, 1,500. I asked the governor, I said, so where are they going to be positioned in Atlanta Metro? And he was unwilling to reveal that. He said, we don't want them to know where we are going to be, but we certainly have a plan, and it will also be intriguing. And we're using the term interesting and intriguing because certainly there are a lot of moving parts here about how all of these pieces certainly will interact with each other, and what will happen here tonight again once the curfew is in place in 19 minutes and once the sun goes down.
Yeah, as the entire city watched in awe yesterday, I should say even the entire country watched in awe yesterday as things deteriorated here in Atlanta. I believe police officers went back, debriefed, and said, what can we do differently today? And what they decided, we heard from Chief Shields earlier this evening. She acknowledged that things got out of control and got away from them a little bit yesterday. And at the beginning, we saw Chief Shields in the middle of the crowd yesterday, along with other police officers, talking to the crowd, listening to the crowd, and they're still trying to do some of that today. But we're seeing a more strategic plan today, where officers were in formation. They're blocking protesters from getting past them. They're making arrests as quickly as possible, so things aren't compounding.
Yeah, anytime you have violence to the degree of what we saw last night, you're going to elicit a very strong response from government and from law enforcement. And while there was patience with protesting yesterday, there certainly was no patience for the kind of violence that has been seen. Agree with that, Ron?
I absolutely agree with that, Jeff. Especially with the chief saying that there will be zero tolerance tonight. It was a totally different tone last night. And we discussed this, early during the protest. We saw a lot of the officers lined up along CNN, along that facility there. They were taking rocks and bottles, and they were just batting it down, knocking them down, and not really responding or reacting to the assault that was placed upon them. But tonight, they're absolutely ready. And just to see that the governor says, hey, last night we're going to give you 500 troops, Mayor, now to say now we're going to give you 1,500 troops to be able to deal with this situation. And it's smart, to be honest with you. Strategically, it's smart for for the governor to say, I'm not going to tell you where I'm going to place these troops, because we don't want to give any violent protesters, any outsiders, because they believe a lot of these folks who are conducting all this violence within the city of Atlanta are outsiders. We're not going to give them a heads up as to where we're going to place our people.
So,
but
Ron,
what's interesting is we are just 15 minutes away from the curfew. We'll see how it all unfolds.
Ron, how does it work with the National Guard in terms of how they would be used? Would there be more of a proclivity to use them of, protecting government institutions, whether it's the Federal Reserve, whether it's the state capitol, whether it's the governor's mansion, or would they also be used for private business?
I think they would be used for private businesses as well, because Andy Parati had asked the chief, well, how are you going to use them? And part of that is, she says, we're going to embed some of our officers who are here with the Atlanta Police Department and other local agencies. We're going to embed some of those officers with the guardsmen to make sure that we can help them with the geographical locations. We can give them a little bit more of a sense of the culture, where they are, depending upon where they are. But I believe that they're going to be used, as you pointed out, to protect some of those government institutions, but also private businesses as well, depending upon how bad it gets. I think about what happened with Rodney King in Los Angeles, and they had to call in the California National Guard, and they were there just not to protect any type of state institutions, but private businesses as well. So hopefully it never gets to that, Jeff and Faith, but I'm confident that they're going to be used not only for the state buildings, but private businesses too.
But I'm sorry, Faith, go ahead.
I was just going to say that's part of the reason why Mayor Bottom said that we needed this curfew, and Chief Shields also agreed with that. They made sure to explain the curfew is not to infringe upon anyone's rights. They acknowledge that it's an extreme step, but it's a much needed step, so we don't repeat what happened last night. Again, that curfew starts at 9 p.m. And the reason for that curfew, here are the numbers just from the last 24 hours. APD made about 70 arrests yesterday in those protests. They had 20 vehicles, APD vehicles, that were damaged. 2 of these vehicles were burned or a total loss. At least 3 police officers were injured in the protests yesterday. They were pushed around, debris thrown at them. Officers, minor injuries, they're okay, they're going to be okay. On the fire department side, we had 8 vehicles from the fire department that were damaged yesterday. And we saw fires all over the place, vehicle fires, structure fires. So a lot happened yesterday in the last few hours of the protest that necessitated the curfew, according to the mayor's office. So it will be really interesting to see how they enforce that as we get closer and closer to the 9 o'clock hour, and hopefully things will remain peaceful tonight.
Yeah, here we go. We're about 13 minutes away from
the... Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're about 13 minutes away, Ron. So.
I know this is kind of awkward, because just to let our viewers know, I am in the basement of my home reporting. You guys are downtown in Atlanta, and there's always this weird delay, because I'll hear you guys talking, and when you finish talking, I won't hear the end of your sentence, folks, until maybe 4 or 5 seconds later. Then I can respond. That's why we're kind of stepping on each other like that. But just looking at those numbers that you put out there, Faith, 70 arrests, 20 vehicles damaged, 3 officers, minor injuries, 8 fire trucks damaged as well. That's why they probably want to make sure that we have to have overwhelming force. We have to have overwhelming manpower to make sure that doesn't happen again. But the other problem, or the other concern, obviously, is to make sure that everyone stays safe.
All right, let's continue downtown, and we'll check in with you in a moment, Ron and Faith. And let's go to Ryan Kruger right now. And Ryan, give us a view of what you're seeing down there now as police are showing force to protesters. We can see it here.
Yeah, so cable's wrapped up in a tripod, so if you go shouldering in, you have to be careful.
All right, we're having a little bit of trouble with Ryan's audio. We'll try to rectify that. Can we see the picture, the full picture downtown, the one on the right? Yeah, that's the one. And that is one that gives us a view that is facing, as you head down the road there. CNN would be on the right. The parking for CNN employees would be on the left. Marietta Street is just beyond the protesters, just beyond those placards and signs that are being held up right now. But we are seeing a group of protesters that continue, Faith, to mill about. We do not see en masse the way that we saw last night. That's for sure. The numbers have decreased significantly. Ryan, I think we have your microphone all taken care of.
Yeah, we do, Jeff. And you'll have to forgive me. I'm not going to do this particular report in front of the camera. The last few times, it's starting to kind of attract the attention of the crowd. And we were just swarmed a few minutes ago. Thankfully, we do have security out here. And, you know, we had a conversation with the protesters. They're upset at a lot of things, including the media in this particular instance. But let's try to tell you exactly what's going on. Not much has changed, really, in the last 10 minutes since our last report. Still a number of people here, all standing. I did just get a text message from the city of Atlanta saying that they do have a curfew in place. As you know, if you're a resident of the city and you sign up for their automated system, you know, it is one of their text messages that they send out. I'm still getting the impression from most of the people I'm talking to that they're not aware that curfew is in place. Again, haven't heard anything over a loudspeaker. So really what we're seeing in the last 10 minutes, thankfully, it has calmed considerably from where it was maybe an hour ago when we were just seeing arrest after arrest. I think a lot of the protesters kind of policed themselves. They were saying quit throwing bottles because they didn't want the police to move in and start making arrests. And so it's really just been kind of a standstill for the last 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so. There's still a large crowd gathered in front of where that riot line is located at Centennial and Marietta. We're still seeing the Army National Guard that is surrounding all of Centennial Olympic Park. And for the last 30 minutes, it's just been a standstill. It's been a lot of words being said. Have not seen any bottles being thrown anymore. I think as soon as the bottles start getting thrown, that's whenever they start moving in and start making arrests. And so once the protesters figured out that was the case, they quit doing that. So I have not seen anything thrown at them, thankfully. So it is, and here we go. Here we go. There's a lot of people running here.
Oh my.
We're going to hide here behind this pole.
Hey, watch it.
All right, we will pick it up from here, Ryan. We're seeing the protesters now running away from the police. But, you know, we have seen this instance, Faith and Ron, over the last 24 hours where there will be a group of protesters who will sprint away, and then we'll see what they're doing right now. They will then begin to walk back to the point where they started running from. So this is familiar choreography, if you will.
Right, we saw that happen a few times, even during the 6 o'clock hour, right? When they first gathered there, Ryan would start talking, and then we'll see a group run towards him, and then all of a sudden they stop and then head back to where they were in that group. As we head closer and closer to the 9 p.m. hour, I just want to remind everyone, Atlanta is under a curfew starting at 9 p.m. and as a result of that, MARTA will be suspending service at 9 p.m. So if you're not already on a train, it's too late to get on a train. Streetcar service has been suspended as well. Now, we have a different perspective from that downtown area protest from Andy Parati, who's also there just a ways from Ryan Kruger. And so we're taking a look at this camera and seeing the activity there. And just a few moments, we'll get back to Andy Parati to give us a sense of what he's seeing on his side, just to give us a complete view of what's happening in the Atlanta area. Now, this is a DOT camera showing us the downtown area. This is Marietta Street, and right in front of Centennial Olympic Park. These protesters were supposed to be leaving now. And because the curfew starts at 9 p.m. Mayor Bottoms says this is not for anyone who's just going to the grocery store for them to be arrested or anything like that, but you will be warned if you're seen out there after 9 p.m.
So we are seeing a plume of tear gas now at Centennial Olympic Park, looking down toward the freeway. And on the left, as you are looking at it on the television screen right now, World of Coke, All of those buildings are over there on that side, and police have now made a move on these protesters, so you are seeing them move or be flushed or pushed away from the point where they have been assembling for most of the afternoon. You can see them there, and the park is certainly in the foreground there as well. So we will see how this happens. 7 minutes away from the curfew, and certainly we are seeing more of the protesters certainly on the move, and police seem to be inching their way as well. But that plume of tear gas behind there, that is thick, that is heavy, and that is certainly going to dissipate the protesters, as you are seeing now. The riot gear, law enforcement, Andy Parati there on the right, he does not have a tear gas mask on, and he is going to be feeling some of the effects of this shortly. Andy, can you hear me, or are you able to talk?
Hi, Jet.
What are you looking at right now? Are you seeing protesters moving?
We are seeing some protesters moving almost like clockwork. Right about 10 till 9 p.m. they went on the loudspeaker and told everyone they had 10 minutes to leave because of the curfew that was about to start. And then right afterwards, we started hearing small explosions, probably the tear gas that you were just talking about, and then what looked like fireworks, and then they all just started running. The protesters are still here. Some of them have left. They've just moved them farther and farther away from that intersection near Centennial Olympic Park and Marietta Square, or Marietta there. And the officers are, again, they're all on the line. They're not moving. The protesters and sometimes are yelling, but this portion right here, there is no one running up to them like what you saw late last night. Late last night they were running and like charging police officers. You don't see that here, which is a good thing. But you are hearing lots of profanity, you're hearing lots of anger, you're hearing lots of passion, you're hearing lots of words to police officers, but the police officers are doing what they're told in their training. They are keeping composure. They're not reacting.
Andy, has there been...
You can see in the distance some of the tear gas. Go ahead.
Andy, has there been any announcement from Atlanta Police about what may happen? Have they given any kind of warning to the protesters that we are X number of minutes away from the curfew being enforced? And the sidebar, the secondary part of that question is, how will the city enforce it? When 9 o'clock comes, and that's about 4.5 minutes away, will they make the move on these protesters and clear the park?
Jeff, that is a very good question, and it was posed to the chief in a press conference essentially saying Minneapolis tried to implement a curfew last night and it did not work. So we asked the chief, why do you feel confident that it is going to work here? And her response is, wait and see, and that they hope. I think the goal is, according to the mayor and chief, is not to arrest dozens and dozens, hundreds of people, nor do they have the capacity to, really, because the protesters in some portions of this area outnumber the police officers, but it's to compel them to just go home. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to give them as much heads up as possible. We actually have to start moving. There's police officers coming down, and we've been told to start coming down and going on the other side. There's also a lot of firecrackers or tear gas that has been thrown our way. So we're gonna get closer to this Centennial Park as these police vehicles move past us in SWAT gear.
Well, maybe
just some of the images that...
In the minutes ahead here, Andy, we're now getting perhaps an answer to our question about the curfew being enforced. About a decade ago, Atlanta Police gave a curfew to Occupy in Woodruff Park. It was very quiet, much like this, but as that moment came, they moved in force to move the protesters out. So we'll see if that plays out again here. We're about 2.5 minutes away from 9 o'clock and the curfew.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see 3 minutes to see what their plan is moving forward. It's a wait-and-see approach right now. But some of the protesters, at least near us, are starting to fall back, which is something I think the city wanted.
So are you seeing a lot of protesters, or can you give me a sense of how many you are viewing right now that are standing their ground, that are not leaving?
Yeah, let me show you, at least where we are. And we are on Marietta Street. There really is not too many protesters. Kathy, take a look right over here. If you take a look, there's a few dozen over here. If you keep going to the back over there. When we first got here, it was kind of packed. And it was hard to actually get to the police officers in the middle of that intersection. They've really fallen back, really started to separate, and really paying attention to the tear gas that is being thrown to them, and some of the fireworks that you see that are on the ground. I think they're getting the message, at least right here. Something also that I found interesting, one of the things that I found interesting is that most of the people I've talked to are local people. Jeff, back to you.
All right, Andy Parati, thank you from Centennial Olympic Park. We are just about a minute away from the city of Atlanta and its curfew. The Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms, announcing around 7 o'clock tonight that a curfew would be implemented. The question that we have not been able to ascertain, how is the definition of instructing and giving these protesters an understanding of what this curfew will look like? Will they begin to move them out of the area of Centennial Olympic Park where they have gathered for the past couple of days, not far away from the CNN Center and Marietta Street as well? But we are taking a look at the park, and we are seeing more of a police presence, not only with many squad cars, but we are also seeing a sort of ATV vehicle with police beginning to assemble as well. So they have many of these protesters now that are surrounded in this area, a very tight area of downtown Atlanta, and we will see in the minutes ahead. We have a lot more coverage coming your way on 11 Alive. Stay with us.
Good evening, I'm Aisha Howard, joining you here at the top of the 9 o'clock hour. As the clock strikes 9 p.m. straight up, a curfew is now in effect for the city of Atlanta, beginning at 9 p.m. going until tomorrow morning at sunrise. If you don't know, this is the warning. Just driving into our Midtown studios, it was all over billboards all around the city. The mayor saying this curfew is indeed going into effect. We are still awaiting to see how this is all going to play out. We are giving you multiple views and vantage points tonight. A much different scene from last night. By this time, there were fires and multiple fires. Looking in the upper right-hand side of your screen, you see there have been a couple of items tossed around and people are starting to scatter. Jeff Hullinger and Ron Jones joining me now. We are seeing more tear gas being deployed because, according to authorities, you're going to get arrested right away, as we're seeing go down right now. Tear gas being deployed, all signs, Jeff, pointing to it is time to go. Well,
2 hours ago, during the news conference with the mayor and the chief of police, it was no nonsense. They were talking about the tragedy, the killing in Minneapolis, and the great empathy of the racial division and issues that continue to confound the United States. But at the same time, they were saying violence would not be accepted tonight. It would not take place as it did on Friday evening into Saturday morning. A much different tact, a much different sort of view from the city and from law enforcement. We spoke with the governor as well shortly after that news conference, and he too was talking about there would be zero tolerance, his words, zero tolerance of any misbehavior as it relates to violence in Atlanta.
Ron Jones joining us also tonight here in the 9 o'clock hour, former law enforcement officer from Oakland Police Department. Ron, Oakland definitely no stranger to things like this, and I've been watching the national news. Oakland is in a very heated situation as well. Now bringing it back home to Atlanta, as we approach this curfew here, what are we thinking? Because last night, Ron and Jeff, we kept talking about just how standoffish they were a little bit and how they gave the protesters a lot of room. Ron, today a totally different story. They are manning the crowd tonight.
Absolutely. A huge contrast here, black and white difference compared to last night. Last night, as you know, it was more touchy-feely, kumbaya type of moment between the police department and protesters. We had a lot of the police officers, and even the chief herself was actually amongst the protesters, trying to connect with them, trying to hear from them. And then the violence broke out right in front of CNN. And as we saw this unfold over the hours, we could see that the Atlanta Police Department was absolutely outmanned. There were more protesters there. They were a lot more mobile, and the Atlanta Police Department was working to put out fires, so to speak. But tonight, a totally different story. So now the state have committed 1,500 National Guardsmen. There's much more mutual aid as well. As we look at these live pictures of downtown Atlanta, you can see all of those officers are mobilizing, and as soon as the clock strike 9, immediately they began to move in. There's another young man who has been arrested. Absolute zero tolerance compared to what we saw initially last night, guys.
Ron, it makes you think that the city was simply surprised by what they got last evening, and that they did not anticipate the degree of difficulty and violence and rancor and animosity and physicality they found with their officers under assault, whether it was with a handgun or a BB gun or rocks or bottles. It was full throttle all night long into the early morning hours.
And when you think about this, historically, Atlanta has been a mecca for civil rights, peaceful protest, but making huge strides in the things that we want changed throughout our country. And so I believe that they did not anticipate the violence that we saw. But the one thing that the chief pointed out when she was speaking with our colleague, Andy Parati, and that is they believe a lot of these folks who are coming in, they consider them terrorists. They're calling them terrorists. That these protesters who are in here violently attacking property are not from Atlanta. They're not Atlantans. They believe that they're from outside. They're outsiders who are bringing that violence here.
All right, let's check in now with Andy Parati. Last time we saw Andy, he was on the move. He was in transit along the roadway there at Centennial Olympic Park, and we were seeing a very heavy police force, not only with squad cars, riot gear, but also those little ATV vehicles as well. Andy?
Hey, Jeff, as you can see, I no longer have my mask on because there's hardly anyone around me. I'm 6 feet away from my photographer and the officers behind me. There are no protesters even close to them. It appears, at least at this moment, that it is working. The protesters that we do see left are walking this way. There was a very small crowd at the very beginning as they were asked to leave, but now they are dispersing. To give you some perspective where we are again, this Centennial Park is right over here to my right, and then you got CNN right here. One of the things that Ron and you were just talking about is that last night they felt like a lot of the people that were coming and breaking things and breaking windows and hurting people were people from out of town. Well, I spoke to a few people right when I got here. All I found was locals. I found people from the suburbs that just wanted to come in and take part and show support for the Black Lives Matter movement. I spoke to one of them. He's a college student, 21 years old. His name is Aaron. Take a listen. What was your purpose of coming out here?
Really to just try to be heard and really try to make some real difference. I've had a few encounters with police. I've seen a lot. Just looking at the face of the officer that was on George Floyd, I think a lot of the officers, a lot of our police enforcement, they have a sense of, they're scared. They don't really see you as a person. They'll see what the problem is after they get to it. A lot of people are arrested with petty charges and stuff like that, seeing before they can get a case to build it up. So right here, I just kind of come, challenge the officers, ask them. It's easy in this moment right now with all the heat and all the publicity to act like you stand with these people that are out here protesting. It's easy to come out here and act like you understand where we're coming from and you support us. But it's going to be really hard when all this dies down and the norm of societies continue and goes back into rotation. It's going to be really hard to try to challenge those norms, try to question, hey man, what did you mean by that joke or that stereotype, or why are we doing this, or things like that. And I know for the people of color and even the people that agree with the message that are Caucasian or of other races, it will be hard for them to try to challenge those norms or try to even have their voice heard. And I was just challenging them, if you really want to do it, let's do it.
That was Aaron, a Clark Atlanta University student I just spoke with, echoing a lot of the concerns and frustration involving the community, the policing community, and Black Lives Matter. Just real quick, there was some movement over here where some protesters were refusing to leave. Jeff, we'll send it back to you.
Andy, you're talking about locals that were able to come in, and let me stop what I'm saying right now, because we're now looking at a plume of tear gas here in Atlanta Police. I'm not quite sure where this live shot is. Yes, there is hope right now. Hope, it's all yours.
Yeah, so we are we're right by the Olympic Park signs right here by Centennial Park, right by the Waffle House in front of the Ferris wheel. So we were right there whenever they started firing off that tear gas. We were right there in the middle of it whenever we saw them all to start to move forward to push those protesters back. There were protesters running in several different directions trying to get away from it. We saw people choking and even throwing up from the amount of gas that was being used. They just moved up a little bit more to again push back those people who are really across the intersection right here. They're across the intersection, kind of standing there, and every once in a while the police that you're seeing right here, they'll start to move forward a little bit more to kind of try to continue to push those people back here. So what we're seeing here, again, there's people, I hope you can see, on the other side. They're still standing there. No one's come towards the police line that you're seeing here. They're kind of maintaining that distance at this point, because it looks like anytime they do start to move forward with those shields. They do start dropping smoke bombs. They do start dropping tear gas at that point. We did see a couple of people get arrested immediately after that tear gas was used. We saw one person who was being led away. He was shirtless. He was bloody. We saw a couple of other people who were being arrested there right now. So we're just kind of they're in a waiting pattern right now. They're waiting to see almost what the other side's going to do. It seems like both sides are kind of waiting right now to see what the other side is going to do.
I have a question for you, Hope. As where you're standing right now, you're facing Lucky Street, which is the street that runs past the Tabernacle. Are police allowing protesters through there, or have they blocked off, have they sequestered that street so that there's no access to get in or get out?
There is no access. So I'll see if I can kind of turn you around just a little bit, just to show that it's empty back here, except for more police. So you see the trucks that are moving in right there. You see there's more police presence back here, going all the way back to the Ferris wheel there. So they're not letting anybody onto this road. They're trying to push them back. They're trying to disperse them. They're trying to get them to go home. They're not letting anyone through over here on this line. And it goes, of course, this line, of course, goes all the way across the street over there.
Are you seeing just a few arrests, or are you seeing a lot of arrests?
It looks like there's a couple of people who are now standing in the... Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you if you're seeing many arrests or just a few arrests here and there. In other words, are they making arrests in mass trying to clear the area?
No, from what I saw, from my vantage point, they were deploying gas to push people back, and then those who remained or who got into the way, that's who they were arrested. So we only saw 2 arrests whenever that 9 o'clock hour hit and that gas was deployed. There were only 2 people that we saw being led away, because for the most part, the majority of people scattered. The majority of people ran. And what you're watching right here, right now, there's a couple of people who are coming out into the street, and you'll know. There's the fireworks that we've seen being thrown at the police presence last night and still here tonight. So as you can see, there are all those people across the street, and you can see the police line here. They are not moving forward. And the protesters on the other side, they're not moving forward either. So we're kind of just, again, in that waiting pattern to see. It looks like they're waiting to see, both sides are kind of waiting to see what each one's going to do.
And Hope, last night as we approached this time, we had a lot of fires before the 9 o'clock hour last night. Is this the first fire that we've seen tonight?
As far as fireworks being thrown?
Oh, I'm sorry, Hope, I couldn't hear you. You said that was only fireworks.
Yeah, that was fireworks. We have seen a lot of fireworks actually being, and police are actually telling us to kind of move to the side and make sure that we have our IDs on us, which we do have. But they're kind of telling us to move a little bit more to the side here. So we haven't seen any fires. Now, I will say, whenever that tear gas was deployed, there was a lot of street signs. There were a lot of gates. There were a lot of things that barricades that were being picked up and thrown at the officers as they were deploying all that gas and trying to move that line forward. So there was a lot of things thrown at officers. We haven't seen any vandalism or any fires out here at this time right now.
Amber alerts just went off, almost like a caution or an alert just went off on all of our phones, Hope, alerting us about the curfew. And I guess that's partially due to the fact that if you're out in the protest, you probably don't know what the mayor has said. So last night, we kept saying that we wish that the protesters could have heard the messages from the press conference with she and Chief Shields. But now there's sort of no excuse because it's going out over our devices. Just to give you a heads up that we have now gotten that, just in case you don't have your phone on you, sort of the alert system, mass alert system has gone out, letting the community know about the 9 p.m. curfew in Atlanta.
And so we are into the curfew about 13 minutes now, and we have seen more activity from Atlanta police really than we have seen over the course of the last 24 hours. Ron Jones joins us now. Ron, we are into this curfew. What is the choreography of Atlanta police now to try to push these protesters away from that area in downtown? Is it about arrests, or is it simply about shepherding them somewhere else?
I like when you use that term, shepherding, because that's a really good analogy of what's taking place. They want to get them out of there. They basically say, hey, we don't want to lock you up. We don't want to put zip ties on you. We want you to get out. We're going to give you an opportunity to do that. But just looking at both of those camera angles right now, what the officers are doing, what the command officers are having them do, is line up in a straight line. They don't want them individually taking off and chasing protesters, and they're about to mobilize and move. When they mobilize and move, it's going to be in a strategic way to try to force them down certain streets or in certain geographical areas so that they can manage that situation properly. But I believe, just based upon the posture that we're seeing right now, that they are mobilizing and getting ready to move. And earlier tonight, and you saw this too, Jeff, that any time that they were hit with bottles or rocks or anything like that, immediately the rest team, who were standing in front, standing behind the skirmish line, that straight line that you see right there, they would run in, grab people, zip tie them, get them back out of there so they can process them quickly. And I believe that right now we're seeing calm. But now that the curfew is on, I think we're going to see a lot more conflict here soon.
Would you guess that by 10 o'clock this will be maybe totally under control, or is it wrong to look at it in terms of time?
I think it's wrong to look at it in terms of time. I think it's a temperature check. I think they're trying to see, what are the protesters going to do? Is there any specific people, any agitators out there that they think they need to target? And you have to keep in mind, too, that even though we see these uniform officers right in front of us, there are intel officers. There are officers who are working undercover. There may be officers who are amongst the protesters right now to help identify who the agitators are so that they can let folks know this is who you need to pinpoint. Last night, we saw officers on rooftops with binoculars looking down, trying to identify certain people so that they can be strategic in targeting whoever may be the spark that can set this thing on fire and bring more violence to that particular area. So even though they're just sitting around, and it looks like they're just sitting around just waiting for something to happen, there's a lot of activity that's taking place behind the scenes that we don't see.
And Ron, it's very interesting. Last night around this time, we started to see just how spread out the protests were, especially later into the evening as it moved over into the Buckhead area. And when you incorporate the aspect of social media, people are talking about so many different locations. So I do think even with the curfew in the city of Atlanta, it's going to be interesting to see if they migrate to other areas that may not have a curfew. That is yet to be seen. We want to go back now to Andy Parati, who is on the ground for us near Centennial Olympic Park. And as we go to Andy near the College Football Hall of Fame, we do want to keep giving you guys this disclaimer that we apologize for any profane language or things that you may see from protesters that could be out and behind our crews. Andy, what are you seeing right now?
Good evening, Aisha. We are seeing a lot of protesters that are not here. When we walked up here, we saw protesters on both sides of the street walking towards the intersection of the Olympic Park and Marietta. They're gone. You've seen a line of police officers. We're now about a football field away from that intersection where we were originally. The officers have been walking in a line, and they've been slowly, methodically getting everyone to start going back. And at least where we are, I can count the number of protesters on my hand right now. I spoke to a man just a short time ago very passionate and almost in tears in his eyes. And he's saying, I'm a family man. I'm a man who graduated from Morehouse. And I wanted to come here, not because I wanted to entice violence, but because I'm just so tired of the injustices that are going on involving the black community. And he wanted me to make sure that that message got out, that the majority of the people that were out yesterday, and possibly the majority, what it appears to be right now or this evening, are people that just wanted their voices to be heard, their anger heard from law enforcement. To give you some perspective again, law enforcement now quite a distance away. Again, they methodically ended up walking in a line, getting people to leave. National Guard just to right of them, one of the 100 Humvees and vehicles that they have. So again, where we are, at least right now, things are looking good for the city, at least for their goal to get people to leave after the 9 p.m. curfew.
Andy, give me again a sense of where you are. I'm looking at you, and I'm very close to the TV. I'm standing up here trying to figure exactly where you are. Some of those areas at night in that area all look the same. Could you give people an overview of street of where you are?
Yeah, you got it. So we're on Marietta Street. The Omni Hotel is right here. The College Football Hall of Fame that was vandalized yesterday is right over here. Olympic Park is right over here. I believe my colleague Ryan Kruger is on the other side of the park, and that's where you were talking to him earlier, lots of tear gas. There are some protesters now, the ones that are left, a handful of them, talking to the police about a half a football field away. But this is where we are. This is where the majority of the protesters were, at least at one point, in downtown Atlanta. Most of them are gone. Most of the people I spoke with are locals. I spoke to that gentleman who graduated from Morehouse, a longtime Atlanta resident. He's standing right here, right beside me. I spoke to some college kids, some college students that just wanted to see what was going on. Some of them spectators, some of them wanting to voice their concern about policing. I spoke to high schoolers in the suburbs that just saw what was going on last night, and they wanted to take part. They wanted to be spectators. So this is the lay of the land, at least where we are right now. Again, just a handful of protesters, dozens of police officers about a half a football field away in a line, ready in case they decide to charge, or ready in case more individuals come. You can hear the helicopter right above me, swirling right above me. There were drones earlier. The police doing a really good job tactically trying to see what is going on from the air above.
All right,
guys,
now,
back to you.
Thank you so much, Andy. Now we're going to go to Hope Ford on the ground, where we were waiting to see who was going to make a move. It looks like protesters might be making the first move, Hope.
Yeah, so I want you to quickly just take a look to the left over here. You see some of those protesters that were across the street. Now they're moving back. They're moving in a little bit. They've been, kind of getting a little bit close to the line, not right directly in front of the protesters, but they're still, they're still waiting there. They're still waiting there. And then right across from where we are right now, there is, there's a parking lot over there where there are a lot of people standing right there. And actually, a firework was just thrown at the officers here just a few minutes ago. We heard the words "heads up," and then we saw the firework hit the ground, and then it popped off there. So you kind of see the officers. They're in that stance right now because at that point there were protesters who were getting a little bit close to them. Of course, it's also going to be an interesting situation to try to keep everybody safe, because there are cars going over. The roads are not closed, so there are cars that are going through this street, where on one side there's protesters and on the other side there's police officers, and then on the right of those police officers there's also a large crowd that is kind of forming as well. So this has been kind of what it's been for since we last talked to you guys. The police line has not moved, but the protesters have been getting closer to them. And we've also heard across that parking lot, they were chanting, several things at police officers. Couldn't exactly hear what those chants were. And you see back there, if you can see a little bit back there, there's a lot of people that have their arms up, their fists raised, as they're continuing to do what they wanted to come here to do, but now they're just doing it over there. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here in the next couple of minutes.
And if they're local, that means they've gotten the alert on their phone that the curfew is in effect. We all got it here in the studio. I do want to go back to the perspective. Hope was at a very peaceful protest earlier today as well. And I love the perspective that Andy is giving us as he's talking to people on the ground, the people who are keeping the purpose of the protest top of mind, just saying how they're feeling and the status of the emotions. Not sure if we got the tweet in earlier from Representative John Lewis, who we know is so familiar about this. Just to bring it to you here in the 9 o'clock hour, if you're just joining us, he says, I know your pain, your rage, your sense of despair and hopelessness. Justice has indeed been denied far too long. Rioting, looting, and burning is not the way. Organize, demonstrate, sit in, stand up, vote, be constructive, not destructive. We've been hearing those sentiments from, Jeff, you said different generations since last night. So we do hope that that message starts to sink in as we look at this large crowd that's gathered here with the curfew now being in effect as we await to see what is going to be the move. These National Guardsmen have been deployed. We see people are now starting to scatter about. I'm not sure which reporter is near that exact crowd right there, or if this is a different place because that's an aerial view. But all around the Centennial Olympic Park area downtown. Let's go to Ryan Kruger now, who is on the ground for us. Ryan, what's happening where you are?
All right, so Aisha, we have a good view now of where the rest of the protesters have now essentially scattered. This is Andy Young International, and we're going to zoom in, and you see that is what is left of the crowd. So at pretty much 9:01 on the dot, police started moving down the street. There were several fireworks being thrown at police. Police were throwing tear gas back. That is how they dispersed most of the crowd. The crowd has now completely left Centennial Olympic Park Drive, and the ones that are remaining here are in basically at a standstill now along Andy Young. Now, there is still traffic going along here. I mean, there are still people trying to drive. I know some of them are protesters trying to go home. A lot of them are probably just people that got stuck in traffic, and this is a terrible place for them to be, unfortunately, right now. So it's not clear. Police have not moved. They've been stuck. They've been staying at the intersection of Centennial and Andy Young for the last, probably 10 minutes or so after they got all the protesters off Centennial Olympic Park Drive, and now it's kind of waiting there. What is the next step? Over here to my right, hey Charles, let's go ahead and show over here to see that police have also formed a line here at Lucky, basically right at the Ferris wheel. This is an area where we did see fires set last night. And that was a big firecracker that just went off. And so we see more and more firecrackers going off, but the line, the riot line for police that they had set up has died down. Oh, here we go. There's more fireworks being thrown. That appeared to be a smoke bomb of some sort that was just thrown toward police. And so people are starting to back up there. There's a lot of smoke going on in the air. Police have established that line. I'm not seeing police fire any tear gas back at them, but right now there is a lot of smoke in the area, and so people are clearing out of the area right now. Soon after police moved the protesters off Centennial Olympic Park Drive, they started to, many of them started to back up and start to reposition somewhere else. We don't know where that is, but we do know that tactically they will be trying to set up and get in different locations to try to get the protesters to all leave the street. We have the chopper flying above us right now. And it does appear that smoke bomb that went off is affecting some officers. I see one right over here. He just walked away from the line to go put on his gas mask. So that definitely did make an impact to some of those officers that were standing there that did not have their gas masks on at the time. And they've now had to put those on.
Ryan,
so it's still pretty tense here. No more protesters on. Go ahead, Jeff.
Ryan, I'm hearkening back to the news conference from the mayor and the chief of police and their no-nonsense attitude around 7 o'clock. When they said there would be a zero tolerance for any of this. By this, I mean protesters who would have a very active stance with law enforcement. So if they are beginning to throw these explosive fireworks in the direction of police, you wonder if that will ratchet up the response to try and clear out the park, clear out that part of Centennial Olympic Park perhaps faster than they might have originally.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. Right now, there is no formed, they had a strong riot line formed for a long time, and it is still set up. However, we are just behind the line, and it is, I see officers kind of stepping back, many of them walking back, getting into different positions. But they have formed right next to me. I'm looking at 3 armored vehicles that they brought right next to where those protesters are. So they have come down Centennial Olympic Park Drive. So Centennial Olympic Park is completely empty of protesters right now. Those ones that are remaining, the biggest group of them do appear to be Andy Young International right now.
Looks like that's where Hope is also, Ryan, getting a different view of those trucks coming in. Hope, what can you tell us about what we just saw in the last 5 minutes or so?
Okay, so in the last couple of minutes, we were kind of on this line right here, and then things got a little tense with some things were being thrown at the police, and of course we're kind of close to where the police are. So we're trying to get over here so we can give you a good shot, get a good look of where those protesters are still there. So this is probably, well, if I got out the way so you could see. So you can see right here, there's a line of SWAT, and there's a lot of protesters on that side. They have their arms raised. Every once in a while, they'll start chanting. And so all those protesters that we just saw that were across the street, they all kind of congregated in this area now. And again, police still have not moved. They've kind of dispersed a little bit to kind of widen out the line, but they haven't pushed towards the crowd there. So this is kind of what we've been seeing the last couple of minutes. We did see those SWAT trucks rolled in that Ryan was talking about. People are running right now. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything. So I'm not sure why that's running, but that's similar to what we saw all last night. Is a couple of people would start running, and then it would kind of cause a panic. And of course, that's always the concern, is that that's how people would get hurt by running and tripping or stampeding over other people.
Well, one of the issues that certainly was vexing the Atlanta police last night was when they were able to clear, and when some of the violence had ended around the College Football Hall of Fame in downtown Atlanta. Then there was the move toward Buckhead about this time of night, 24 hours ago. There are some reports around Metro Atlanta where municipal police forces are securing other shopping malls. One report, the Dunwoody Police now blocking the entrance to Perimeter Mall. And there are a lot of little satellite shopping centers that ring Perimeter Mall. There's a big Target up there. There are hotels up there. There are restaurants all through that corridor. So that's a lot of area tonight to try to be protecting. And that certainly is one of the issues that many of these police forces, Ron Jones, have to be looking at right now to try and secure these places because the memory of what happened at Phipps at Lenox Square Mall last night certainly is very strong on the thoughts and memories of everybody who lives here.
Okay, but see, this is what I'm noticing right now, guys, is all the officers are now putting on their protective masks. So what that guy has in his hand right there is tear gas. It's a tear gas canister. When you notice that all the officers are now putting on their gas masks, they're putting on their protective masks, and I noticed that even some of the regular beat officers, they don't have all the tactical gear. I saw them pull it out of their case, fit it on their heads, then they blow it, and then they blow through the mask to clear the mask to make sure it fits tight. This is a sign that they're getting ready to move. Like that officer right there to the left. He just put the mask on. He's going to tighten the straps in the back. He's then going to put his hands over the filters, over the left and right filter, blow really hard to make sure that he has a good tight fit. And now they're getting ready to deploy the gas. That is my speculation, especially based upon the shot that we saw with the one officer who had a canister in his hand. So they're strategically getting ready to move in to it's going to be a confrontation. I mean, I really believe the confrontation could be just minutes away, and they're preparing for that so that when those officers, if they move into that crowd, If they move into the crowd and they've already deployed the gas, they want to make sure that they're not affected by the gas. The other thing that we have to point out, which I saw in Los Angeles yesterday, which one of LAPD's officers made a horrible mistake. But when they go in, they have to remain in unison and they have to remain together. Yesterday, a Los Angeles police officer got away from the unit like they are there, and then before you know it, he was attacked. Let's get straight back down to Hope Ford. She's there at the scene. What can you tell us, Hope?
Okay, they just threw the gas. So you see there, they just threw it into the crowd. As more officers are moving in, they're trying to move this crowd back. They take a little look over here. Still throwing. Now this has been after about probably 20 minutes of the crowd being there, and the officers not doing anything. And the protesters were not coming toward the officers, but they are trying to disperse everyone because there is that curfew. We see a lot of firing. There's actually shots being fired from the SWAT. It's not gunshots that you're hearing there. And there's fireworks in the back over there as well. So they're pushing them further back. Again, there's a lot of cars out there right now. Okay, we're good right now. There was a little bit of some that kind of hit us back here, but we're fine. It looks like I'm not sure if there is someone being arrested right now. We did see someone go down on the ground. So I believe this person is being taken into custody, being detained right now.
You know, Hope, if you need to get out of that, that gas, you know, we'll take it from here. You know, you're not wearing a mask or any of that. That's going to make you miserable. So let's give you a little room to get out of there. And we'll continue to look at this picture from downtown as we are seeing a few arrests. Now we're taking a wider shot from a Sky Tracker right now. You see the Ferris wheel on the left side. And Ryan Kruger right now is on the ground in the park. And Ryan, tell us where you are, if you give us an exact location so we have a sense of perspective as to where you're reporting from.
I'm on Centennial Olympic Park Drive, and we just saw a person hauled away in handcuffs. I believe that might have been the person that Hope was talking about that she saw arrested. So I'm not too far away from where Hope is, but thankfully we're not getting any of the fumes from the gas that's going up. So we see SWAT vehicles moving in. We also noticed that whenever they started doing that most recent round of tear gas, the SWAT team that was located here at Lucky Street, they started to move up to make sure that the protesters weren't able to hop on, I think that's Cone Street, that intersects, that runs between the two, and they went up. And they went to go make sure that the protesters didn't start to get that way. We see at least, I'm thinking, 2 people in custody right now that they have. That guy, for instance, it appears his shirt has been torn up, and I just saw him put another person in. So they're kind of arresting protesters on multiple streets, setting up wherever they go, they're going to move in. And Charles, it looks like they're starting to move in. I'm starting to see they're in this parking lot here that is right next to the Ferris wheel, and there are several officers that are now starting to move in, and they're firing that tear gas into the crowd.
Yeah, Ryan, that's exactly what we're seeing. We have the chopper view of exactly what you're describing right now. They're deploying more tear gas, and that crowd that was in that parking lot that you described by the Ferris wheel, they're being dispersed via the tear gas right now as the arrests. Or they're actually smoke bombs. There's smoke bombs out there tonight. That is not tear gas being deployed. And so we're seeing that that's what's happening from above. So that's exactly where you're near across from on the ground.
We've gotten an email from Atlanta Police.
Yeah, and you can see quite a bit of that smoke that's going out. No, go ahead, Jeff.
Atlanta Police has sent out an email here in the last 2 minutes giving an update about what has been going on, and let me just read a little bit of it to you. At 1 p.m. we began observing several small groups of protesters in several parts of the city. Initially, the protesters were peaceful and there were few issues needing to be addressed. But around 6:45, we began experiencing protesters breaking out windows of a building near Ted Turner Drive and William Street. Protesters also began throwing rocks, bottles, fireworks, and other items at officers in the area of Cone Street and Marietta Street. And around 8 p.m., we had made 34 arrests. mainly along the Marietta Street corridor, with at least one of the arrestees being armed at the time of the arrest. We have also received reports of multiple other protesters being armed in downtown Atlanta. That is the very latest from Atlanta Police, as they have sent us an email about 5 minutes ago.
Looks like our crews are seeing those arrests rack up, so we're sure that those numbers as of 8 p.m. are going to be very different once APD gives us another update as they enforce the no tolerance, the zero tolerance policy as it relates to those protesters launching those fireworks. And as no soon as Ron Jones said that they looked like they were getting ready to make a move, that we saw the smoke bombs being deployed. It looks like they could be deploying even more people taking off. Let's see what Hope Ward is saying on the ground.
Okay, yeah, so we saw a lot of officers started running towards the crowd, and that caused a lot of the crowd to run. And now this, you see this back half right here, they're moving in as well. And they are firing rubber bullets. They have been throwing smoke bombs, not tear gas. We haven't smelled any tear gas in the last probably 30 minutes. So they're trying, and the thing is, this is a large parking lot. So they're really trying to get as far around as they possibly can to kind of move everyone into one direction, so that way there aren't people getting behind them. So that's what you just saw there. You just saw, and there's a couple more people that are walking, officers that are walking up behind them. But so that's what you just saw there. We just saw some of the officers charge towards the protesters, and that kind of moved the protesters again into one kind of area. And now they're moving forward again so that they can reform that line. That's kind of what we've been seeing here, is that for the past probably 15 minutes now. And they're moving forward again. This is actually the quickest that we've seen them kind of move through. We do not want to get hit by the SWAT truck that is coming through here, so we're going to move out of their way. But this is probably the quickest we've seen them move here in the last 30 minutes. Of course, more things are being thrown. We see a couple of more arrests right there. We've so far in the last probably 15 minutes, we've seen probably 4 people be detained. That's just from what we have seen. There's a couple more people that are also being detained right now on the right side of us.
And Hope, this is Ron Jones here. I just got a quick question for you. Those who are being detained, those who are being arrested, because you can still hear them firing the explosives, and some of it may be coming from the protesters, some from the officers. Do we know why they are arresting them? Are they arresting them because they're throwing projectiles, they're throwing objects at the officers, or are you too far away to be able to tell that?
We're kind of too far away to be able to tell that, so I don't want to speculate on why they're being taken in. We have seen a couple of people that were taken down to the ground before the zip ties were put on them. We've seen a couple of people, or at least 2 of the people who, by the time we got to them, they were already stood up and they were just being walked away. So I can't see exactly, why they're, detaining the people that they're detaining. So I don't want to speculate on that. But so far, it does seem to be that they're moving quicker. They're moving they're faster, and they're moving more towards trying to really push people back at this point. Looks like they're backing up a little bit right now. And you see that line of protesters is across the street now. They're all the way across the street.
Hope, as they take off running, is the crowd getting any smaller at all? Or are they all just migrating back? Or is anyone dispersing?
It seems that crowd is just kind of moving back and moving back. But it's kind of the same thing we saw last night. They would disperse, and then that crowd would come right back to the front line. This time, compared to last night, police are not letting them come close to them. They are trying to push them back. They're trying to get them out of the way. And you see there's another firework that might go off here in a minute. So now they're protesters kind of dancing in the street there. They're stopping traffic. They're dancing in the street. And they're kind of gathering around some cars out there. There's one truck that's trying to get around, trying to get out of the way there. The officers right here kind of watching this happen. There looks like there's There's a bicycle that's been picked up over there. So you see the size of that crowd. It has not dispersed. It just, they run and then they kind of come back together. There's actually more people on this side to the left that are running toward that crowd right now.
You know, hey guys, Aisha, Jeff, and Hope, here's the other concern that law enforcement is going to be looking at as these motorists try to make their way through downtown. And if they're stopped by the protesters and they're not part of the protest and they can't move any farther, some of the protesters I noticed that jumped on top of one of the cars, those officers may have to go in there quickly just to make sure that they keep that motorist or those motorists safe. So I'm just assuming that they're not just going to lay back and wait for the protesters to make the next move. I would think that they're going to move in and make sure that those motorists get through and set up some sort of traffic control to get them out of there.
Ron, do you find it curious that given the events of the last 30 hours or so, that you can still drive in downtown Atlanta, that the roads have not been shut off? In fact, you know, many of these arrests are being made in parking lots where there are vehicles, where the protesters clearly were able to drive their own vehicle and then walk over to Centennial Olympic Park. It's not been cordoned off. Law enforcement has allowed a flow of traffic into that area all night long, along with parking spots as well.
You know, I think that's kind of difficult for them to figure out and navigate through because they anticipated a peaceful protest. So of course they're going to want those, this is what I'm speculating here, of course they're going to want folks to come in there to park, to have their peaceful protest. But then after that's over, how do you shut it down without trapping the people who have the peaceful protest, allowing them to get out? So I think that may be part of the dilemma, but those folks who are trying to get out, they're going to have to get down there, and I'm sure that they are. They're going to have to make sure that those folks are able to get out there safely.
Yeah, Ron, we are starting to see the arrests rack up, some going down right in front of Ryan Kruger right now. Let's head down to Ryan.
Yeah, Aisha, so I'm looking right now, I'm counting 5 people that are right now in custody. One of them is this gentleman. I saw him in custody about 20 minutes ago. I guess they were waiting for the actual van to come over to start collecting people. So they're starting to do processing here. It's all the protesters who are in custody right now all seem to be pretty young. Young people definitely. Now, if you look even past that, farther down the road, we see that there have been still a lot of fireworks that are going off, shooting into the air. That has not stopped. Now, I'm starting to see, it does appear there are fewer protesters over there right now. They may have moved, or it may just be that I can't see them right now. But what I am seeing right in front of me right now is 5 people in custody that are about to be hauled off to jail.
Well, they said it was going to be zero tolerance, Jeff, and I think by the amount of arrests that we've witnessed last night, we were actually shocked by not seeing more arrests. I think the both of us were watching like, Ro, this is a lot of grace being extended here, and now tonight it's arrests back to back to back.
Yeah, it was quite a news conference almost 3 hours ago with the mayor and with Erica Shields, the police chief, talking about the issues and talking about how they would take on the events tonight, meaning the protesters, and like you say, zero tolerance.
Let's get back to Hope Ford. Let's see what she has going on where she is. Hope.
Okay, so what we're seeing right now, there is an arrest going on right now. The police came towards this car, and they pulled. We don't know what you hear. That we hear a taser going off right now. We're not sure who's being tased. There's a young woman that's on the ground right now. Looks like the driver's trying to be pulled out. They're all circling around this car. We are trying to stay back. There's no cars coming behind us. We're not sure why they ran toward this car. But they did pull out some people. The young lady there on the ground, they pulled her out of the side. They did pull out the driver. They're being arrested right now. So we're just kind of watching. We did hear the young lady there say, you know, why am I being arrested? Why am I being arrested? We haven't heard a reason or an answer for that.
And you know what, Hope, and just right there, to give some perspective here, part of the tactic. part of the tactic here, Hope, is when they identify somebody that they're about to arrest, they swarm that person, not just one or two officers,
I just heard the
4 or
officer
5,
say, I'm sorry.
get on that person. Go ahead, Hope, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I just heard the officer say all you had to do was show your hands. You almost got shot. So I don't know what was happening in this car as they were driving up, but whatever happened there caused what you saw just now. The young lady and the young man, they were saying, we don't know why we were pulled over. Why are you pulling us over? Why are you arrested? And the officer just responded. He said all you had to do was put up your hands. You almost got shot. So that's from a conversation that we just heard from the two of them. We did hear over one of the police radios, we did hear shots fired. It looks like there's someone else being arrested up there as well. So right before they ran towards the car, we heard over the police radio, we heard shots fired. So we see another person who's being arrested up there.
You know, Hope,
right
I was going to
now.
point out real quickly. I was going to point out real quickly, Hope. The young lady that was inside that vehicle along with the young man, when those officers were extracting them out of that vehicle, I did notice that one of the officers he didn't have a taser. It didn't appear that he had a taser, but he had a handgun. He actually pulled out a handgun in case he had to use deadly force as they were extracting those two people out. Whatever intelligence they got concerning that vehicle, obviously it alerted them to be able to make a felony car stop like that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hope.
Yeah. Oh no, you're perfectly fine. I do want to be transparent. When the young lady and the young man who were being arrested, when they saw our news cameras, they started addressing us and they started saying, we don't know why we were being arrested. We don't understand. And so seeing that officer who was escorting the woman away, he made that comment kind of directly toward us as well and towards the young man. And he was also telling them, calm down. So. There's some glass being broken that is in the road right there, so that's from the car that's just now been moved. So again, not sure what all led up there, but from what, again, just to recap, I'm just kind of listening in on this. We did hear the word shots fired go over the police radio. A couple of seconds later, they swarmed that car. They pulled two people out. The people were saying, the people who were arrested saying they didn't know why, and the police officer responding saying, calm down. All you had to do was show your hands, and you almost got shot. So that's what
right.
we were able to see and hear from out here right now.
Jeff and Aisha, remember last night they were saying that some of the protesters allegedly had BB guns, and if you point a BB gun at an officer, they're not trying to differentiate between a handgun and a BB gun. So they're all heightened tonight, and especially if APD is already saying that there are reports of some of the folks that they have arrested were armed.
Yeah, and especially saying with those calls out of shots fired, it really seems like, Ron, the stance tonight is, like you said, everyone is heightened and everything is happening so fast. It seems like no soon as that car pulled up, we don't have the best audio, and Hope Ford respectfully is not that close for a reason. So she's reporting what she is actually able to hear, but not knowing what exactly led up to that as that car came through, which is still shocking to me that traffic is still able to come through. I think that's playing a very unique role in what we're seeing here. The fact that cars are still on the road, there is no form of traffic control. You can ride right through these protests. So not exactly sure if that car was just riding through or if there was some sort of inside intel, but what we saw play out on TV unfolded so very fast.
Yeah, the great concern again.
Aisha, something that's really interesting too.
Go ahead, Ron.
Just real quick, Jeff. Something that's interesting. Yeah, I've been monitoring what's been happening around the country, and whether it's Minneapolis, whether it's Los Angeles, and different parts, and there is no traffic. I mean, the police have totally shut down the traffic in those cities. So I do find it interesting that you can still drive through downtown.
And it also means, as we are watching right now, a couple of protesters with a full sprint, trying to elude perhaps, well, they're going to their car. Back to your point, Ron, that, you can drive. You can drive and get in your car and leave.
Yeah, I think we're all pretty stunned by that. We just watched them sprint from the protests and hop in their car. I think that's a very interesting aspect, Ron. All across the country, it has been completely shut down. And I think here, that's why they've been able to go to different places.
Right now, totally locked down. Yeah, very transient, you know, because if you know, allegedly causing trouble downtown, then they could say, hey, let's head up to Lenox Square Mall. But yeah, I'm monitoring the other parts of the country, and it appears that those streets are just totally shut down, which makes it much easier for the officers to be able to deal with violent protests.
Let's go to Ryan Kruger. He's down where he has been most of the evening around Centennial Olympic Park. Ryan, again, we always ask you to let us know where you are as you've been sort of on the move tonight. I know you are near what used to be called in early 20th century law enforcement the paddy wagon, but you don't hear that much anymore. It is the place where those who have been arrested are placed on their way to jail.
Yeah, and we're seeing, actually, I believe that one of them is about to pull away because they loaded about 7 or, actually there's 2 of them. So 2 of the police wagons are about to pull away because they've loaded them full of the protesters. Within the last couple of minutes, we noticed, you'll see all of these police officers that have now returned. So they all came back from the scenes where they were locating, trying to get all the protesters moving. They have all now come back. Many of them have taken off their masks and their helmets, trying to catch a breather. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm now actually seeing that traffic is starting to move again. So, and I'm not seeing any more protesters here. So it does seem that they have at least accomplished that mission of getting rid of all the protesters from this area. I'm not seeing any large crowds anymore. Traffic is starting to move again. And a lot of the officers have now left whatever scene they were at. And here they all are walking, catching their breath, and going to reset. Meanwhile, that is the police wagon that is on its way now, full of protesters heading to jail, and that was at least 2 of them that I saw just while we were out here. So I think we got an alert from Atlanta Police. By now, it was probably about 30 minutes ago, telling us that they had had 34 arrests, but we have seen, obviously, that number has grown exponentially just in the last few minutes, as it appears that police are now regrouping in their area, and we are just kind of waiting to see what their next step is. But at this point in time, all of the protesters have left this area. They have left this. They have left our eyesight. And I'm actually seeing cars driving on Centennial Olympic Park, which we have not seen in several hours now. So the street is getting somewhat back to normal at this point in time.
We are looking at a picture right now, hearing from Ryan Kruger at Centennial Olympic Park. His camera is stationed at the park, and it is facing east toward along Lucky Street. That's where police are assembling. You've got Ted's Restaurant over there, and the Tabernacle is on the right side, and the Ferris wheel as you are looking at it at home from your television monitor or your television set. But that's has been a sort of a staging area for law enforcement. Lucky Street, we haven't seen any traffic that has been coming through there. That has been one place where you know, law enforcement certainly has been assembling and plotting and planning where they will go next.
Ron, so we've almost hit the 1 hour mark since curfew has gone into effect. Producers, did you want me to go somewhere else? I was going to pop in and ask Ron a question. So we were talking about this being into, you know, almost 10 o'clock. Curfew went into effect at 9. Crowd noticeably smaller. Curfews are in effect, according to NBC News, all over the country tonight in major cities: Minneapolis, Chicago, Miami-Dade County, Philadelphia. Ron, it seems like this had some impact, and we're not going to see a replay of last night.
You know, especially downtown. So it seems like they were a lot more strategic because the protesters were overwhelmed with a great strategy. I mean, according to the police, a great strategy, tactics, and overwhelming force, and zero tolerance. That's what has really helped them tonight downtown. However, we just saw some young men run and hop in those cars, and hopefully they went home, watched some Netflix, and just chilled out for the rest of the night. But what the issue, where the problems could begin to spark up is in different parts of Metro Atlanta. So because they're so transient, even though I know that multiple agencies are out there and they're guarding Lenox Square Mall, Phipps, all these different places, because they're so mobile, these protesters, the violent ones, these officers still have to figure out a way, how do we contain them? I mean, it's going to have to be like a strike force that if something pops up where a restaurant is set on fire, they're going to have to mobilize their people, quickly get there, first of all, put that fire out, and then try to catch those folks at the same time. So that's where the challenge, I believe, is going to be. Downtown, it seems like it's locked down. Other parts of Metro, you may have some problems.
All right, Ron Jones giving us that perspective. Ron, we are all watching this chopper shot from above where we see right now it just seems like, you know, little blips of people here and there and no one fully organized. And it seems that, you know, police are not playing around when it comes to this curfew and has given a, you know, hour of grace or so. And as we head into the 10 o'clock hour, very noticeably different scene from what we saw last night as far as crowd size, as far as graffiti, as far as vandalism to property in the downtown area. So many of our community members stepped up this morning to come and start to pick up the pieces. So we are thankful that we are not seeing anything of that magnitude tonight so that they can continue to move forward in that regard, Jeff.
Well, the evening is still young, and, you know, we are about an hour into the curfew, and where protesters may scatter, as we saw last night, that may be part of what takes part tonight. We will certainly see, but we know that there are 1,500 National Guard members that have been invoked by Governor Kemp. We heard from Governor Kemp about 3 hours ago saying he did not rule out using more if it were needed. I asked him where they would be stationed. Would they be at public institutions, government institutions, or private business? And he said that he wasn't going to say that he didn't want to give those who were looking to cause harm to Atlanta any advantage by knowing where they would station those troops. So that's where we stand on that tonight. And again, at 10 o'clock, we are just watching this, seeing what transpires in downtown Atlanta, and if it may or may not stretch out above and beyond that.
Looks like they have quite a few perimeters set up to try to control that crowd so that as they disperse, they are not able to get to multiple different areas. We're going to stay here with you as we head into the 10 o'clock hour. Good evening. It is 10 o'clock. I'm Aisha Howard along with Ron Jones and Jeff Hullinger. We are here with you walking through protests throughout downtown Atlanta as a curfew has been in effect for the entire city of Atlanta for the past hour. As we head into the 10 o'clock hour, we are seeing those crowds noticeably smaller. Smoke bombs have been deployed several times as they try to disperse the last remaining protesters that refused to leave once the curfew went into effect. Police have several lines set up, being able to block off the crowds to make sure that they are not able to migrate to different areas of downtown. Jeff, we saw a very different scene play out last night. I feel that things are a little bit more controlled, probably because of the manpower that they have behind them compared to last night. They were straight up outnumbered.
Atlanta police saying tonight, and this is as of about 25 minutes ago with an email, that they began to experience some problems around 6:45 tonight. Windows of a building near Ted Turner Drive and William Street had been crashed. Protesters also began throwing rocks, bottles, fireworks, other items at officers in the area of Cone and Marietta. As of 8 o'clock, they had made 34 arrests, but we have witnessed more arrests over the course of the last hour once the curfew has kicked in. So that number is expected to swell. They also say that they have received reports of multiple protesters being armed in the downtown area. And they say they are continuing to work to keep the city safe. And they are enforcing that 9 p.m. curfew that now is 61 minutes old.
We saw quite a few protesters being arrested on live TV, some of them a little bit more aggressive than others, Jeff. And I understand that they said it was a zero tolerance policy tonight, and so they wanted to wrap this thing up quickly. Watching the morning show today, this thing went all night, Jeff, and it was very intense, and I don't think they wanted a replay.
We're joined right now on the telephone by Ambassador Andrew Young. Ambassador, thanks for being with us. We always appreciate your time, your counsel, and your experience of what you are seeing. Give me your view of what you are seeing tonight as opposed to what we saw 24 hours ago.
Well, I saw a police force that followed the mayor's orders and the chief's orders and enforced the curfew. And I really can't quite understand. I think the demonstration could have been very effective last night, and everybody was supportive of everything that went on until about 7 o'clock. And then it started to deteriorate. And one of the things that I learned in my days demonstrating is that you've got to leave the city with a good taste in its mouth so that they will realize that you're calling their attention to some of the problems, but you don't hate the city. And I think that the young people got a little too self-absorbed, and you know, it kind of, well, I didn't know this before, but I also understand that you have a group of rather professional demonstrators that have flown in from other places.
Yeah, Mayor Bottoms, Ambassador Young, described these as anarchists, that she also labeled it as political interference, essentially hijacking the protests toward a group in the hundreds that were embedded in with the protesters of about 1,000 that were looking to exact damage on the city of Atlanta.
Well, and that's one of the things that I think you have to be very careful about. And even the demonstrations that we had, one of the things we did most was take the time, train people, eliminate, you know, people who were there as troublemakers, because the trouble that they're making really is not helping the cause. It's undoing what they were trying to do, which was very noble, and that is to call attention to the death of George Floyd.
Ambassador Young, as the protesters who have the right intention, as they try to separate themselves from what has happened here, from people who may not be from Metro Atlanta, what is your advice for them on how to regroup and come back? Even Mayor Bottoms advised them to go back home, let things settle down, and come back in a more effective way. How do you regroup after this has been so tarnished?
Well, I think that's one of the problems, that normally people would be in school. And in school you would have, you would know who you were dealing with. When you just have a meet up on social media and everybody comes, you really don't have a chance to make sure you're all marching from the same book. And there were multiple motives. There are always people who want to be seen and who want to show off. And I mean, they're young people, but a disciplined, precise demonstration that points to one thing that you want observed. And I think they accomplished that last night until the groups that infiltrated took it over and did serious damage to our city.
Ambassador Young, from where things ended when you went to sleep last night to the first piece of information that you saw this morning, what went through your mind as you started to process what had taken place in the city of Atlanta overnight?
Well, I first of all realized that if they came back again tonight, that there would have to be more show of force. And civil disobedience is what our nonviolent marches were all about. And we obeyed the laws, the very letter of the law. And if we were violating any law, such as the right to permit to parade, we filed a case in the court challenging that law so that everything we did was lawful. It wasn't just the marching. It's the whole legal process that has to be respected and protected if your message is going to get across.
Ambassador, do you have a great concern about protest in the United States and how it is such a central part of us as a culture, as a country, yet when you are seeing these sorts of forces now that are finding their way into these social protests that turn them into something that they did not intend to be, does that give you great pause for reflection about the meaning of protest in America? That, you know, it's not like the 1960s.
Well, but during the 1960s, we were constantly monitored by the FBI. We not only tolerated their presence, but we wanted them to make sure that we were not being infiltrated by other groups. And of course, we always had marshals. You remember James Orange,
of course,
from Birmingham. He was always in charge of our marshals. And so if we saw anybody misbehaving, we personally kind of pleaded with them to get out of the line, and that they were not helping us, they were hurting us.
Ambassador Young, we cannot deny that there is great concerns here that do deserve attention. Would you all be open to, I hear a lot of advice, what if this generation, you know, came to say, okay, wait a minute, we need to go back to the drawing board. That was not how that was supposed to go. We need help. We need your wisdom. We need your insight. Do you think there's an open line of communication for something like that to happen, to show this generation in Atlanta how this is supposed to be done effectively?
Well, I think that it is. We can, but we have forgotten. And I think the thing that I was worried about mostly tonight and last night was the young people themselves are in the middle of a terrible virus that is killing people all over the world. And being arrested is not dramatic anymore. It could be a death sentence. Because the one thing that I think nobody knows how to do so far is to control the virus for people in prison. And that's why we've encouraged people to test people and let them out when they've served most of their sentence. And early release, because the jails could be the place that the virus could take another attack on the society in general. We are at war, not with each other, but with this virus, and it is serious. And the city can't really do its job and get open. We got to think about how many people are still jobless. I thought we've done a wonderful job as a city feeding hungry people who were laid off. And I've been very, very proud of the people. But, you know, Target and Kroger have been involved in that. And yet people broke in their stores. They were very generous and said that could be repaired. But while it's being repaired, there's still people that will need to eat. And a city that is as crowded as our city is, that's grown as fast as it is, has grown, is going to have a real problem on its hands if everybody stopped demonstrating today and got about the business of trying to help those who are still living stay alive. God knows it was a terrible thing to see the death of Brother Floyd. But
Ambassador Young, given what you have seen with the death of Mr. Floyd and others around the United States, and I know I take a look at my emails today and social media messages. I've had hundreds of people and so many are pessimistic about the future of the country, even the future of Atlanta, a pessimism about the inability of people to get along by difference of race. Are you pessimistic, or do you still harbor optimism toward the American experience?
Well, it's not optimism. I have faith in the American experience because I've been all around the world and I haven't found anything better yet. And I think that part of the restlessness that we see now is because we have let some things lag in some places. Like you wouldn't find 4 white policemen making an arrest most of the time in Atlanta. Our police force is male and female. They were all men. We used to have about a third of our force is female. And women have acted differently in relationship to law enforcement. They have made men more sensitive and more effective. So a police force that's half and half black and white and a third female was the ideal model, I thought, for today's urban growth and development. And we've had good relationships with the community and meetings with the community. And the fact that the mayor and the chief of police were down there milling amongst the crowd, answering their questions, talking with them, and any of us would meet with them at any time to try to help them accomplish what they want to accomplish or to know what they want to accomplish. And I think what we saw 2 things last night. We saw people getting what we used to call freedom high. And for the first time, they have rebelled against the system, and they feel so free they get high on their own freedom.
Ambassador, I think about, I spoke with you maybe a couple of years ago, and you told me it was at a charity event. You said there wasn't a day that went by when you didn't think about your friend Dr. King. Did you think about him today, and did you think about the context of his dream and Atlanta and what we have seen transpire over the last week or so in America and now in Atlanta?
Well, when I thought about it, I thought about the sermon that he was thinking about preaching the Sunday after. Well, he sent in the message of why America might go to hell. And he sent it in on a Wednesday, and I think he was killed on a Thursday night, or Friday. And he never got to preach that, but he was trying to warn us that these cracks and crevices in our system of democracy and justice are going to continue haunting us until we come together and make this a just society where there's liberty and justice for all.
Thanks.
Ambassador Young, thank you so much for that perspective.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Amazing question from Jeff to give us that perspective of where we are today in comparison to what you all experienced and fought so hard for. We thank you so much for your time tonight. Wrapping up tonight with Ambassador Andrew Young, giving us some amazing wisdom and insight and perspective. Let's get you back out now. We are looking at this traffic cam here where officers are staged. We have Andy Parati joining us from Lucky Street to talk about the traffic that's now being an issue down there. Andy.
Hi, Aisha. As you can see, I'm not wearing a mask because there is no one around me, which is what the city of Atlanta wanted after 9 o'clock people to go home. To give you some perspective of where we are in Lucky Street, this is the aquarium right over here, Hyatt Place right over here. Just a few blocks away down this street, down Lucky Street, is Centennial Olympic Park. The protesters have essentially left. It took some time. It wasn't right at 9. Police officers gave the crowd about a 5-10 minute heads up saying that we're going to ask you to be leaving. And right at 9, They did what they said they were going to do, and they started telling people and started moving closer and pushing them back, pushing them back, pushing them back. And finally, as of right now, there doesn't appear to be any protesters on the street. Largely, the crowd that we were around, peaceful, not violent. There were a few arrests. There were lots of angry people, don't get me wrong, lots of passion, lots of frustration with recent things going on in Minneapolis and Brunswick, Georgia. But largely, people were very peaceful and just want to be heard. But for now, right now, all we're looking at is some traffic. There's a blockade, some police vehicles preventing people from going down Lucky Street towards the park, and just one-way traffic all the way down here. That's what it's looking like right now downtown Atlanta. Aisha, Jeff, back to you guys.
All right, Andy, thank you. Let's go to Ryan Kruger now. He also is down in the park, and we are still seeing a number of protesters as we are taking a look at this screen, this live transmission that we have right now. Ryan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Jeff. So what we see behind me is still all of APD in full force. So this is all of their bicycle unit. They've been here pretty much the entire night. They set up shop here maybe about 6:45 whenever they started blocking Marietta and Centennial Olympic Park and not letting any of the protesters go through. Right now, it appears it's almost all of the police officers and sheriff's deputies that were out here are catching a breather, kind of breathing. They've got their helmets off. They're taking a break. We don't really see any protesters. It's really quite remarkable that they started marching down. It was about 9:01 on the dot. Police started marching down, trying to clear all the protesters off, and in an hour, Centennial Olympic Park Drive is just empty. All the protesters are gone. There are still people walking around the street. You'll see, a group of 1 or 2 or 3 people walking around, and I have not I've seen some of them walk right by police, and no one has said anything as far as the curfew or anything like that. But the protest, for right now, for all intents and purposes, is officially over. But you can definitely tell that police are still here, kind of keeping an eye on the situation and monitoring it. I guess just in case they have intelligence or something that people might be coming back. But the protesters have gone, but police have definitely not. They are certainly still here, guys.
All right, Ryan Kruger, thank you. Ron Jones with us now, joins us, our anchor, and was with the Oakland Police Department for 8.5 years, also served with the U.S. Army in South Korea, and is a man who has spent a portion of his adult life in law enforcement and knows so much and has been able to give us such a great perspective. Ron, we were trying to figure out maybe a time frame on all of this. I was putting you on the spot about how long you thought this would wrap up at Centennial Olympic Park after the curfew had been placed at 9 o'clock, and it took a little more than an hour.
A little more than an hour. And right before you and Aisha had that interview with Andy Young, I was noticing that the officers were kind of on chill mode. They were taking their helmets off. They took their gas masks off as well. They were carbing up, having a little dinner break, hydrating as well, drinking some water, because that's it's a lot to carry all that extra body armor around, and you're running around and your adrenaline is pumping. But it just showed me, just by their demeanor and their disposition, that they were saying mission accomplished. Mission accomplished. And I know we were talking about the traffic. Why is there so much traffic in the middle of the street there? Looking at other cities around the country, the traffic is shut down. I think what they probably wanted to do is, let's get everybody out of here. Let's just get them out. And now they have shut down the traffic. But looking at their demeanor now compared to this same time last night, like night and day.
What is it like for the remainder of the night to try and quell any possibility that they might reassemble somewhere, whether it's in suburbia or in the northern sector of Atlanta and Buckhead? How does that work? I know we're seeing some pictures right now of the National Guard that are stationed, if you will, at Lenox Square Mall. But what is how do they deal with this, Ron?
One second, Jeff. It looks like police are making an arrest right now. If we can go back to that camera where we were just looking at that arrest.
No, an officer is down. An officer
down, so that's why we came off of it.
Yeah.
So we're going to wait to try to
so,
get more information.
Not quite sure
we
what
have
happened to
chosen
that.
not to show you that video
Right.
because
We're not going to show it.
An officer down, Ron.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure what has taken place.
Do we know the location of where we saw that?
Okay, let's go to Ryan.
Ryan
Ryan
let's go
Kruger's
to
on the scene.
Ryan Kruger right now.
Okay. All right. So just a couple of seconds ago, there was a man who was coming by in an ATV on Marietta. First, he was going south, and he was just absolutely flying, revving the engine, drove by. The officers didn't do anything. They allowed him to go. I saw him go by. He apparently turned around and came back and was absolutely flying up the road. And there were a number of police motorcycles that are blocking the road up there. And I could see that one of the officers was trying to flag the guy down because he was absolutely flying, trying to get him to stop. And the guy in the ATV crashed directly into the motorcycle, and you can see the motorcycle spinning. It's not clear right now. I have no idea if the police officer was hit, but I know that I did see the police motorcycle get knocked out and went around. And it was a guy on an ATV who was just absolutely flying up the road whenever it happened. And now you see the huge response that's going up right now of all of the police officers. I mean, there were hundreds and hundreds of law enforcement officers just one block south of here, and now a lot of them are descending into that area to make sure that the officer and everyone else is okay, as well as the man who was on that ATV.
Ryan, as we had one of those shots up, we were showing the two side-by-side images as Ron was talking over them. I was watching the monitor as Ron was talking. You could see that ATV zip by. All the officers' heads turned. It was the officers on their bikes in the fluorescent vest there. All of their heads turned to watch this ATV zip right by them. And then the next thing you know, we saw that individual on the ground, and then the cameras just shifted. It all happened so very fast, live here on air.
All right, so Charles, they're asking us to widen the shot a little bit if we can, because we don't want to show any of the injured people that are up there. And we have another crew that's walking closer to find out exactly what happened on. Yeah, it was, I mean, when the guy came by, it was very loud. Obviously, if you ever heard an ATV going through, it's incredibly loud. And he went through, and all of the officers on their bikes were kind of looking at him, noticing what he was doing, and he turned around and started heading north and was just absolutely flying. And I saw an Atlanta police officer. He was not on his motorcycle. He was waving his hands, trying to get the guy to slow down, trying to get him to stop, and he crashed right into that bike. And again, I don't know if the officer was hurt, but there is definitely a huge response that is up there right now, and that is a medic truck that is going right there, up there to try to assist whoever it is that needs to be assisted. I see at least one person on the ground. I know that the ATV rider is going to be on the ground because I did see him fall off I saw the ATV rider fall off the ATV. I do not know if the Atlanta police officer was hit or not. I did see his motorcycle go. He was not on the motorcycle. He was right there. It happened so quickly I could not tell if he was injured or not in this.
And Ryan, had that street been open the entire time, or was it just reopened? We had been talking about the amount of roads that were open down there tonight.
It's hard to tell. I mean, the street has mostly been open, but they started to put up barricades on kind of the, Centennial Olympic Drive is where the protest has been for the most of the night. And so right before 9 o'clock, police started putting up barricades on the adjacent streets to try to keep people from coming and going from there. I don't know if when the ATV rider came through first, if the road was closed or not. But there are 4 or 5 motorcycles that are up there blocking it, and I don't know if they moved him over there as soon as he went by or not. To answer your question, I'm not entirely sure. I thought at first that they were going to let the guy go through whenever he drove by, just going south on Marietta, and it caught all of their attention for sure. But I didn't see anybody, start to chase. And then he decided to turn around and head north, and that's whenever this unfortunate incident happened.
Ryan, I think there are people watching right now that don't know what an ATV is. Can you explain what that is? A small sort of utility vehicle?
Yes. Yeah, a four-wheeler is probably what most people would describe it as. So it was a man wearing a helmet on a four-wheeler. Sometimes, if you've lived in this city long enough, sometimes you'll see just huge groups of four-wheelers kind of going in and out of the city. It's just like one of those that you often see of people riding.
But you cannot drive those on Atlanta streets,
vehicle.
though. I mean, you cannot drive an ATV on Atlanta streets.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
So it was an illegal vehicle.
Yeah, correct. And especially at the speed he was going as well. He was absolutely flying. I think this is probably a 35-mile-an-hour street, 45 max, because it's not a, it's in the middle of the city. It's not a freeway or anything.
And
so
I think that's very interesting because that
going
is,
at least twice that.
That is not my first ATV since quarantine went into effect. I have noticed ATVs throughout Midtown Atlanta since traffic had been lighter.
Well, it's been an issue with APD. With motorists have been greatly frustrated that they will swarm red lights when people are stuck at traffic, and you are a prisoner of that. You can't get out of it. Happens all the time. Atlanta police frustrated with it. They really haven't been able to stop it. But again, an ATV is not a legal ride. You cannot get that licensed in the city of Atlanta.
Watching this scene play out here, we saw that ATV zipping down the street as officers were there. And just to think about that, all of those officers were lined up in the middle of the road on their bicycles at that time, in their fluorescent gear, but none of them in vehicles. At the moment, Jeff, they were out and sort of standing, and as Ron said, they were sort of starting to take a breath from all they had endured for the night with the protests, and then this just happened literally within seconds. You almost could miss it how fast that ATV zipped through the frame there.
And we had it up just briefly. I was spinning, talking to Ron, and you saw it on our television set here, and it was not up very long. They cut away from it very quickly, and we have seen a massive response from APD. We have also seen some, obviously, some medical care, EMTs that have come over. So we do not know if it is the Atlanta officer who is injured or if it is the driver of the ATV.
My thought was, wow.
And guys, I just want to point out real quickly here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ron.
Yeah, I just want to point out real quickly. Yeah, no problem. Just point out real quickly, you're starting to notice that the officers are beginning to mobilize. I mean, as soon as that happened, Aisha, you and I were talking, Jeff, we were talking, and I was like, yeah, they're in chill mode right now, carbing up, hydrating up. And Aisha, as I was looking at the screen with you, I did see the AT fly by, and I just thought it was unusual. I was like, is that an APD officer on a four-wheeler? And then that happened. But now there's a sense of heightened alert once again, as I'm beginning to see that they're mobilizing, and some of them are coming within a formation. You see they're forming up right now. Once again, they have their helmets, they got their shields, they're ready to move again. So they must have some sort of intel that maybe there's a possible threat, and they're getting ready to take it on.
Yeah, because to go down the street, Ron, at that rate of speed, and Ryan said the ATV driver then turned around, it was clear that officers were there in sort of a vulnerable state, because that was the officers that were on their bicycles. And so I was thinking like, oh, well, there's really nothing they can do because they're on bicycles and he's speeding on an ATV. But to turn around, that sort of, throws me a little bit here.
Yeah, because I'm wondering, the guy on the ATV, was he trying to get out of there, or was he targeting the officers, And I'm not quite sure, Aisha. It may have been a bicyclist, like an officer on a bike, or Ryan may have indicated that it's a motorcycle officer who was just not on his bike when he was hit. But right now, there's a heightened alert. As you can see, they're mobilizing again, and they're not moving without a purpose. They are moving with a purpose and a passion, because they probably perceive that there's another threat somewhere based upon the intel that they have.
Interesting here, in both of these shots from the traffic cam above and from the ground, we are not seeing any protesters in any of these shots, Ron. It does look like it's all the National Guard officers and our local agencies who are out here. So that does speak volumes to the efforts they made once that curfew went into effect to disperse the crowd. It doesn't seem like there are any people that are not in uniform that are congregating in this area, Jeff?
Well, the concern has been certainly about anybody getting hurt in this, whether it's a protester or a member of law enforcement. We heard the mayor, Keisha Lance Bottoms, say that at her 7 p.m. news conference tonight, that she was certainly concerned about that. And Atlanta Police Chief Erica Shields also said she was just glad that one of her officers, and I'm sort of paraphrasing here, one of her officers did not get killed last night, and for that matter, any of the protesters as well. We have not seen serious injuries throughout all of the violence and all of this that we have witnessed over the last 30 hours, but this may be the exception to that as we try to learn more information about this speeding ATV, which was going through a police line of Atlanta Police with bicycles. So we'll see what this is all about. We do not know as of yet.
And we do want to apologize to our viewers tonight. This is a live feed, very fluid situation. We do want to apologize for anything alarming that you may have saw as the situation started to unfold, because we didn't know exactly what it was. And so now we are making sure to keep our cameras back and pulled out from the view as far as possible, not to potentially show anything of any sort of graphic nature as our crews work on the ground to gather the most accurate, detailed information. But rightfully so, officers are very focused right now on this scene. It's sort of transition. And Jeff, this is what happens when we go off course, right? We haven't said the name George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, or Breonna Taylor in hours because this thing went so far off course. Now we're talking about totally different aspects of what has transpired.
We've heard so many African-American leaders in this country. We've heard Ambassador Andrew Young say that fact as well. We had interviews last night with Rob Pitts, the Fulton County Commission chairman, who also mentioned that this is the real issue here, at least as we talk about it here among us, is the fact that as the mayor said, that this had been essentially hijacked for political purposes, that through anarchy, through violence, the focus should be on ongoing racism in the United States and the inability to navigate it with equity and justice for all, which we continue to labor over, we continue to want to get better at, but quite frankly, we don't get better at least by any definition of what we have seen over the course of the last few years.
It looks like the officers on the scene here have set up some sort of perimeter to keep people back. It does look, if you can see the view, if you look beyond the vehicles, it seems like a couple of spectators may be lining the roads to see what happened. Let's go back to Ryan Kruger on the ground now to see if there were any updates from his vantage point.
Yeah, Aisha, I can say that I did see the Atlanta police officer that we were talking about. He was on the ground and he was being surrounded by all the medical personnel while he was there. Unclear what kind of injuries we're talking about here, but I did see him on the ground after that motorcycle, after the four-wheeler crashed into the motorcycle. Again, he was waving his hands, trying to get the guy to slow down, because if you look, if you're looking right now, you do see this police SUV. That was not there before, but there were at least 1, 2, 3, I'm guessing 4 motorcycles that were blocking the street to get people off of it, and the guy was flying through and crashed. And I did see the officer was on the ground being surrounded, and I'd see that the ambulance is still over there with its lights still flashing. I'm not sure if he got into that or not, and now you'll notice that most of the officers have cleared away from the scene. There were a lot of spectators who went up to see. Of course, it was a very loud crash. They cleared all of those people away, so it doesn't appear there are any more spectators up there. This is as close as we can get. And there are still several police officers over there. I don't see the ATV rider or the officer in question right now. I'm hoping that both of them went into the back of the ambulance, but I did see the officer on the ground, and I saw that ATV rider, whenever he crashed into the motorcycle, he went down as well.
But thankfully, Ryan, we can report you did see that the officer was not on the motorcycle, correct?
Correct. Yeah, he was standing when it happened, so I'm not sure if and the ATV crashed into the motorcycle. It did not crash into the officer, so he did not take any kind of a direct hit. But when he was going at such a high rate of speed that whenever he hit the motorcycle, you heard just this awful crash, and it started spinning around like a top on the ground, and maybe that is what happened. But yes, he was not on the bike whenever the bike took a direct hit.
And Ryan, again, we don't see any more protesters remaining out there, do we?
No, no, we do not see any more protesters up there. You'll see a couple of people walking around, but you do not see any more protesters out there. And my photographer Charles is telling me that the ATV is still up there, and I guess you're seeing it on your screen.
Oh yeah, we can see it.
I'm seeing it right there. Okay.
Yeah, on the right.
If you haven't seen it, yeah, it is a yellow four-wheeler. It is directly below on your screen. It's going to be directly below the police tape. And I can't actually see the motorcycle now, but I can see some of the debris from the crash on the ground there in front of them.
Yeah, you know, and I was just going to chime in real quick, Aisha, just making my observations now that they have the tape up there. It seems like they're probably going to treat this like a crime scene now. You can see one officer, he has some paint there on the ground. He's actually creating some markings, so he may be with the traffic unit to be able to reconstruct what actually happened so that they can use that possibly as evidence in court, if it ever gets to court. But that's part of a crime scene now, and that's why that tape is up like that. And the officers are walking around with spray paint to try to mark exactly or to recreate what actually happened and what led up to that crash.
All right, we're going to let Ryan Kruger continue to work this scene and try to get more information and hopefully an update on that officer. As you see that ATV that we saw whipping by on the right-hand side of your screen, that yellow ATV now off the road there. We are trying to get more information about the status of this officer and what possibly could have went down here as a result of that speeding ATV. We're going to pull away from this view for a second. Let's take you back out to Gwinnett County, where Nick Sturdivant has been following protests there in the Sugarloaf area. Nick. Nick is downtown.
Hey, Aisha,
now. I'm
we're
sorry,
actually
Nick is downtown.
in downtown Atlanta. Yeah, we're in downtown Atlanta. We're actually on the intersection of Marietta and Centennial. I think we're down the street from where Ryan and photographer Charles Holmes are set up right now. You see that, the flashing lights, the police presence, and that's pretty much all we've seen since we got here several minutes ago. Nothing but a police presence. You saw it earlier where officers in riot gear mobilized and moved down Centennial towards the park. And just across the street from the park, you see the police right here to my left. But over at, towards my right across the street at Centennial Olympic Park, you see National Guard set up. They have a perimeter lined up around the park, basically not letting anyone in. There are cones, there's barricades set up there. As I hear a boom, I don't know what that is. But again, National Guard is set up. They're blocking off the entrance. Nobody here. We've seen people lingering around, people walking around in this area. Haven't seen any protesters, anybody looting. I mean, again, it's just a heavy police presence here in downtown at the intersection of Marietta and Centennial.
All right, Nick Sturdivant reporting for us. Nick has been in Lawrenceville and spending most of his day at Sugarloaf Mills as he has been watching protesters there. Gwinnett County Police were the law enforcement body that were involved with that, and I've had a number of emails tonight and Facebook comments wanting to know the situation there. The very latest is, according to Gwinnett Police, and they have sent out an email in the last 40 minutes, that they have dissipated, that there are no longer any protesters at Sugarloaf Mills. We have some video now of the speeding ATV that is a vehicle that is unlicensed in the city of Atlanta. You can't drive it, so this vehicle was coming through an area where there were a lot of police on motorcycles and he was traveling at a high rate of speed. Can we see that video right now so that our viewers can take a look at it? Here comes the video, my goodness, at a very high rate of speed, and we know that an Atlanta police officer flagging him down, trying to get him to slow down. He did not. Was standing next to his motorcycle and was struck. There is the individual right there.
Look how
on the
soon
ATV.
that car moves out
Good
of the way,
Lord.
Jeff. The APD vehicle had just barely moved out of the way.
Well, this scene, as Ron mentioned, is now being treated as a crime scene. Again, we do not know the condition. We do not know the condition of the police officer, nor do we know the condition of the driver. But there was great concern as we saw law enforcement fan out all over the area. We saw EMTs come in trying to administer some medical attention to ensure that these injuries could be taken care of in a very fast fashion. But again, we do not know the situation other than that video that we now have that we'll take a look at one more time.
And we see this unit here forming another formation in order to set up their line. And that was much of the situation that they were in when they were watching the ATV go by. So not dispersing, still assessing the situation on the ground as the medics tend to, whoever could be injured there. Ryan Kruger telling us that the officer was standing near the motorcycle, not on the motorcycle. So to be clear, when you see that debris in the road from the images that we're showing you, that the officer was not indeed on the motorcycle. We also saw that the ATV was now sort of up on the sidewalk along the street. So we're trying to gather more information about what exactly has transpired there. Not seeing any protesters. Curfew has been in effect now for nearly 2 hours, started at 9 p.m. Took a little while to get the crowd out, but it does seem like the efforts of ramped up law enforcement presence and the presence of the National Guard was indeed effective, Jeff, with getting that crowd out of there. Last night, totally different story.
Yeah, it's a tale of two cities, really. When you consider what we saw, and we saw Atlanta police turning the other cheek, so to speak. They were taking a lot of abuse last night. Everything from BB gun fire to bricks to water bottles to rocks, you name it, it was being thrown at them, and they did not have any response whatsoever. They simply turned away from it. They allowed protesters, for the most part, to do their thing last night, and the thing was defined by destroying 9 vehicles, exacting damage on those patrol cars, and of course the damage that we saw at the College Football Hall of Fame and the CNN windows, the restaurant that's also in the CNN Center there with its windows out. There's also the Omni Hotel as well was impacted. So many different places were impacted, but Atlanta police, for the most part, kept their cool. They really didn't move on any of the protesters last night. Even when there was a great deal of violence, they were not moving the way that we have seen them move tonight.
I mean, it was quick, it was swift, and it took about an hour for that scene to start actually looking clear, despite some protesters still hanging around. Bringing in Ron Jones now to talk about, Ron, we know that this is a dangerous job across the board, but even beyond the protest, once that died down, then we saw something potentially dangerous happen involving this officer. So it's a risk from beginning to end until they're back home safe.
Absolutely. And, you know, they always teach you in law enforcement, especially if you're a young rookie, that you want to see your locker at the end of your shift. When you get everything out of your locker, you put your uniform on, you grab your equipment, you hop in your cruiser, and you patrol the streets, you patrol your beat. You want to see your locker at the end of the shift so you can get home and see your family. But here's the other mental health part of that. Depending upon what these officers witnessed, you know, seeing a fellow officer injured in that manner and just seeing the violence of that accident, they still have to try to not become emotionally involved. They still have to be objective. They have to You know, even though it may have really hurt to watch a fellow officer injured, they have to separate their emotions from the situation and focus on the mission. Just like a soldier, a Marine, a sailor, or an airman has to do in combat, that you have to focus on the mission, and that's what they're doing right now. And of course, as you know, we wish that officer well, and even the young kid, the young man, whoever was riding that ATV, we hope them well as well tonight. But yeah, the mental aspect can be really difficult because, you know, at first you're heightened, you know, you're firing pepper spray, you got the mask on, you got the helmet, the shield, you got the long baton, and you're engaging with these protesters, and then all of a sudden there's calm. We saw that. Just chilling out a little bit, take your helmet off, carbon up, drinking some water, just talking about the success of the night, and then boom, everything changes within a flash. You're heightened again and back out there lining up as a squad and moving on to the next objective.
And Ron, you did say that the goal was to look for more potential threats because you didn't know, what the motive of this ATV driver was. So now you sort of have to shift to sort of watching your back from all angles again, like you said, repositioning and getting back in formation because you got to put your guard right back up.
Yeah, because, I'm just wondering, I'm just curious about those officers. Everything they do tonight is intentional. They're not just walking up and down the streets for no reason. But we saw immediately after that accident that you had a lot of those officers who had the shields and the helmets and the body armor. You saw them line up in formation as a squad or a platoon, and they began to march down to another location. So they didn't do that for no reason at all. They must have gotten some intel that made them move from that position to another, not unless they were going to another position to set up a barrier to make sure no more protesters were able to infiltrate their perimeter that they already had. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see how it unfolds downtown. But the one thing I do want to say is they have a lot of control downtown, but they're still going to be concerned around other parts of the metro.
Thankfully, we have not heard of any areas. Last night, I feel like we were really in the loop on social media with hearing how those things were going to change. And social media has just played such a big role in this entire thing. That's where the protests were organized, and that's where people were giving heads up about where they were going to be. And so law enforcement was able to get a little bit of heads up when things started to move away. So thankfully, we haven't heard any of that, which is why we brought Nick back into downtown, which was where the bulk of the action sort of stayed and was maintained tonight. We're watching this scene, and they're steadily roping it off and setting it up. Likely, Ron, going to start some sort of investigation here.
Yeah, it really looks like that just based upon what we're seeing here. When you put up the crime scene tape, number one, of course, they want to keep the media out there, but they want to preserve any evidence. What evidence is there? You would just think that maybe there's just ATV, there's the wreckage of the motorcycle belonging to the police officer, and there's wreckage from the ATV, but is there other surrounding evidence that they need to collect to give them a better idea as to why this young man was speeding through that area at such a high rate of speed? So they have to cordon off as much as they can, collect as much evidence as they can, try to, as we saw some of the officers, they're spray painting on the ground because they're marking different aspects of that crime scene to see what role it may have played in this crash. We just don't know right now, but they want to make sure they preserve as much evidence as they can within that crime scene.
Ron, certainly, as we sit here and, we spend a lot of time talking about this and watching, and you're in your basement and Aisha and I are here in the studio watching this. So, part of this is certainly second guessing at times. It's much clearer, obviously, from where we sit as opposed to, what Atlanta law enforcement is facing, certainly from hour to hour. But nonetheless, it is an issue that we've talked about tonight, about allowing vehicles in that area as unpredictable and as chaotic as it has been. The issue of allowing vehicles through that area is somewhat of a wild card, and sadly in the last 30 minutes we have seen that come to fruition. Yeah, but you know what, when it comes to those four-wheelers, those ATVs,
You know, they can work, as you know, they can work through the sidewalks, they can drive through the parks, they can figure out a way to penetrate the perimeter to get in there. And so this guy may not have just taken the streets, he may have taken another route to get onto the street to be able to do what he did if it was intentional. We don't know if it was intentional. We don't know if any of the officers were targeted. But with that ATV, there's so many variables, which is going to make it easier for him to be able to get inside the perimeter of where those officers are.
And Ron, these ATVs have been an issue here in Atlanta for a number of years. I think any of us who live in Midtown or in town who have found ourselves driving, whether it's on Piedmont or in downtown or any of those areas through there, we have been surrounded by a whole bunch of those vehicles, and they come upon you very quickly, and they are unsettling, and they do wheelies and all that kind of thing in the midst of traffic, and it's like, oh, you know, you hope not to strike them. You don't want to be part of that, but it is an issue that Atlanta police, you know, have tried to deal with, and sometimes successfully and sometimes not.
You know, and I first encountered these four-wheelers here in Atlanta. I had been here for maybe only a year, and I was like, what the heck is going on? Why is all the traffic stopped? And this is just like a couple of blocks down from where the station is. And then one of the photogs, Tyson Paul, he says, well, this is what they do every year, and it's becoming an annoyance, a nuisance, and a danger for traffic and also for APD.
It was a very taxing night out there tonight for officers. We're going to take you back to some previously recorded video we got of the amount of arrests that went down tonight. We heard from Chief Erica Shields along with Mayor Bottoms that it was going to be a zero tolerance policy, and we saw that go into effect as soon as the clock struck 9. Some of those arrests a little bit more intense than others. Now, we did get an email from APD. Now, these numbers were as of 8 p.m. They were telling us that most of the arrests were made around 8 p.m. or as of 8 p.m. 34 arrests mainly along Marietta Street corridor, with at least one of the arrestees being armed at the time of the arrest. Ron, we're up right now. They also received multiple reports of other protesters being armed out there tonight. So it was an extremely taxing for them as well. Now, if we saw about 5 to 10 arrests happen on camera, the 34 was as of 8 p.m. So we can anticipate those numbers going up. We have some sound from protesters from earlier tonight. Let's listen in on that.
What was your purpose of coming out here?
Really to just try to be heard and really try to make some real difference. I've had a few encounters with police. I've seen a lot. Just looking at the face of the officer that was on George Floyd, I think a lot of the officers, a lot of our police enforcement, they have a sense of, you know, they're scared. They don't really see you as a person. They'll see what the problem is after they get to it. A lot of people are arrested with petty charges and stuff like that, seeing before they can get a case to build it up. So right here, I just kind of come, challenge the officers, ask them, it's easy in this moment right now with all the heat and all the publicity to act like you stand with these people that are out here protesting. It's easy to come out here and act like you understand where we're coming from and you support us. But it's going to be really hard when all this dies down and the norm of societies continue and goes back into rotation. It's going to be really hard to try to challenge those norms, try to question, hey man, what did you mean by that joke, or that stereotype, or why are we doing this, or things like that. And I know for the people of color and even the people that agree with the message that are Caucasian or of other races, it will be hard for them to try to challenge those norms or try to even have their voice heard. And I was just challenging them, if you really want to do it, let's do it.
That was a Clark Atlanta student there giving us his perspective of why he decided to get out there on the ground tonight. We are looking in the upper right-hand corner of that investigation in progress. Pardon our cameras, our technology is popping in and out right now, but this is the scene of that investigation where we see the motorcycle. If you can look far over to the right, I don't think we see the ATV anymore, or at least not from this angle. Not sure if it's been removed or not, but we are following this officer that has been injured as a result of a speeding ATV driver going down the street where the officers were lined up. Ryan Kruger on the ground telling us that the ATV driver was speeding, zipping by, and turned around. taking it back earlier tonight to show you a little scene setter of what was happening when it was still daylight out. Looking at that billboard, it's a little interesting because it's saying for people to go home and for Atlanta to stay strong. Fireworks were going off as protesters were approaching that 9 o'clock hour, as officers were really trying to get them out of there. A lot of fireworks resulting in smoke. This is drone video from our Brendan Keefe out there tonight, giving us this aerial view. You see a lot more police officers are out there. Very, very heavy National Guard presence as they were deployed by Governor Kemp out there, setting up their formations to make sure that that crowd was getting out of the way beginning at 9 p.m. And I came on with the team right at 9, and this is when we started to see them moving, marching in as fireworks were thrown at them. They fired back smoke bombs, trying to disperse the crowd, and it worked. At about 10 o'clock or so, we really started to see those crowds thin out, and they were at some point just shifting to other areas. But once they started enforcing that zero tolerance policy and making those arrests, Jeff, that is when we really started to see people sort of get the point a little bit and say, hold up, this isn't like last night. The grace that was extended is no more, is no longer on the table. Maybe we should abide by this curfew. So, and we haven't heard anything of them setting up shop in other areas of the city, much like last night.
Well, as we talked about, once the 9 o'clock curfew hit, we were speculating, trying to see how long it would take before Centennial Olympic Park and the areas surrounding it would be clear of protesters. And the answer came in the form of about an hour and 15 minutes. And the vast majority were gone. There were still a few here and there, but for the most part, it had been cleared out. Ryan Kruger is downtown in Centennial Olympic Park in the area around Marietta Street. He was around that ATV when it struck the officer who was standing in the road. We are going to check with him. Can I go to Ryan right now? No. Okay. Ryan, I want you to hang in there. We're going to come back to you. We need to ID here at the top of the hour. We're coming in on 11 o'clock. We want to talk to Ryan about what he saw. We want to get you updated about this ATV that was speeding in the area that struck the Atlanta police officer. So we're going to continue our coverage, our live coverage here on 11 Alive. We hope you will stay with us. We have been here for the last, well, really the last 5 hours. We have been giving you all the latest information from an assortment of sites, whether it's the governor's mansion or in Lawrenceville, at Sugarloaf Mills, or in downtown Atlanta. So we are set and ready to go to begin a new hour of coverage for you on the unrest in Atlanta.
It is now the top of the 11 o'clock hour. Protesters in the city of Atlanta have moved out, mainly as the result of Mayor Keisha Lance Bottoms enacting a curfew as of 9 o'clock. It took about an hour and 15 minutes for the National Guard and local law enforcement to get protesters out of downtown Atlanta as a result of using smoke bombs as firecrackers and things were hurled at those officers and those crews as we went into the curfew time. Guys, we all watched and sort of monitored how was this going to be enacted, along with Jeff Hullinger and Ron Jones. And we saw it went a little slow, but it went, and it appeared to be quite effective. As we look at the scene now, there's no one on the street.
We have an update now on this Atlanta police officer and the ATV rider. The crash that occurred about 40 minutes ago, the very latest from Atlanta Police. This is preliminary information. I'm just going to read it as I'm looking at it right now. An APD motors officer appears to have been struck by someone riding an ATV in the area of 200 Ted Turner Drive. The officer sustained significant injuries and has been transported to Grady in stable condition. The rider appears to have suffered minor injuries and has been taken into custody and is being transported to the hospital for treatment. The circumstances of this collision have not yet been determined. So that's the very latest we have from Atlanta Police. There is the ATV video. One more look at it at his speeding. We caught it very quickly here. Let's see if we can give you one more look. They were trying to flag it down to go slow, but only accelerated through the line of Atlanta police. Wow. That is so fast. Ryan Kruger is in downtown Atlanta at Centennial Olympic Park, and he has more for us. You were a witness to all of this and certainly the aftermath as well, Ryan.
Yeah, and the good news is that the officer right now we are hearing is in stable condition. As you were saying, Jeff, he did receive significant injuries, but he is on his way right now to the hospital. I can tell you that whenever we did see, he was on the ground being surrounded. He was not moving at the time, but very quickly he was surrounded by the fellow officers, and they were able to get him into an ambulance. And again, we are being told he is in stable condition at this point in time. They have Atlanta police, as they are now looking at, I mean, this is now a crime scene because of what happened, and so they've actually blocked off even more of Marietta Street here. Let me tell you what I saw. It was not long ago. The protesters have been cleared. The protesters essentially left the area a little after 10 o'clock, and so it was maybe at 10:30, 10:40. We have, and we actually now have video from a parking garage above that we're going to show you. You can see that ATV was just absolutely flying. A couple things he did. First, he was going south on Marietta, and there was a big line of Atlanta police, bicycle police officers that were blocking the street. They'd been stationed there pretty much the entire night. He drove by them. He was swerving a little bit, going at an incredibly fast rate of speed, and I saw him kind of wave to them, or just throw his hand up at them, continued to go south on Marietta, turned around, started heading north. Now he was going, mind you, he was going north in the southbound lane. I was reviewing old video that we had, and there was actually a police cruiser that was in the road, just coincidentally happened to move out of the way at the exact moment that the ATV passed by, so he did not crash into that cruiser. That's whenever I looked up and I saw there were several APD motorcycles that had been blocking Marietta at Ted Turner, so that way people could not get in and out, and an officer was waving his hands trying to get the guy to slow down, but he was just absolutely flying, going so fast, and I could hear it, and it was just such a shocking sound. He crashed right into that motorcycle, and it was just such a loud sound. I saw the ATV rider fall off of his ATV. That police officer went down to the ground. I do not know if he was hit directly, or I don't think he was. From what I remember seeing, it happened so fast, but it really looked like the ATV hit the motorcycle, but the officer was right there trying to flag him down whenever it happened. And just seconds later, everyone, all the officers that were here went up there, started surrounding him, put that officer into Grady EMS, took him to Grady, where we again are told he is in stable condition but did suffer significant injuries. It was just an incredible scene. It was really just shocking, and the sound that it made whenever it crashed in there, I don't know if I'll ever forget it. It's kind of ringing in my head right now as I think about it.
And Ryan, you have to anticipate that is how those officers feel too. Ron, you mentioned that they were having a moment of relaxation after getting the crowd out successfully, and they were just sort of hanging around a little bit, still being very vigilant, but just taking a time to regroup after a very long night, especially if some of them were out there last night as well. And we watched this on live TV with that ATV zipping through, and it happened so fast. So despite no protesters being around, they were still in danger.
Yeah, still in danger. And you and I were chatting about it. And matter of fact, I was giving you a little perspective and said, hey, you notice how they've taken off their gas masks, they've taken off their helmets, they're just taking a breather, eating a little dinner, drinking some water, some of them hugging each other, laughing, joking, thinking about the next mission, because they had the posture of mission accomplished. And right during our conversation, I was looking at the screen here, and you could see the ATV just zip through, and then within seconds you saw a lot of those bicycle officers running towards that location. You knew something really bad had happened. And of course, Ryan, he let us know what's going on. But now as they continue to investigate and reconstruct that crime scene, as we saw them do that, now we have to wonder, was there intent? Was there just negligence with that guy going through there at a high rate of speed? But next they're going to have to figure out, the investigators are going to have to figure out, was there intent?
We want to get you back on the ground downtown with Nick Sturdivant. Nick, what can you tell us tonight?
Yeah, we're still here at the intersection of Marietta and Centennial, right across the street from the Centennial Olympic Park. And before you guys got to us a few minutes ago, we noticed several people being taken into custody. 2 were taken up here, and then 2 more were placed into, I believe, zip ties over here in this area. And things have been pretty peaceful for the most part since we've been here about 45 minutes, but some tense moments as officers are basically telling people, hey, there's a curfew in place, you need to go home, and they putting people into custody. It looks like officers are moving in on one guy right here. I don't know if they're going to take him into custody, but again, this is sort of a similar situation that we saw several minutes ago before you guys came to us. And again, officers are not playing with people. They've come up to several people. They're putting him in handcuffs or zip ties right now. And they've been leading people up towards the CNN building in that direction on Centennial. So, but yeah, this is the scene playing out right now. This guy is being taken into custody. And again, the curfew is in place. Officers have told numerous people and stopped numerous people, hey, there's a curfew in place, 9 o'clock, you need to be home. Some people have complied. You've seen others like this have not complied, and they've been taken into custody. So this is what we're seeing here. There's still a heavy police presence. We're actually down the street from Ryan Kruger and photojournalist Charles Holmes, where they have been set up. Just in front of me, you have National Guard, you have the chopper suit, but you have National Guard who have set up a perimeter at the park, making sure that no one breaks in, nobody is there. But again, yeah, for the most part peaceful, but what you see right there behind me, people have been taken into custody.
So Nick, were those actual arrests? They weren't protesters, right? Or were they protesters or people just out after the curfew who didn't comply with leaving the area?
One guy looked like a protester. He had a Fight the Power shirt on. A couple of the other guys looked like they were, just hanging out in the area. It's unclear. I can't tell you if there were protesters or not, but it appeared one. And I just got an update from one of our producers. We've had 51 arrests here tonight so far. 8 p.m. it was 34. Now it's at 51 arrests. But again, to answer your question, one guy looked like a protester. The others, not so much. But I don't want to misspeak on that.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. We're going to transition now to another reporter who's been on the ground for us tonight, Hope Ford, near Ted Turner.
Yeah, Aisha, so it's, as you can see, it's quiet behind me. There are police officers right there. We're kind of across the street from where Ryan is and where that officer was hit. So we're over here right now. We have seen a couple of people walking by. Some people walking by pretty freely, and then there have been a couple of other arrests from people who were walking by, and police were telling them to move. They were turning around. They were yelling things at the police, and that's when the police moved in to make those arrests. But speaking of arrests, I want to talk about an arrest that we captured earlier, not too far from here. So it was a woman and a man were pulled out of a car by police and arrested. So I want to go back to that because we were able to talk to police about what happened and why those 2 people were arrested. So from what we saw earlier, police swarmed around this car, and they took out the young lady, they took out the young man, and they arrested them. As they were being arrested, the 2 people, they walked by, they saw our cameras, they started saying, we don't know why we're being arrested, we don't know why we're being arrested. The officer actually saw that, and he told the young man, calm down, all you had to do was put your hands up, you almost got shot. We did hear a taser go off, and we did see at least one officer pull his weapon out. That officer who pulled his weapon out actually came over and explained to us what he says happened. He says that the car was driving and there was an officer in the road and the car wasn't stopping. So officers were trying to flag this car down to get it to stop. It wouldn't stop and almost ran into the officer. When they walked up to the car and they tried to get the girl to step out of the vehicle, she refused, so that's when they started to pull her out. As far as why the gun was drawn, the young man was reaching into his pocket for something. So that's when those guns came out. One of the officers who pulled his gun out recognized that it was a cell phone. And that's when he told the officers to put their guns down. That's when they tased the young lady. She was resisting a little bit, and they arrested those two people. The officer said that those two people are just being detained. So that's what happened in that arrest there. But we're going to toss it back to you right now, Aisha.
All right, Hope, thank you so much for giving us some little context and perspective on that video, because it was one of the most aggressive arrests that we did see. So it's good to have some of the information behind that. We did get an APD update tonight saying that, again, most of the area of heavy protest was Marietta Street and Andrew Young International Boulevard downtown. They did tell us, though, that although we didn't see a heavy presence, damage did continue to be an issue tonight. Damage to property, including at least one patrol vehicle being damaged and breaking out windows of APV's Zone 5 precinct on Ted Turner Drive downtown. We're going to give you more updates on what that update was from APD, but for right now, let's go to Andy Parati on the ground for us tonight.
Hi, Aisha. We're off of Cortland Avenue, about 2 blocks away from Grady, and we were on the way to Grady in anticipation of reporting about the condition of the officer that was hit by the ATV. But then we came across this scene over here. Take a look. Right across the street, there appears to be close to a dozen individuals that are on the ground, surrounded by police officers. They're being detained. Also here are first responders from Grady Memorial, Grady right here, about to take out a gurney here. We've seen someone across the street surrounded by medics and police officers. We don't know what the situation is, but someone has been being treated for the past few minutes ever since we got here. We also saw another officer getting bandaged up. He didn't appear to be in serious pain because we saw him smiling, but definitely medics were around treating him. Before we got to this location, about a block away, we were driving past the Sheraton and we saw someone run into the Sheraton. Right after that, APD officers pulled in. 3 of them ran inside, and then they took an individual into custody. We don't know the circumstances behind that arrest, but that individual that was being arrested, he says that he was a veteran. He says he didn't know why he was being arrested. But that's the situation right here. Large presence here. A lot of individuals in custody over there, and we got another individual across the street injured. We don't know the circumstances of this person's injuries. Aisha, back to you.
All right, thank you so much, Andy. We're going to bring in Ron Jones. Andy, stand by. We're going to have a few follow-up questions for you about where you are and more of what you're seeing. Ron, this has really taken a turn as we thought we were wrapping up.
But you know what, when you think about it, Aisha, try to think of it in terms of a firefighter. So you have this huge blaze, right? And you bring in the firefighters, they put out the huge blaze, just like the officers did. They kept that violence from erupting. And then once you put out the blaze, you're still going to have hot spots. So they've contained the big thing, right? But then they're going to continue to take care of the hot spots, and these sound like these are part of the hot spots downtown. Andy, I was going to ask you, tonight we did notice that some of the officers had left the area where this one officer had been hit by an ATV, and they had full riot gear on. Do you see any of those officers in your area with the helmets and the masks and the body armor?
You know, we do see some individuals with riot gear, but nothing like what we saw earlier with the heavy riot gear at the corner near Centennial Park. Nothing like that here. We're seeing individuals with masks and what you would imagine someone to wear if they were doing traffic patrol outside, but nothing with the heavy riot gear that we saw earlier today. These individuals look like they were patrolling either on foot or in their vehicles. Lots of police vehicles surrounding this area. So we don't know exactly what was happening before we got here. We got here, and within less than 8 minutes, we were live. So we stopped. We put the camera on, we got live, and we just wanted to show you what was going on because we knew that we had heard the injury about the officer that was hit by the ATV, and we saw the Grady ambulance here, and we saw an officer getting bandaged up. Don't know the circumstances again. Although we know is that there's a lot of individuals in custody right there, and we don't know the circumstances of why they are in custody.
All right, thanks, Andy.
Ron.
All right, Andy Parati.
All right, thanks, Andy.
For us there.
Go ahead, Aisha. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem, Ron. So curfew now in effect in Atlanta for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. But as we see, protesters have still remained being under arrest out there tonight, with a few people refusing to abide by the curfew when police and law enforcement tried to tell them, hey, curfew in effect, it's time to go home. Latest update from APD that we were telling you about was windows were broken out at the APD Zone 5 precinct on Ted Turner Drive downtown. At least one patrol vehicle was damaged, and other businesses, also the Dunkin' Donuts at Lucky Street and Forsyth Street and other downtown businesses. Officers still continue throughout the night to endure rocks and other items being thrown at them, and they continue to get reports of armed protesters in these groups. As of 10:50 p.m., officers have made 51 arrests, but even after that, when we saw Nick Sturtevant, there were more arrests being made. But as of 10:50, Jeff, 51 arrests have been made, and we see these arrests going down right now. Andy said it's about a dozen people in zip ties over there with no idea of the circumstances behind those arrests. But across from Andy, someone has also been injured. So while the bulk of the crowd did disperse and we saw those empty streets downtown and cars just cruising around, it seems that there are some smaller pockets popping up that haven't died down.
Yeah, the curfew began at 9 p.m., so here we are 2.5 hours later, still in the midst of this curfew, and still Atlanta police very active as far as arresting people. We received an email from Atlanta police around 8 o'clock. At that point, they had made 34 arrests during the day, so they have now increased it by approximately 20. The assumption, at least from what we have seen, at least viscerally, is that so many more arrests certainly will be part of that tally, part of that total by the time that sunrise comes. So the question now is, where do Atlanta police go from here? What do they continue this sort of action of checking protesters? Do they continue to ensure that they do not reassemble or do not gather again in the park and then find themselves once again trying to move them out?
It's about 11:20 right now. We're still seeing officers line the streets, and we've been making this point all night to say that we are a little bit shocked to see that traffic is being able to move about in these areas. We are also still following the story that Ryan Kruger is on in his scene. Look off in the distance. We have a few more arrests happening there. Wanted to pivot to that as we were seeing that live image on TV. A couple more arrests happening too, so definitely can anticipate a new update. Let's get the very latest from APD on the update from the officer that was injured as a speeding ATV driver came down the street. We're going to bring that up on the screen for you to tell you the latest update from APD about this officer as we try to monitor that situation. The officer was taken to Grady in stable condition. It says an APD Motors officer appears to have been struck by someone riding an ATV in area of 200 Ted Turner Drive. The officer sustained significant injuries and has been transported to Grady in stable condition. The rider appears to have suffered minor injuries and was taken into custody. That rider was speeding down the street. During our live feed, we caught it, but Ryan was on the ground and could see it, that once the ATV rider, there you go, see him zip by, barely missing the APD vehicle, first of all. And then Ryan said the ATV driver turned around, and that's when he collided with the officer that was standing outside of his motorcycle. The officer was not on his motorcycle, but standing near his motorcycle unit, waving, trying to get this person to slow down, but not soon enough because there was some sort of collision. Now with that officer being in stable condition, taken into Grady, and whoever was on that ATV taken into custody, as we see more people being taken into custody tonight.
We're joined right now by Governor Brian Kemp for the second time this evening. Governor Kemp, thanks for being with us again. We appreciate it at this late hour. Can you give us an update as you have been watching events unfold in Atlanta and Atlanta Metro?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. So far so good tonight. I think we've shown that we had a great plan working with Mayor Bottoms, Chief Shields, and all of the state resources and other locals that are involved. Very pleased to see how well everybody has coordinated and communicated together on the response. For the most part, it's been very, very quiet and peaceful, even though it's obviously been a lot of activity. But so far, so good tonight. But the night's not over. We're continuing to keep our foot on the gas. I'm still in the State Operations Center with our whole team, and we continue to monitor situations not only here in Athens, but tracking other things around the state.
It really was a different tack today from what we have seen from government, from the mayor, from the Atlanta police chief, from you as well, when you ratcheted up 500 National Guard to 1,500. It was a concerted effort to try and show a very strong arm here against anarchy, which the mayor described as political interference, that anarchists had taken over, essentially hijacked what was a peaceful march and a peaceful protest. And this has been a much different face of law enforcement than we saw 30 hours ago.
Well, I certainly agree with the mayor's sentiments on that anarchy and the unfortunate, minority of individuals that were out on the streets last night and tonight that have a different agenda than justice, that people are really demanding right now, and for good reason. And I'm supportive of that and supportive of peaceful, nonviolent protest. Unfortunately, there are those that have a different agenda that are living for destruction of property and lives and other things all around the country tonight. And the response that we've had tonight, sending the message that we're not going to put up with that here in the state of Georgia. We have a lot of resources at our disposal, and I was willing to use every single bit of them tonight to make sure that that was the case, and that's exactly what we've been doing. And I will say, Jeff, we're going to continue to do that. We're tracking things in other parts of the state that will be going on tomorrow. So I have just extended the public state of emergency for this response statewide, and have given myself the ability through that executive order to call up the rest of the Georgia National Guard up to 3,000 troops if needed, and that will run through next weekend, really sending a message that no matter where these agitators go, we will be there, and we will be ready to respond and support the local communities and protect the lives and the livelihoods of those communities.
Governor Kemp, will you be looking any further into if this was some sort of orchestrated or set up protest to invade cities where these people are not residents of? Are we going to look into that? Now, we've heard from other governors and mayors all across the country echoing that sentiment that these people were not from their areas, but it is them that are left with such devastation and very costly destruction. Are we going to look any further to see if that was indeed the case that happened here in Atlanta?
Well, we have been in coordination through the State Operations Center and Georgia Emergency Management Agency about federal prosecution for some of those that were here. So we'll continue to monitor that situation and anything else that we have from a prosecution standpoint for those individuals that were causing this disruption.
Have you heard from the federal government at all today? Have you heard from the White House about the situation here in Atlanta?
Yeah, I did talk to one of our liaisons in the White House earlier today. They were just checking in to see how we were doing, seeing if we needed anything. I certainly appreciate that. I let them know that we had the resources that we needed and that we were working in touch with the mayor's office and with Chief Shields. I actually passed along the chief's number to them. I think they were going to try to reach out and ask the same of them. So we have had that communication.
Governor Kemp, thank you for your time tonight. We appreciate it. Is there anything else that you would like to say to our viewers right now as they continue to watch Atlanta Police in Centennial Olympic Park arrest those who are still milling about, even though the curfew has been in effect for 2.5 hours? Anything that you might like to share with those listening right now that have been greatly concerned about safety?
Well, I would just tell those individuals that are doing the right thing, that are at home and following the order of the curfew order of the mayor, and have stayed out of harm's way today, that we appreciate that, number one, and number two, they can know as they go to bed tonight that we'll still be up monitoring this as long as we need to keep them and their community safe.
And again, say one more time how long the state of emergency will last.
It'll run through the end of next weekend. Obviously I can extend that again if we see the need for it. I don't believe I will, but we have that tool at our disposal. But we're going to stay up on active operations here at the State Center through the end of next weekend.
Got it. Governor Kemp, thanks for your time. We appreciate you checking in with us tonight. We appreciate the information.
Thanks so much.
Well, even while we were talking to the governor, we still had our live stream going, Jeff, and we saw even more arrests happening downtown. Looks like we see those buses that were intended to load up protesters or people who were not abiding by the curfew, to load them up and get them processed after they were arrested. So it seems like although protests in large numbers and the big, heavy, thick crowd that we saw, and flames and fire and graffiti and destruction, it was at a smaller magnitude, but this response was indeed necessary. And it looks like it was, impactful as far as dispersing the crowd within a timely fashion. None of the business owners wanted to see this go in the direction, and a lot of the community members who believe in peaceful protesting and getting your point across and keeping the root of the issues at the forefront, none of them wanted to see a second night of what we witnessed last night. Although there were far more arrests, that speaks to the zero tolerance policy that Chief Shields and Mayor Bottoms said they would hit the ground running tonight with making these arrests and making sure that their approach was strong and being backed by Governor Kemp, bringing in the National Guard. We saw that take place tonight. We're going to keep a close eye on two developing stories that we have working right now. One, the APD officer that was hit by an ATV driver. That APD officer is in stable condition. Also, the scene about 10 minutes ago where we saw Andy Parati, about a dozen people all on the ground under arrest there. Not sure what the circumstances were there, Jeff. Ron, let's tell us, what are you thinking about how this night has progressed? We've taken a few turns here, but not in a similar direction as last night. It's not so much focused on protests right now.
Yeah, I would call it a success. If I'm part of APD, if I'm part of the state, if I'm part of any of those mutual aid agencies, I would say tonight was a success. I mean, obviously, you do not want a fellow law enforcement officer to be injured, no one to be injured or anything worse than that. But I would call it a success if you look at it in contrast to what we saw last night. And just think about this. The governor had promised 500, right? This is last night. He says, I'm going to promise you 500 National Guardsmen. Today, he upped the ante and said, I'm going to give you 1,500. And then tonight, he lets 11 Alive know. He says, you know what? For the next week, I'm going to give you 3,000 guardsmen to get out here to make sure that this does not get out of control again. So if you couple that with all the multiple agencies as well, you can see that they are taking this zero tolerance to the extreme. I mean, they're really serious about this. As we were watching this young man being hooked up right now, zip ties placed on his arm, he's going to be taken into custody. So I would call tonight a success so far. But the other thing, Aisha and Jeff, what I find interesting, we haven't heard about any other hot spots in other parts of the metro. Not yet, and hopefully we don't.
Yeah, and one of the underlying themes that we heard from last night from Mayor Bottoms, from Killer Mike, from T.I. was saying that Atlanta is the place where black people especially have thrived, especially as it relates to business and entrepreneurship. And all the looting and vandalism last night really impacted the Black community and Black business owners. Andy Parati standing by with a local business owner to talk about the impact of what has gone on in the past 24 to 36 hours, Andy.
Hi, Aisha. We are just a few blocks away from Grady, and we came across this business not ransacked, but all the windows broken. This is the owner, Robin. Robin, what happened?
I was at home. We've been feeling uneasy since yesterday. One of my business partners was talking about all of our windows. I felt like the street was quiet enough that all of the activity was elsewhere. And then about 15 minutes ago, I was notified that all of the windows had been out, and I actually live in the building. I heard what sounded like firecrackers, but I had no idea all of this had happened.
So all this?
Yes.
Just
every
moments
window.
ago.
Yes. It had to be 15 minutes ago. The officer said there were about 30 kids came by and just busted up all the windows.
And you've owned this business for just about a year.
Yes, we're actually about a year and a few months. And we just had a strategy meeting for our post-COVID strategy. And this is just another thing to deal with.
Robin, you're a Black female business owner. These people were out here allegedly protesting police brutality, inequality. What's going through your mind knowing that these individuals were saying that we're out here protesting for your rights, your friends' rights, and then this happens?
It's a lot of pain in our society. And in a situation like this, the lines between right and wrong are very thin. Hurt people. And it takes away from the real issues in society, which is we have to do better with hate and racism. And I think a lot of people don't have the type of guidance and love that they need to really function in a society that's has a overtone of oppression.
Robin, I can't thank you enough for doing this interview in such short notice, literally opening the door, showing us the damage. I wish you the best in cleaning up, reopening after the pandemic and through the pandemic, and then picking up the pieces from here. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Pray.
Yes,
That's
absolutely.
the main thing. Pray.
Yes.
Aisha, there you go. Right when we thought this protest this evening was going to be nonviolent and no property damage, something like this happens. We've also been told, APD told me, those individuals we showed you earlier, there was about a dozen of them on the ground detained. That officer telling us that they believe that those were the individuals that did all of this damage. Guys, back to you.
All right, Andy, thank you so much for connecting the dots for us on that one and giving us that heartfelt interview. We wish her and her business the best. We saw this morning, first thing, people were hitting the ground, coming out to help businesses clean up for people that they didn't even know. And along with those images, people were saying, this is Atlanta. That is who we are as a community. So we hope that she gets the help that she needs and the support that she needs. And like she said, her business was off the beaten path, not in the direct line. So not necessarily thinking, she's not near Centennial Olympic Park or, not really in the thick of it. And something like that still happened to her business. So while this night felt a little bit less intense, everyone can't say that, Jeff.
No, it has been an evening. I mean, as we take a look again at the various correspondence that we've had from Atlanta Police tonight, I mean, they're still getting pelted with all kinds of objects, and property damage is still going on, and peaceful protests have been somewhat elusive tonight. It's been noisy. There has been an injury now to an Atlanta police officer who was standing next to his motorcycle when the ATV came crashing through. He has significant serious injuries, though he is listed in stable condition. The driver of the ATV who was speeding through, minor injuries. He is now in custody and will be facing a myriad of charges. But again, we have seen a very busy day and a very busy night, essentially with 3 locations today. One at the governor's mansion, where John Schierick was, Nick Sturdivant was, out at Lawrenceville at the Sugarloaf Mills, and we have seen Centennial Olympic Park tonight. The crowds went away, somewhat uneventful in Gwinnett County, and the Georgia State Patrol did a nice job handling the protesters to make sure that they were safe on West Paces Ferry as they were blocking traffic there, and they were sitting, and then at various times they were chanting as well. But that has been a peaceful protest by every definition that we understand tonight.
And as things wrapped up there in Gwinnett County, Nick Sturdivant headed downtown Atlanta to check on the situation there, to give our crews another set of hands there on the ground. That's where we find Nick. Nick, tell us exactly where you are tonight.
Yeah, we're on the corner of Marietta and Centennial, right across the street from Centennial Olympic Park. And look, Atlanta Police is not messing around right now. They are, at one point, they were giving out warnings to people, telling them, hey, it's 9 o'clock, it's past curfew, you need to go home. But within the last maybe 15, 20 minutes, we saw close to a dozen people be led away in zip ties. They were placed into custody. Look, I was only a few steps away from photographer John Samuels, and when they were putting people in custody, they looked at me, and I was forced to show my credentials. So that shows you the severity of everything and how serious they're taking this situation right now in downtown. Again, there's still a heavy police presence. You hear the chopper above me. There are police officers right here on the corner by the CNN building. There are also, where our camera is pointing, there's police officers right there near where that scene, where that accident happened earlier. But again, they are looking. They're patrolling the streets right now, APD, and they're making sure people are off the streets. Again, they're not messing around. If they see somebody that is spotted out of place, they're grabbing them. What video am I looking at?
We still have you live, Nick.
Well, I'm going to continue to describe what's going on right now. Again, not much happening right now here in downtown. It's pretty calm, but again, several minutes ago, 8 to 10 people were put into custody. And again, APD is taking it very, very seriously. If you're out, it's past curfew. If you're out, they're going to put you in zip ties. They're not even giving warnings at this point.
All right, thank you so much, Nick Sturdivant, bringing us that live report from downtown Atlanta near Centennial Olympic Park, where he says APD is not messing around. The response indeed escalated out there tonight, even coming from Governor Kemp. Let's give you a recap of the new state of emergency. Governor Kemp says after numerous discussions with local and state leaders, he's signed an order authorizing the activation of up to 3,000 National Guard troops statewide ahead of several planned protests on Sunday. So we could be right back in this position tomorrow. He took it up from 500 to 1,500 and now to 3,000, extending that state of emergency. He says the highly trained citizen soldiers will partner with law enforcement to preserve peace and protect Georgians in every corner of our great state. So if this was the presence we saw out there tonight, if we have round 3 tomorrow, the law enforcement presence is expected to be double.
All right, let's go back to Andy Parati, who is near Centennial Olympic Park.
What's your name?
I'm Riley.
I'm going to ask all real quick.
Andy, all yours.
Hey guys, I don't know if you can hear me. There's a helicopter right above me that's very, very loud. I can barely hear it, but we are live right now, Kathy. We've got a great group of individuals here that we did not expect to find. I was walking by them and I saw this huge crate of food and water, and they were giving it to law enforcement. And I asked, like, what are you guys doing here? And they are actually out here giving food and water to law enforcement. What's your name?
John Burkholder. I'm Riley.
I'm Abby.
And I'm DJ.
Tell me why you're here tonight and what are you doing?
Law enforcement is just a passion, and I feel like if they're serving and fighting on the front lines, then we should also be serving on the front lines as well, and just giving back to the people that protect us. So.
And what's been their response when you come up to them with this huge crate of food?
A lot of them already have water and snacks and everything. A few have accepted so far, but we're hoping to reach out to a lot more law enforcement officers and first responders. If we see any National Guard, then we're definitely going to give it to them as well. We still have like 4 packs of water back in our car. So.
Wow. And what gave you this idea? Like, why come out here almost midnight and do this?
Well, I got off my jog at 6 o'clock, but I woke up this morning and I really felt it upon my heart that this is what I should have done. So I asked, my friends if they wouldn't mind coming with us, just last of the minute, spur of the moment idea. And we left about 7, 8 o'clock, and now we're here, so.
Well, I can tell by the looks of the faces when you talk to some of the law enforcement and you're handing out water that they really appreciate it. Thank you for taking the time to do this. I know that they appreciate it, and I wish you, I hope you guys stay safe tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
So here's just a different type of perspective we didn't expect tonight. Most of the reporting we've been doing all evening is talking about protesters who are heated and passionate about Black Lives Matter. We talked about some vandalism that we just saw just a short distance away, and we talked about some individuals that were taken into custody for breaking the curfew. I will ask them, actually, why law enforcement haven't asked them to leave. It is past the 9 p.m. curfew, and I will ask law enforcement. But something different than what we expected to see tonight. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you, Andy. We look forward to your response from law enforcement about that, as that curfew is applicable to everyone who is out there tonight, regardless of your cause, which that was indeed a very notable cause there, as we see more arrests taking place with people who may have had different motives or intentions, or may have just been walking around the area, didn't know about the curfew. We don't know the circumstance of each person who is downtown and who is out after curfew. So we will be interested to get an update from Andy about those individuals being out there as well, or if they are going to be asked to go ahead and turn it in after they finish their good deeds out there tonight. As we see here, more arrests still going down. Curfew is in effect, but is that the scene of the ATV on the right that we're seeing, guys, downtown? Still following that story of the APD officer that was hit by an ATV driver after things had seemingly calmed down on Ted Turner. Much of the protesting crews and people had dispersed, but as crews APD were set up out there, a lot of their bicycle patrol units, a person came down the street flying on an ATV, which is not a legal mode of transportation within the city of Atlanta, and seemingly turned around and came back through. And that is when that ATV encountered an APD officer who has been taken to Grady in stable condition. We are keeping an eye on that officer. The person in charge of the ATV was taken into custody tonight as well. We're going to toss it over to Jeff now. Jeff, it's been an interesting night. We're going into the midnight hour.
We are. Things beginning to slow down a bit in downtown Atlanta, but Hope Ford not slowing down at all. In fact, she has been surveying the area, taking a look at damage and talking to law enforcement as well as those who are still milling about. Hope, you are near the Children's Museum, correct?
Yeah, we got word that the Children's Museum was actually vandalized, so we walked down here to check it out for ourselves. And as you can see, we're going to zoom in. We're across the street here. The glass has been broken. There doesn't appear to be anyone inside. People have kind of been, from when we got here, people were walking by to take videos or pictures of that. So by the time we got it there, the glass was already shattered on that. It doesn't appear to be any other damage to any of the other buildings or businesses around here. And we are still seeing in this area, at least, people still walking around. There aren't a lot of police in this area, but we have, from where we just walked from further down there, if you walk into that area with police right now, you're getting arrested. They're not giving out warnings. They are immediately, telling you to put your hands behind your back, and they are taking you into custody. So we're seeing little pockets of vandalism. We're seeing, again, when you're away from the police over on this side, people are still walking around freely. If you're going down to where that area where there are a lot of police officers, right now you can't expect to be arrested.
All right, Hope Ford, thank you so much for that live report. Children's Museum. The Children's Museum, of all places.
Arthur Blank has been a great supporter of the Children's Museum. He has made many generous donations to keep it afloat and to keep it going, and it is a much beloved location for families all through Atlanta Metro, and I know I have raised a couple of children, and they, at various times in their lives, have loved the Children's Museum, as do all families.
All right, we are seeing officers go throughout downtown Atlanta, and although we've seen a lot of arrests here within the past hour, it is very impressive to see the job and the effect of a greater law enforcement presence and the curfew. I thought it was very interesting the approach they took tonight to send out the curfew as an emergency warning. And so that gave the right to say, you knew, you're aware. We all got that alert coming through on our phones. Not seeing a lot of people, but still the heavy law enforcement presence out there. Ron, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm still with you because I have a question or just an observation just based upon what we're seeing tonight. And that is this, even though those 4 folks who came down to bring the snacks and the water and all that other good stuff from law enforcement, still there is a curfew. There is an absolute zero tolerance curfew, and so I would just discourage anyone from going downtown, even if they're saying, hey, you know, we want to help out law enforcement, because then based upon the optics, depending upon what APD does with this, it could be seen as a double standard. Like you're taking some people to jail, but some people are allowed to be there. So it would be interesting to hear what the officer actually tells Andy Parati about those 4 people who were there to deliver snacks. I know they had good intentions, and I get all of that, but still there is a curfew in place, and we don't, I'm sure they don't want to encourage more people to come down there to downtown Atlanta.
Right, despite the purpose, you know, of the deeds, exactly. It is zero tolerance across the board. Ron, are we in, what sort of area, what sort of mode are we in right now? Are we pulling back? Are we relaxing? Or, you know, what's the feeling as we get ready to approach midnight?
I think of it once again as that forest fire type situation, right? So earlier tonight we saw the big blaze, the protests. They squashed that big fire, and then they're going around looking for hot spots. I think they're still on high alert. They're still making arrests. They have intel, they have intelligence officers out there, probably wearing plain clothes, trying to see where the hot spots may pop up again, repositioning some of these officers to get them out there to make sure that they can make arrests so nothing flares up again, just like a forest fire, making sure nothing flares up again. So I don't think they're pulling back. I think that they are just evaluating where they are now to determine what they need to do next.
All right, Ron, now we do want to mention, you know, some of the protests were peaceful, like earlier tonight outside of the governor's mansion, which is where John Sherrick was earlier.
Yeah, exactly. And they, you know, they went out there, they stated their cause with a lot of passion concerning peace and what has taken place throughout this country, specifically in Minneapolis, what has happened there recently. But they were very passionate, peaceful, and they complied as well. And matter of fact, John Sherrick, he was live on the scene for us today. And John, what can you tell us about your observations in front of the governor's mansion?
The protest at the governor's mansion was loud and it was peaceful. Protesters occupied West Paces Ferry in front of the governor's mansion in defiance of police orders to clear the streets. State Patrol troopers and Atlanta police gave them break after break, made a few arrests for minor violations. Police and Georgia National Guard troops in full riot gear formed a line around the governor's mansion. No one was breaching that security. Protesters chanted no justice, no peace, and even said prayers for police. Finally, just after 8 p.m., they walked away. The governor and his family were not here. Military and civilian security remain in place.
All right, more scenes today of Atlantans coming together after a violent night of protests last night. Caitlin Ross shows us people coming out to help clean up the damage the morning after.
The owners of this Buckhead jewelry store say they can't begin to estimate the amount of damage that was done here. You can see all of their showcases are smashed. Their windows were broken through as 14 masked men robbed their store. They say they're shattered.
It's just heartbreaking. Like, you know, on a Saturday morning get called in, terrified, as a family to wake up to this.
You can see the brick that shatters the window of the estate jewelers on surveillance footage, and then the alleged thieves who rush in and grab whatever they can. The store is a mile and a half from the route protesters took, and manager Leora Isikoff doesn't think robbing her store helps advance the cause of justice.
There's an injustice happening. I know what's going on right now with George Floyd. It's not right. I definitely sympathize and have compassion for his family. Fight injustice with injustice is not how things work.
Hers was the only store damaged in her shopping plaza, but along the protest route, shattered glass was everywhere. Dozens of people came to see the damage from the protests Saturday morning. Brendan Simpson says he supported the protests when they were peaceful, but doesn't know what to make of what happened next.
I've seen hurt, I've seen pain, I've seen anger, I've seen misunderstanding, I've seen just some answers. People want answers.
Helen Bolston couldn't believe the destruction she saw when she woke up, so she drove over to Buckhead to try and help.
And I saw how they have tore up my city. My heart just really fell.
She was joined by dozens of people who came out to support the business owners and clean up the damage.
There are many, many, many ways that we can protest and get things done, but tearing up your city, places you got to wake up and come back to, makes no sense.
All three of them say they want justice for George Floyd, but they don't think this is it.
But this is another level. This is outrageous.
The owners say they have hired an extra security guard to be here at the store tonight, but they don't know what more damage can be done.
And that was Caitlin Ross earlier today showing us people picking up the pieces. Back live tonight, we're going to go back to Hope 4 downtown. Hope, tell us where you are now.
So we're still by the Children's Museum of Atlanta, where we just told you a few minutes ago that that glass was broken into, and then we started noticing the cops slowly starting moving down, and we told you earlier that there were a lot of people out here, but the cops weren't in this area. That looks like they now are moving down here to arrest people. There were a couple of people that were just walking. The officers have moved in. And it looks like they're talking to them right now. And again, they've been the last hour or so, they haven't been giving any verbal warnings. If they see you out walking around, they have been arresting people. So this is what we're seeing right now. We're seeing those officers slowly move down the street. And again, just walked up on those two people. Those people were just walking down the street, and they did go ahead and arrest them. So that curfew has been in place since 9 o'clock right now, and they were giving verbal warnings. So we witnessed that a couple of times where they were telling people, hey, get out of the area, go ahead and go home. But lately, the past hour, there are no verbal warnings. They see you, and they are going to arrest you.
And Hope, it looks like things really took a turn, because when we saw you in your last live shot, there was absolutely no police presence. Maybe the vandalism at the Children's Museum alerted them to the area.
It's a possibility because there were no officers down here. They were pretty far back towards the Ferris wheel at that time. And that's where I last saw them whenever I was up here earlier. And then within just the last couple of minutes, they started slowly just moving a little piece at a time up here. And as you just saw, they came across a couple of people who were out walking, and they arrested those people there. So these officers are marching forward. There is the SWAT vehicle that is following behind them. They've been walking people back to the CNN Center. That's where we saw them processing a lot of those people who are being arrested. We're not seeing so there they go again. Again, they're moving down the street. Right now, we're not seeing a whole lot of people out like we did just a few minutes ago. It's interesting. Just want to point out there's a couple of people standing on the sidewalk right there. They were applauding the officers, and the officers just walked past them. So I just did want to point that out, and we're kind of.
Well, it looks like they are on their way to
We're
the
just
guy
kind of
in the
watching
white
this unfold.
shirt. We'll keep an eye on this here.
Yeah, we're just kind of watching this unfold right now.
And we see a couple of other people. There are, as you mentioned, not very many people out at this point.
They're not. We did see a handful of people out earlier, but don't see them anymore. They kind of left that area. We're hearing them yell directions to the cars that are trying to turn down here as the officers continue to march down. We're hearing loud music as well. That's probably just coming from folks in their cars.
Atlanta police on the move, and they stop.
And this has just been happening for the last probably, again, 20 minutes. They're just slowly but surely moving down.
Hope, have you heard anything about protesters moving anywhere else around Atlanta Metro tonight? Has there been any banter about that?
We haven't seen any. We haven't heard any of any other protests in this area, in this downtown area. There were a couple of people here and there who, were walking around, and they still had signs, they had pictures, and they would stand there for a few minutes. They would protest. The police would come up, give a verbal warning, and then they would move on about their business there. But as far as any protest in this area, we haven't seen anything or heard anything. And again, it was just a few minutes ago that we heard about the damage at the Children's Museum, and we came down here, and a few minutes after that you're seeing what's unfolding right here.
Would you give us your location? Look at the street signs, and it's interesting how you think downtown Atlanta really well. You've been down there thousands of times, but it looks different on television oftentimes, and with some of the new development that has been so rapid over the course of the last year, even some of these traditional spots of recognition are not there anymore. So where are you again?
Yeah, we are right next to the Coca-Cola museum. We're right there. You can probably actually see it. Yeah, that's where we are, kind of in reference. I'm not seeing any street signs. But oh, here we go. Well, I don't want to step on the road into.
I'm putting you on the spot here. I'm turning you into.
Definitely don't want to get in between whatever is happening here.
I'm turning you into a Google map. Sorry about that.
Oh no, you're fine. Oh yeah, Simpson. So we're at the corner of Simpson, right there next to the.
I just think a lot of people are not, even though people have lived here a very long time, and I think this is hard for folks to understand who don't live here. That downtown Atlanta is a mystery to a lot of people. It's always been that way. A lot of, we are a suburban city in terms of staying in our own communities for the most part. It's been that way for a very long time. It still is. So, I think it's always good that we can kind of tell people exactly where we are in downtown Atlanta.
And we're seeing people being arrested. It's interesting. The people who live in the the apartments and condos that are around here, they're kind of hanging out, and they're taking pictures and videos. So they haven't. They're inside, but they're still being active spectators to whatever's happening out here. We've seen quite a little bit of that.
All right. Well, Hope, I think we're going to drift away from you here. You've done such a great job. You did such a terrific job last night. Some really, really hard circumstances, and you have done it again tonight. Your travel log downtown has been most illuminating, and it has given us information to help us understand what's going on. We really appreciate it. Brian Kruger, let's check in with you. You two have done such terrific work as well in the midst of some very trying circumstances and oftentimes frightening circumstances. Where are you right now at 12 midnight Sunday morning?
So I'm still at that location where it's basically on Marietta Street between Ted Turner and Centennial Olympic Park Drive, looking right now at the CNN Center. This was the scene earlier where we saw that ATV rider, that four-wheeler, crash into an APD motorcycle cop that had been blocking the road. Now, within about 2 minutes ago, we saw that they just hauled away the ATV. We got a good look at it. It did not appear to suffer any significant damage. In fact, the ATV was actually standing upright the entire time. Now, I did see the rider fall off the four-wheeler whenever he crashed. We do know that the officer, I saw him, he was trying to flag down the four-wheeler, trying to get him to stop because that road had been blocked. It's now back open, you see, but there were at least 4 APD motorcycles that were up there to try to block the road, and this four-wheeler that was absolutely flying was going through, and I saw the officer trying to wave his hands, trying to get him to stop, but the guy was simply going way too fast, and he ended up crashing directly into the motorcycle. Now, the officer was not on the motorcycle, he was next to it, and it's not clear if he took a direct hit or if he got hit because it ricocheted, but we did speak earlier with an Atlanta police spokesperson at Grady Hospital, where that officer is right now, to get an update. Here's what he had to say.
So around 10:30 this evening, we had an officer that was struck by an ATV on Marietta Street near the intersection of Spring Street, or at the intersection of Spring Street. The preliminary investigation indicates that the officer was stationed there at that intersection. He was blocking traffic from continuing down Marietta Street into an area where protesters were present. While he was there, he was standing near his motorcycle. He was not on the motorcycle. He was standing near his motorcycle. An ATV came past one time. At some point it turned around and it came back past, or was attempting to come back past again at a high rate of speed, and it struck the officer while he stood there on foot. The officer has been taken to the hospital. He was transported by a Georgia Army National Guard vehicle that was nearby. He is in stable condition here with significant injuries to his legs. The rider of the ATV was located on scene, taken into custody. He has been transported here to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. At this point, we're looking into what led up to this accident, what caused it, and that investigation is current and continuing right now.
Significant leg injuries, are we talking about broken bones here?
It appears that that is very likely.
We had heard he may have been trying to slow the ATV rider down. Is there anything to that?
So we're still early on in the investigation, and we're looking into, the circumstances surrounding this. That would be something that would be part of that investigation. We're trying to look at, was this intentional? That's a question that a lot of you have asked already. Was this an intentional act? And we don't know at this point. It's too early to say. The investigation is very active, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it and determine that right now.
What can you tell us about this suspect?
So I don't have any details on him right now. Non-life-threatening injuries, but beyond that, and it was a male, I believe, pretty certain on that. But beyond that, I don't really have any details. The officer has been with the department for at least, or I should say, the officer has been with the department for around 18 years. He was a member of the Atlanta Police Department's motors unit, riding a motorcycle. And again, stationed out there trying to keep the protesters from encountering vehicles, keep vehicles from entering into that area where they were.
What charges?
At this point, it's too early to say. I'm not going to speculate as to what they will be, but we do have him in custody. It's just kind of early on for that.
But alert and conscious when he was brought here to the hospital?
I believe so. I've heard reports that he was inside and actually was talking with fellow officers.
So was that street blocked off? Should that ATV have been on that street?
So I believe that traffic was restricted, and I'm not sure. I'd have to get a little more detail, and actually that will be part of what we're looking into as part of that investigation, because they were not simply, it wasn't that the entire road was blocked down. They were diverting traffic from, I believe it was Marietta Street onto Spring Street to keep them from continuing down to Centennial Olympic Park Drive, where some protesters were. So it wasn't that the street was completely blocked off. They were diverting traffic, though. I'd have to look at, was he entering into a closed area or not? At this point, kind of early on, but that will be something that we're looking at.
The vehicle that transported the officer, how important was it that it was so close nearby to help that transport?
This was a very concerning incident. Anytime you have an officer injured, it's extremely concerning. These are our brothers and sisters. So having EMS that is almost immediately there is just huge. So it was great to have them nearby. We're extremely appreciative of what they're doing out here with us tonight. The support that we've had, not only from them, but our fellow law enforcement agencies, from local, state, federal partners, has been great. So we're really, really appreciative of that. And again, to have a medical unit that's so close was great. And I'm sure at any time you have EMS medical assistance provided early on, it does make a difference.
While we have you, what's your assessment of how things have gone tonight with APD's attempts to keep these protests peaceful?
You know, I'm not going to get into too much detail. I'm going to go back and try to get a little more detail for you guys to provide another update. I'm not sure if we have given one out there, but I know our officers are out there. They're working really, really hard to try to bring this to a peaceful end and try to keep peace in the city. So we're going to continue doing that as long as we need to. And we're really proud of the efforts of our officers. They're putting in a lot of work, some long hours, and I know it's hard on them, but they're doing a great job.
Okay, that was Sergeant John Chaffee. He is a spokesperson for Atlanta Police. So just to recap some of what he said, the officer, again, was not on his bike at the time, but was struck. He had significant injuries to his leg. You heard one of the reporters ask, are we talking about broken bones? And he said that's probably likely. But the good news is that we did hear him say that he is apparently talking to his fellow officers inside his hospital room. So that is good to hear. So he is certainly significant injuries, but it does sound like he is stable at this point in time. The ATV rider, the four-wheeler driver, we do know that he did sustain some minor injuries, non-life-threatening injuries is what they said. He is in custody. Not clear what kind of charges he is going to face, but certainly there'll be some clarity on that in the coming days as far as what kind of charges. They do say they need to do the investigation, figure out what exactly happened. I can tell you, just as an eyewitness who watched it happen, I saw him, it was about 10:20. He came down south on Marietta, absolutely flying. There were a lot of APD bicycle officers that were blocking the area. The guy was swerving a little bit. He was going very, very fast. He did have a helmet on. He kind of threw a hand up. I don't know if he was a wave or just making a gesture at the officers that were there. He went down, turned around, and started to come back northbound on Marietta as he passed all of them. And it was at that time that I saw the officer. There were a handful of motorcycles that were up there. The officer was waving his hands, telling him to slow down, and that is whenever it crashed in there. You heard the Sergeant Chaffee say one of the things they're going to try to figure out if this was intentional. You know, all I can tell you is that, as seeing it myself, is that he was definitely going just incredibly fast, and that officer was trying to flag him down, trying to slow him down whenever the wreck happened.
Ryan,
Guys.
Nice job. You have been going full throttle for more than 6 hours tonight. We keep coming to you in hope for a lot of information, and you have really found yourself in some very difficult circumstances. I want to mention all of our fine reporters, photojournalists, our producers, all of our people that have been working long hours to bring you these important pictures, this important information to the community, to the region, and certainly to the nation as well. And we are grateful for all of the great folks around here at 11 Alive who have done such terrific work in these hours.
So many friends and family members have been reaching out, saying they know this must be difficult and taxing, seeing us on the air for hours on end. But not just that, Ryan mentioned him witnessing that incident involving that officer the second time we came back to him, just how he kept replaying it in his mind. So we are so thankful for their hard work there on the ground. Nick Sturdivant has also been with us throughout the day, crisscrossing the area. Nick, walk us back through what you've seen as you've gone from place to place.
Hey, Aisha, it's been a very busy day here in Metro Atlanta. We've been, as you mentioned, up and down the metro area. Honestly, we didn't know what to expect when we started our day. Right around 4 o'clock, we were in East Point at the Camp Creek Marketplace, and we heard reports of possible looting, protesters, but when we got there, it was a completely different story. We bumped into attorney and an activist, Moali Davis, and he told me that a group of men, and we saw it for you, you can see it for yourself, that were lined up in front of Target, and their goal, they told me their goal was not to protect the Target, but protect the young people, other people from looting, from making any mistakes. So they were there encouraging people and trying not to have a repeat of Friday night. And then we shot up 45 minutes away to Gwinnett County, Sugarloaf Mills Mall, where on Duluth Highway, protesters for hours were going up and down the street on Duluth Highway protesting. And at one point when we got there, they had made a loop, dozens of young people. One protester told me the age range was 16 to early 20s, but they hit that curve outside of Sugarloaf Mills Mall, and towards a Dollar Tree area, and that's where they faced off with police officers. At one point, we saw some things thrown, but no one was taken into custody. Things got tense, but it quickly dispersed. But those protesters, for the most part, were going up and down the street until it got dark, and then we went over to Lenox and Phipps just to check things out, because things were a little crazy and a little hectic over there Friday night. And for the most part, it was calm. I mean, not even for the most part, it was calm. You saw police officers at Phipps. They were lining the entrance area. You also saw the National Guard at Lenox. They were formed a blockade. And then from here, we made our way here, where it's been peaceful for the most part. Officers are still here. It's sort of thinned out, sort of, in this area in the 2-hour time span that we've been here. Officers, you know, since we got here, have not really missed a beat of seeing people who are breaking the curfew and putting them in custody and zip ties. And they're snatching anybody up that is not supposed to be outside of media members and other law enforcement, obviously. The National Guard is at Centennial Olympic Park guarding that area. But again, it's been a very busy day, and we've sort of seen everything evolve. And again, we didn't know what we were going to get into when this day started, but you see how the day has sort of ended.
All right, Nick Sturdivant, thank you so much. We do feel like things are starting to wind down and really come to a close here. Despite a much smaller crowd, we are still experiencing some vandalism. We were just hearing that, did you say, Lauren, the American Cancer Society? Hearing that there has been some vandalism at the American Cancer Society. So still some damage for people and businesses and organizations that are very meaningful to this community, despite a much smaller crowd and despite a greater amount of peaceful protests that did take place all around the city. Outside of the governor's mansion, we heard Gwinnett County was relatively peaceful as well. Things in downtown Atlanta did escalate at times, and we're starting to hear more reports of vandalism that have taken place, and the amount of arrests really went up a lot tonight because of not only the curfew, but the zero tolerance policy from Chief Shields and Mayor Bottoms.
Yeah, the tone of the night was set around 7 o'clock when we saw the news conference with the mayor and also with the chief of police. And the mayor spoke of her mother, who told her that she felt like the times have rolled past the 1960s, a very difficult time. And she was very sad about it, and spoke certainly about Minneapolis, spoke about Mr. Floyd tonight, spoke about being black in America. She then went on to say that, you know, at the same time, there's going to be a curfew tonight, and it's going to begin at 9 o'clock. It cannot happen again in our city, she said. She wanted people to be safe. She wanted people at home. She wanted parents, families, grandmothers to know where children were, and that way streets will be maintained in Atlanta. She also spoke of the situation on Friday night into Saturday morning, saying it was as volatile as it gets. There were Molotov cocktails that had not gone off in businesses that were found. It was 10 times worse than what you see on television. She also spoke about anarchy. Anarchists were involved, that there was political interference in what began as a peaceful protest. And that was some of what she shared at the news conference. Chief Shields then came out, had some very strong things to say. She also spoke about the murder in Minneapolis of Mr. Floyd, and she also spoke of the terroristic tactics that were being employed in the violence that we saw on Friday night into Saturday morning. She says it is okay to protest. We encourage people to protest, but not when Atlanta police are receiving knives being thrown at them, rocks, gunshots, Molotov cocktails. She said that these anarchists were embedded, hundreds of them, in 1,000 group of protesters, and she said it was crap. Her words, not mine. Crap. She said there would be a zero tolerance and would not be putting up with any of it. And Aisha, we certainly have seen that very strong, emotional, and tactical view that the city and Atlanta Police showed tonight in coordination with Governor Kemp and the state. You know, we talked about 500 officers, 500 National Guard members that were going to be brought to Atlanta to protect, but that then grew to 1,500, and we now have learned that it will escalate to 3,000. They will be in place in a state of emergency through the end of next weekend.
And our Atticus team is giving us a recap of where we all started and where we ended up. Let's take a look.
I'm very angry, first and foremost, that this has to happen. And for a while, I was very confused on where I should focus that anger because I'm not a violent person. But right now, I'm feeling hopeful. Like, I'm happy to see that so many people came out, and I'm excited to be able to speak to them. Hopefully, my voice will reach a lot of people, and I'll be able to provide some people that are confused or angry or feeling hopeless something to look forward to and something to believe in.
We agree with you. For what it's worth, we agree with you. We're outraged. We're hurt by this as well.
I can't sleep because I don't want this to be my dad, my brother, and my friend. It's difficult. And this police officers are getting away with it. And no one is doing anything about it. The policies are not changing. And they're being sent back out there to protect us.
We're good.
This is not the legacy of civil rights in America. This is chaos, and we're buying into it. This won't change anything. We're no longer talking about the murder of an innocent man. We're talking about how you're burning police cars on the streets of Atlanta, Georgia. Go home.
When everything else goes away, when you don't get treated right in New York, when you don't get treated right in LA, when you can't get treated right in Detroit, when you don't get treated right in St. Louis, when you don't get treated right in Alabama, Atlanta has been here for us. This city don't deserve it.
Atlanta is not perfect, but we're a lot better than we ever were, and we're a lot better than cities are. And it is the responsibility of us to make this better right now.
I've seen hurt, I've seen pain, I've seen anger, I've seen misunderstanding, I've seen just some answers. People want answers.
And I saw how they have tore up my city. My heart just really fell.
We are better than this. We're better than this as a city. We are better than this as a country.
We rise like a phoenix out of the ashes that Atlanta has always done. Will we use this as a moment to say that we will not do what other cities have done, and in fact, we will get better than we've been?
It has been a very difficult 2 days, and we will see what Sunday brings for certain. The curfew tonight certainly changed the dynamic of what we saw. It started at 9 o'clock. The curfew will roll until sunrise on Sunday morning, and we will have complete coverage for you Sunday morning beginning at 6 a.m. right here on 11 Alive.
And our team has been committed to sticking with you throughout the day, throughout the night, making sure you are informed about what is happening within your community from all angles, Ron.
Absolutely, and we're just wishing everyone a great evening. Stay safe. Even with the coronavirus, we have to think about that And just like T.I. had pointed out and Killer Mike, take your pain to the polls, but don't take it against other people or property.